Hello, this is a PSA from your overlord. Hi, hello. If you look in the slush cord, in the talkie talk section, there is a new channel called Puzzle Suggestions. We hit a subathon, a slushathon, yeah, the slushathon goal. We hit the one where I have to do a puzzle on stream and with like a hand cam. Send your puzzle suggestions there. Keep it to maybe like a reasonable amount of pieces. None of this like, I don't know, 10,000 pieces. I don't know if that's a thing. But yeah, put it there. Preferably keep it under maybe like 30-40 bucks. Yeah, that's it. I'll see you in a few minutes. Preferably, I would like it to be something from Amazon. It's just easier. Thank you. Part 3, not AI. If it's AI, I'm sending a very sad frowny face. Listen, AI just needs to stop. I'm just saying. I'm getting tired of AI. AI is pissing me off. I'm going all southern fucking thinking about it. No, seriously, like, I went to PAX last year and there were like a few places that were doing like AI art, and I was like, bro, I'm going to kill you in public. In Minecraft. Fuck you.
Got him!
Hi Wolf, welcome in. Hi, hello. How is chat? I hope y'all are doing well. Hi. Okay. We need to take care of some business. A bit of business.
Inquisitor underscore Herbie just resubbed for 43 months.
I forgot to keep promote Minecraft. Thank you, Herbie, for the 43 resubby. Thank you. Welcome back for 43 months. Oh, you published a book. Ooh, congratulations. Holy. That's actually really fucking exciting. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. I need to go over a mini, not a PSA. It's nothing serious. It's more like I haven't talked about this in a while because I got distracted with all the Minecrafting. And we're like at a week left, so I feel like I should I should show. Hold on. Again, not mandatory, but I feel like I should make people aware. Hold on. Image 3, browse, download. Oh yeah, downloads. Chattomate. My PC has to load up a lot of pictures. Is it this one? I believe it's this one. Okay. Apa. It's a cookbook! The bad thing is I suck at fucking cooking. Holy shit. Nothing against you, I just suck at cooking. Okay, so before the server started, I had hit my 3-year debut versary. What that means is 3 years ago, a few weeks ago, I debuted. I became 2D VTuber, and it was a very momentous occasion. So to celebrate and fundraise Slushy going to the optometrist slash Slushy getting new glasses, I was hosting a donathon for a whole month. It is currently now the last week. Apple. Sorry, I was looking at my eye. It is now the last week of the donathon. The donathon ends when the SMP ends. Nodders. We have hit a lot of goals, actually. We hit a lot. Like the Slush Boo Boo art is in process right now. I need you to know this. I commissioned the lovely red blue jelly for the Slush Boo Boo art. She's cooking. She is she's cooking right now. Anyways, I owe you guys a request doodle stream that'll hopefully start next week. The ghost shrimp theme emotes, I wasn't planning on streaming them. Those will be slowly rolling out on the Discord as time goes. I plan on doing like a set of 10 maybe. That's gonna be like an easy set of 10. It's just gonna be a little bit for me to pump them out. We have Slushy Horror Minecraft, meaning in the Discord I will be asking for horror mods, and I will be asking either a mod or friend to go over them and hopefully compile me a mod pack for Minecraft for me to play alone. No spider ones. The spider ones are for a completely different bonus goal. I'm saying that right now because I assume we were gonna get a few spider ones. Those are strictly prohibited to the bonus goal. I'm saying that right now. I have the Pop-Tart ranking stream up here. I have to start looking for Pop-Tarts. I gotta start shopping for Pop-Tarts. I'm gonna try to get as many as I can.
Silena's Salu, welcome home.
Salu! I'm sorry if I said your name wrong, but hello! It's good to see you. Hi. For people who don't know, this is the lovely person behind Crunch. Crunch. My little bronze bot. Hi, it's good to see you. Hello. With the SMP stuff, I completely forgot I was doing a donathon beforehand, and I'm just kind of going over some of the stuff that chat hit because I forgot. But yeah, I have to buy a bunch of Pop-Tarts. I don't know how many Pop-Tarts I'm gonna find on Amazon, and I don't know how many Pop-Tarts I'm gonna commit to. It's a lot of Pop-Tarts. There's a lot of Pop-Tarts out there. A lot. I can buy some of them from the Dollar Tree, like the basic strawberry, cherry, blueberry, but the exotic ones are on Amazon. Ayo, the chat. Subnautica Below Zero, a full playthrough. Yay. Thalassophobia Slushy returns. Anyways. I also chat a 24-hour stream. Again, these will all be done after the SMP. Let me know if the SMP a little bit longer. I'll chat a drunk stream. I don't know yet if I'm doing that with friends or without. It kind of just depends on if friends want to drink with me. Yeah. I did the forced karaoke stream. That one's out. We did that. No one bugged me to sing for another 10 years. Or I guess a few months, because I owe chat 3 karaokes this year. Because I'm stupid and I hate myself. And then 10-hour Warframe. I might see about dragging some friends in for that as well. I know you do. I fucking know you do. I'm aware. You specifically there, Azzy. You started a whole fucking black market of the karaoke stream. I see you. I am aware. You. I'm pointing. You can't see it because I'm not 3D today, but I'm pointing very sternly. You specifically. Fuck you. It was supposed to die. It was supposed to burn and die. I hate you. Not really. I can't be bothered. I'm not a ghost full of hate. Sumire is. Sumire does have hate in her heart. A tiny bit still. For the bronze, for the copper bronze man over there. Because no one takes their fucking lamps. We hit the bonus goals. We have officially hit the puzzle hand cam stream, which is why chat needs to, you know, pick a fucking puzzle in the Discord. I don't think we're gonna hit this one, and I'm gonna be so I'm kind of happy I haven't promoted this as much, because I'll be so for real. I'm nervous about that one. 2.5 was Slushy plays 5 hours of Minecraft Arachnophobia mod. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Anyways. I don't think we're hitting that one. Yay. Hooray. You have... How many days? You have 5 days to try, though. Smiley face. Anyways. And that's the update. That is the current update. That's currently what's happening. Any questions? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. TLDR. If I don't do at least 3 karaoke streams this year, I have to do a whole stream where I end every sentence in meow, meow. I will end everything. Anyways. 2? Past Slushy, what the fuck? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with Past Slushy? Why do they fucking hate me? What the fuck is wrong with Past Slushy? Why would they say that? What are they? A masochist? Anyways. I'm putting Bardcore! Can you guys hear the Bardcore okay? Sorry, I got really excited about Bardcore. We're on our Sumire must become beefy arc. Did Troy become beefy? Slushy nya, pay me. Kidding. Nya. Yeah. Ow, ow. Holy shit, hello. Oh, I sucked in too much air. Holy shit. Oopsie. Sorgy. Apologies. I almost died on stream. That would have been bad. Okay, we have a bit of a personal goal today. As of today, the player level cap has been raised from 9 to 12. Do you know what this means? Do you know what this means, chat? It means, listen to me. It means we get to finally get to use our fucking spells. Ah! And it means if I nudge a little bit closely to the fucking level whatever cap, I'm not about to get fucking nerfed. Again. Once you maintain, I'm gonna go make food, so I'll be dropping in through the week. No worries. Oh, you're on duty again. I see. Hi, it's good to see you. Did you see crystals? Oh yeah, I have end crystals. I'm selling them. I'm selling those. We're not allowed to go to the end. We got a big no from God about that one. But certain chests will have what's it called? Like end stuff. Thankfully. Why do I have 2 shovels? Oh. Here's what's gonna happen. Here's what's about to happen. We have the really nice armor I want to have. It increases my spell power. The thing is, I want to make sure it has mending and unbreaking. Because there's a thing in the server where it doesn't take any durability until you die. When you die, it takes like a massive fucking chunk of durability. So I want to get some stuff going. We are hitting the weights. Bro, we're gonna lift so much. Oh boy. You're saying you're like a goddess now with mending? As long as we get mending, yes. If we get mending and unbreaking on all of it, we are fucking set. We are so up. I love turtle. Turtle good. I love turtle. Turtle yas.
Toxic underscore ballbag 99, welcome home.
Toxic ballbag. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Oh, can I use this now? Can I finally? Can I please? Can I pretty please? I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. I just want to use my spells. Bro, I have 2 useless ass spells in my deck. I have summoned swords that I cannot fucking use until I'm level 9. I can use black hole, I believe. No, okay. So this is D&D style, right? So hold on. This is D&D style. So we have levels specifically for our classes. I am a warlock. So I am warlock level 8 right now. I don't think I'll be able to use that one. The level cap only got raised to 12. Cries. Oh, actually, what the fuck is this? To Sumire. This is so bad. I don't know who the fuck this is. Who is Chill Hop Senpai? Who is Chill Hop Senpai? I actually do not know. Sorry, I'm trying to check in the I'm trying to check in the thingy and in the Discord. I don't know people's usernames. Oh, thank God, they're fixing the XP gains. Oh, thank God. See, I am already powerful, but I want to be stronger. I demand power. Power. People must fear Moth. But you're short? That doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't fucking matter, part 2. If you're gonna call me short, at least come up with something original. Stronger. Strong. I wish to be strong. I don't know who Chill Hop Senpai is, but Moff Sumire, I wish again to extend my humblest of thanks for the adventure you took me on. It was wonderful. Also, my sincerest apologies if I did offend you in my ignorance. Moff is Moff, and I am grateful to know you as well as I do. Please take this small gift as a token of my appreciation. Speed. Speed. Who the fuck is Chill Hop Senpai? I feel so bad. Here's the thing. I'll be so honest with you guys. I I only really know people by their in-game names right now. Like Sallow. I didn't know Sallow was Crunch for the longest fucking time. Cause I only know people by their roleplay name. How the fuck is this? It's not a noble. Well, I guess we're taking this. We can keep this. This works. Do I know who the fuck gave this to me? No. Oh yeah, I got an abyssal egg. From what I saw, I can summon a mini Leviathan. As long as I hatch it. But I also need to be careful because people have lost their Leviathans in the water. Yeah, to fight! I can use a mini Leviathan to beat the fuck out of people. I kind of want it. But see, my main goal is still dragon. I still really, really want a dragon. Oh! Before I forget. Oh my god. Okay, so we're gonna have a ball. There's gonna be a ball on Wednesday. I need to make my character pretty. Bro, I need to make my character the prettiest moth of the party. Part 2. So on the side, Slushie's working on a... I'm working on a fucking, like, party dress. I'm working on a party dress on the side. I'm going insane again. Cause as always, my brain's trying to be fucking extra and I'm like, more? No. More? No. But more. But no. Slushie, go to bed! That's all it's been. That's all it's been. I'm going insane. It's fine. Yeah, I have a goal, but I'm going insane getting that goal. I see Mary. Umas are out. We are very eepy. Please come back tomorrow. I guess they are eepy. I kind of want to instigate some drama with the Umas by being like, oh yeah, there's a ball happening soon. Have you decided which wife you're going with? Hi Simba, hi, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Also, me and Crunch made this yesterday. Crunch did the majority of it. Like, the vast majority of it. I just added lamp. I literally, all I did was provide lamps. I provided some lamps and I read the B movie for their chat when they went to go make tea. But it's a nice little bridge now that connects the atelier and the normal bridge that leads to Vesperin. Why are there just fucking sunbirds? B, I'm trying. They're the. I didn't change my dragon's breath back. They're from the Sunbird mod thing. I don't know if you guys remember when I fought the Sunbirds. But my crown gives me mana. Where's its boss? Oh, they're just randomly walking around. They do have a boss, but you can also find them wandering around areas. There's a graveyard back here? I just realized there's a fucking graveyard back here. I want to get an art piece. Rainbow! Anyways, sorry. I want to get a doodle. But they're not home. What shaders is this? I have to check. Whatever the fuck that is. That one right there. Oh.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I am here to gift you something.
Oh. Oh. Thank you for the new bell.
Yes. Of course. That bell, specifically, you can bring it around in dark areas and it will tell you where monsters can appear.
Oh, thank you.
So if you wish to light up a place so that no monsters may appear, you can use this bell to look around.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Of course, of course. Farewell.
The dog. The little doggo. I didn't have the heart to tell him I can just do this. I appreciate it. I don't have the heart to tell him that I already have something that can do that. I mean, I'll keep it. Avanti. I'll bring this for when I really need, like, you know, armor.
Can I buy it from you?
I have feathers. Is Duber on? Duber is on. I want to see if I can buy mending from Duber.
I bet you are, Poke Poke.
Are you gonna get a new dress?
Oh yeah, I think I am.
Ooh.
Hello.
There's a
Oh,
moth.
hi, Ma.
I am
Nice to
Moth.
meet
Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. I was actually looking for you though.
Me?
Yeah.
I do declare.
I wanted to ask. For the ball. Have you decided which wife you're going with?
There's multiple.
Oh yeah,
I'm
no,
actually...
that was a lot.
There's a few.
Actually, my wife and I are going with Ren as
Oh.
his dates.
What?
Oh.
Yeah.
Shit.
He went to he went over to the Uma Cafe and how to put this? Had intended for me, and I said I got a wife, and he was like, oh.
But remember, your wife
thinking?
has a wife too.
Yeah, that's
You're
true.
allowed to have another one at that point.
Yeah, that's true, but oh, she just gets so jealous. I'm surprised she's even going with Ren and she's a mighty protective
it's
wife.
good to hear that there's not going to be any fighting about that, I guess.
Oh yeah. Thankfully, that would have been the whole thing. But I think Ren kind of stepped in and saved miscommunication. Because now we're definitely going together, but with someone else.
Yeah, the third party. To keep you both from murdering each other at the ball.
Yeah.
It's okay though. I'm very happy you found a person to go with.
Oh, me too.
I need to
sure
figure
it's
out
gonna
what
be
I'm
real
doing.
fun. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Have you not
I'm
asked someone yet?
I'm currently, you know, I found a pretty little dress and everything, but now it's just about, you know, who am I gonna go with?
I see.
I'm still kind of scared for my safety. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, why's that?
You remember how I was being courted by Thea? Thea.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that didn't work out.
I never did do that.
I had to end things, Mary.
Hi, Envy. Hi, Sora.
Oh, my.
Hello. How you doing?
Yeah. Oh, that looks so cozy.
Claire!
That looks so cozy.
I have something I would like to show you all.
I figured I'd take
Crazy-looking horse.
take my ass for a ride.
seconds.
Oh, this is
Okay.
a donkey. This is my Don Quixote.
Wait,
Let me show
whoa!
off.
This is my ass.
You have a nice
Wow,
ass.
this can't be your ass. I've seen your ass before.
Oh, this
His ass
my
is so
ass.
big.
It was missing for a while, but I found
Actually, I think
No,
his
it
ass is
wasn't
kind of
missing.
small.
Oh.
I feel like I've seen bigger asses.
Oh, wait, it's a
it.
baby.
Well,
You know what, you might
have
be
you seen
right.
the dirt sculpture that somebody made of my ass?
Oh, wait, that's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Oh, that's
Yes,
of
I
your
paid-
ass?
I paid
Yeah.
Lucy and Lai 20 silver to make a sculpture of my ass.
Oh,
And it looks like it's
my
worth
word.
that much. Yeah, that's exactly. I would pay
Oh.
that much too.
Hi there.
What's up?
You look so pretty.
You're beautiful.
Whoa. Oh, you got a little mask on.
Oh.
You look
Incredible.
beautiful.
I have no idea who that is. I can't.
You don't know who I am, but I declare
Yeah.
that if you wish to have these wares, you should talk to a Miss Tora Suckin, for I am wearing Suckin to Couture.
I was told
Does Miss
to-
Suckin take comms?
was told to
She does.
message Lady Suckin
does,
for an
yeah.
outfit, and now I'm very scared for what you're cooking.
link to it, Lyle.
Wait, did you?
I
No, you
sent you a
didn't.
file. Yes, I
May
did.
a Moz get a commission rate?
If you DM her, maybe.
You
Okay.
literally didn't.
Hold on. I think I might have imagined it.
The wind is strong. The wind is very strong.
Ooh, I might have imagined it. Okay. Let's ignore that I did.
This horse smells funny.
Hi, Thickums. Hi,
Smell like
Wah,
ass.
wah.
Would you say that
Guys, I
ass
do
smells
have,
funny?
smells-
have,
It smells
there
like
you go.
ass.
Hmm.
It
There you
smells
go.
like someone didn't wash
I
this
do have
ass.
this fancy outfit that I wore to
Well, I
the
never did.
wedding.
Fits the
masquerade.
Oh,
No,
that's-
you're
It
right.
doesn't.
Well,
That
technically,
explains
it's
it. It
the
doesn't.
eye patch.
That's the
Yeah.
issue I'm having. I
It's
wanted
kind of a
to
hairy
wear my
one, too.
other suit,
Like
but
on
I
a
need to
hairy
actually have
one. Yeah, very hairy and
modifications now,
dirty.
and I have
Mhm.
another order. I will have like 3 different.
Looks like it's meant to be a lot
I
of
will
work,
have
you
4
know?
at the end of the thing.
Right, let
Oh,
me see what
lucky.
this outfit you've cooked for
Yeah.
me is.
He uses his
Yeah.
ass often.
Oh, he uses it a lot. That's
I'm
right.
doing
I
it right
forgot. It's got
now.
daily uses.
Yeah.
We
I
can't
think
really
others
judge
use
it.
it
Chat, give me a
as well.
second. I gotta do a thing.
Yeah.
I'm here to do
Well, look at
sponsor
him.
and
Dumb
advertisements.
fucking horse.
For your services.
Whoa!
Whoa.
I didn't mean it.
Is it like a
Whoa,
rhyme?
I
Hold
thought
on,
your
chat.
whole
I
thing
don't
was
know.
loving horses. What happened to that?
This isn't
That's
a
not a
horse. This is
horse.
an imposter.
Are you saying he's an asshole?
Give me one moment, chat. I'm doing business.
Yeah, he is. I do
Yeah.
declare this is no horse I've ever seen before.
Well, I don't
Yeah,
think he was
you're an
pretending to
ass.
be a horse. You know,
Oh.
like, you don't have to hate him.
I
yeah,
have
yeah, he is.
so
He's wearing reins and stuff.
I have so
Okay,
many horse armor.
So like, are you mad at like
you-
Sancho's
Oh,
reindeer?
yeah,
Are you mad
hold
at
up.
them?
Should be.
Reindeer.
I'll take my
Mm.
leave in your shop and I'll get them.
Oh, all right.
Where did Lyle go?
I don't know.
Stop sniffing Lyle's ass.
It's my ass now.
I have
she likes
sent
that.
pigeon.
Ride the ass? Oh my
So-
god.
Oh my god, so you can technically
Wow, that
fit
can hold
4
two people.
people.
Whoa, here we go. Wait. Can we leave without Lyle?
No, I'm not gonna leave. I'm just gonna run around the
Bye,
block.
Lyle.
Oh yeah, but I need to find a date for this thing.
What?
Good
We're
luck.
gonna get you a date.
Well, if you need a date, no, actually, no, I shouldn't.
I don't think I want to get in between you and the other person again.
You were going for really as well? Oh my god.
What?
How many people are you going after?
Listen, it's just nice to feel appreciated.
She's very beautiful, and I hate to, leave a lovely lady on her own on a beautiful night.
Listen, I was dating someone, it didn't work out, and now I need to
What?
find someone else. Oh!
What?
What?
I believe the thing that you
Yeah.
is the exact same thing
What?
for you.
What is going
Why are
on?
you-
Does anyone
why
see
you-
the
No, I
No,
said
no,
vision
I'm
seeing?
with you.
It also it
Take
filled
that
my,
off.
my mind with errors, but it didn't
What?
look any different.
I,
It didn't look any
I
different.
do declare.
Oh,
I
you
think
look
I think I
different.
took something.
Just a tiny
Zero
bit
different.
different.
I think I
Is
might
that
have
what you're
brought some of
wearing?
my
Are you
funny
sure?
sarsaparilla.
This
I
is
didn't
definitely
realize,
masquerade.
Your file was like really complex, and it just
Mhm.
wouldn't work when I tried to change your skin. So I gave it to Dougie.
Oh,
Mm.
okay.
That was very
Oh,
masquerade.
there we are.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can see him, so
For
That
his
makes
mask,
sense.
he should just put the eye patch on the other
Wait,
eye.
why?
Oh.
Wait,
No one
is
will
my
know who he
is
is.
my default file broken now?
you're just a black box.
He's
What
been
the
You
Well-
are
fuck?
just a box.
Okay,
Well,
well,
no,
give me a
there is
second.
He's
pigs
being
in the
corrupted by the
background.
skulk. It's getting him.
Well, let me see
Beautiful
inside
shade
here.
of pink, by the way.
I don't know
It's
if that
not.
means we should
What
attack
about
him or
this? What
mine
about-
him.
Is this one okay?
That one works.
Well, that
Okay.
was alright.
I don't
Uh,
understand what happened.
Mari, do you have spacing on it?
Yeah, the train station's further
Tora,
over
with
there.
the-
It just
you know how
for
you have
some
curtains
reason
over
very
you try out both
dangerously
types of curtains?
passes through town in the middle of
How's the
town.
other one work?
I-
Is it just like
the-
on walls?
Do you have like
Yeah,
1, 2,
the
3,
other ones
4,
aren't
5,
great
6,
because,
7,
they
8,
don't
9,
hang.
10, 11,
No,
they have to be
no,
walls.
no, I don't.
Okay. Yeah, because I was gonna put curtains on my thing too.
Listen,
Yeah,
if someone
I
else
think
can
we
make
should
me
do
a
one
dress
better.
instead, I'll happily
Everyone's
fucking
flying
take it.
around, you know. Need a little privacy.
No, yeah, I know
You know,
what mean.
I already
mean, even
worked
when you
really
have the
hard to
curtains up,
make
they still can-
this.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd rather just pass it
I
off to
mean, I
someone
could-
else.
I know
But,
you
like, we're
go in.
neighbors, you know. We're like neighbors, so it's like fine.
You could have said like we're childhood friends. It's like the whole
I
thing.
mean, that's too, but like we're also neighbors, and like that's like the more recent thing, you know.
true.
Like the childhood thing happened like in childhood, like you know. I'm not a child.
Do I look normal now?
Yes.
You look
You
normal.
do.
You look
Okay.
very
What happened to
bubbly.
your file.
Oh,
It's 'cause
that's
he's on
the
drugs.
that's
Every time I see one, I
That's
think of you
the
and I
Persian,
take it.
Persian charms.
Yeah, let's go.
I do.
Don't know if
have-
there's a good way to hide the particles.
No,
from
the
potions.
stimulants
They're
always make you
very
bubbly.
annoying.
I do
Yeah.
have your outfit. I just
Mm,
it doesn't work.
I see.
I wish I knew how to fix it. I'm not that well versed.
That's okay.
Sorry, I'm back.
Hello.
You're good.
Hello.
I have a lot of artisan scrolls, Sumire.
Did you do your own
Ooh.
hair thing, or did you get someone else to do it?
got
Oh, it's
someone else
Pocket
to do it.
Dimension, but give me a second.
Yay. Ah, him and his pocket
There she go.
dimension.
There goes
Why
Mary.
is there an ass?
Oh, that's what that is? It's pocket dimension?
Yeah, it's apparently
That's
an
my
actual
ass.
dimension with a bunch of chests.
Oh, right.
That's
I
my
think,
Don
I think I heard you
Quixote.
have to like actually expand it yourself. It's like a Skype, apparently.
Oh.
Ooh,
Oh,
that
we
sounds
have
so
the,
cool.
Now
the first few
found, and I was
teleports
just
in the
writing
teleportation.
it about because I am apparently unable.
Oh, you're
to
back.
get
There you
more
go.
XP
One's an
efficiently.
It's like a
Italian, one's on the
full
edge of the map.
inventory worth of
Oh
artisans.
boy.
Uh,
Okay,
Daniel's
toss it
right
on
now
me.
is-
Just toss it
The
on.
edge.
Speaking of
I
Do
don't
you have
know,
the space?
Esno wanted it.
For the most part, yes.
Maybe
Hold
get
on.
more XP there? I don't know.
Probably.
Now
Daniela's
I
just
do.
trying out one in a ancient
Okay.
city now. It works.
Oh boy.
I'm still waiting to see if on news of the gods putting in the dead.
Oh, I believe you gave me a ring of invisibility.
I mean, if they
Oh,
do, just let us
I
know.
might,
We can put in
yes.
a portal to it.
I have tossed it back at you.
I probably only need to do it once.
Yeah.
So.
I don't see it. The fact we don't
What does
see
it
it
do?
is actually not helping us.
No.
It's so I can get Essence of Storm from killing Scylla.
I should put it on my
Scylla.
cosmetic slot for the fun of it.
And then I can
I
make
need to
an
interrupt
anchor.
your
Hold on, I'm, like, looking at it.
Yes.
whatever you're saying.
Hold on,
Yes.
what did you say?
Yes, my niece. You are my
Oh, hi,
priority.
Thea.
Not you,
Yes.
Nobo.
Sorry, no, I'm talking to
Sumire,
Daniela.
I
She's
need
asking me
lamps.
to tell you.
Oh, okay. How many?
I need like a full stack.
What kind of lamps?
She said,
Normal
can you put one in
lanterns, yes.
Helheim
Yeah, I could
so
fucking
that
do
we can
that.
farm
Do you have any
purchase
iron on you?
I mean,
I can supply the iron, but
yeah,
it's
I'm
easier if
not
you have
sure.
iron.
wait, no, wait. I totally do. I just
I
can't.
don't.
Ah,
Underwater.
yes, iron.
Oh, the one.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a bunch of torches on me. Give me
Hello?
1 second.
Yes,
What?
yes.
I'm more surprised she's talking to me. Holy shit, she did give me a lot of iron. Torch. Wouldn't have been. Oh, I have so many scrolls. I have so many scrolls. It would have been so funny if, like, what's it called? She just did not talk to me. Hold on. Bro, I'm scared. I feel like my life is being targeted right now. I can't tell if her mother's had something to do with the fact that she's not trying to actively kill me. Why does she need so many lamps? Like, I have a fuck ton of torches. Maybe I was worried for nothing, you know? I don't know, but what if I gonna take a job to spite you? You make a point. I hate that you've made a point in my brain. Out of curiosity, what are these lamps for?
I'm making string lights.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Do you want your iron back?
Yes.
And there you go. What the fuck hit me?
I do not know.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. She's taking the breakup pretty well. That's good. Oh. She could be. We're not planting the seeds of doubt into my brain. I don't know how to tell him I had all of these. Oh, I don't know how to tell him I had literally.
I saw it twice and that's it, and I'm super sad about it.
Yeah, she's really sweet. Okay, let's.
You know, he runs away
I had
very
all of
quickly.
these.
Yeah. That's fine. You can just throw them away.
Do you have like a bucket of lava or something?
Are you guys ready to go?
I have nothing, but you have a try spot in your inventory.
Press
T.
teleportation hub.
She.
Daniela's been making all the waybacks look pretty.
Where do we go for?
It's long, I know, but at least that's
Solon?
there, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm working on it right now.
Oh, no, I know. I'm sorry. It's long.
No, it's fine. Thank you for bringing these. I used one.
Oh, I think I missed.
Also, I can't believe your niece is taking the breakup so well. I've been scared
my
for
niece
my
is
life.
taking. No, my niece is just all over the place, so I think she doesn't even realize.
Ah, I see.
Not in a
Yeah,
bad
no,
way,
no, she
but in very
scares me.
naive way. She can't do that.
I am kind of scared for my life.
No, you're safe.
Okay. By the way,
No,
Mr. Innkeeper man, has any
Yes.
adventurer told you of any really nice dungeons a moth could go to body build?
well, right now we have multiple prompts to prevent the bodybuilding for the day.
Actually?
Like, everything is still quite slow due to the old rules of this world, but they should be updated the next time.
I literally told the voices in my head this is gonna be a bodybuilding episode.
Yeah, the thing is, like, okay, if you, okay, little out of character, in Discord, someone sent like the 40k to level 10, and
No.
it's Lyle, well, Cypher, and got like capped for the daily limit. And the thing is that the restart is gonna be in 13 hours. Well, now it's like no, still 13.
Oh my god.
And so without that, you are anyway locked. And there will be more XP gain also tomorrow when the restart happens in 13 hours. So before that, you are just...
Why does she keep hitting me?
It's not her, it's just her passive effect.
Oh, okay, because that happened twice now.
Oh, Tora got hit like thrice or fourth.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, no, don't worry. But yeah, no, it is. So for
See,
now, doing
I'm
it right
level
now
8 right
will be annoying.
now. Is getting from
Yeah.
8 to 10 still doable, or is that like, nah?
I spent. We went into like two or three dungeons, and I did half of what I had for level 9 to 10. So, and it was like 12k. It was like 12, 13k. So without the more XP gain that we have tomorrow in 13 hours, I think you can do it. It's just gonna be.
It's gonna be a grind.
Long. Yeah, and I don't think doing only grind is fun because also you can't like restart dungeons again and again.
Yeah.
So it would be just finding like enemy to kill on repeat, and I don't think that's the best thing to do, right? Well, I mean, if you have fun doing that, like, feel free to do so, but I wouldn't suggest you to do that today at least.
Man, I might just go kill the wither.
Sure.
Oh, see, I'm trying to do the like ascent stuff right now. Oh.
Sorry, that's on me. That's me.
Oh,
You're
are you
fine.
dropping this?
Yeah. Some weapon creates skulk when you kill. Yeah, with
Oh.
Can I take this bone?
Yeah,
you can have it.
Feel free, yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I know, but you died.
No?
Oh, you look dead to me.
Oh, if it's a
do I?
transparency, it sometimes just happens. Like right now, you're kind of
I'm
transparent for
alive.
me.
I'm alive and kicking. I want to get rid of my backpack though, and I don't know how to do that.
What do you mean you want to get rid of your backpack?
There's a backpack shelf.
It's gonna be visible?
Oh, I need to build a backpack shelf.
Yeah.
Let me look at how it's
Get
done.
me one more satchel, or tell me where to get one. I will pay you.
One more what? Sorry.
Satchel, the you know the surprisingly big satchel.
Oh yeah, those will be Miss Tora or Duber. Tora's lacking from Soline or Duber. They need to actually.
Are those craftable or like they're
No, it's a occult thing. You actually need to do
Man,
like
what do we do?
satanic rituals basically to do them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do any of that.
I mean, I at least want to get mending
Shut
for my
doctor, and
armor.
I'm very happy, and I'm looking for another child.
Instead of a bodybuilding episode, this might just become the Sumire fixes their armor.
Tora or Duber, but Tora does the ceremony herself more than Duber, so it might be better if you ask Tora at Soline.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she's there
Goodbye.
right now, actually.
Oh, Tora? Where?
Yeah.
She's in
At
Soline.
Soline, yeah. Yeah.
Jeez. See you, babe.
Good luck.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Well, I guess I'm gonna go
I
to
want-
like the airship and stuff to try to find mending for my armor.
Yeah, that's the best thing you can
I
do
didn't
at
pick
that
up
moment.
any mending because the first few days there was
Yeah, you
no
didn't think of dying.
damage.
Yeah.
Panda eats
And
cats
now,
just raided
now
with
we
4
don't have any
viewers.
mending, and now everyone's looking for mending too. So
Yeah.
I'll see you later. I'm gonna have to go see if Duber has some first.
I wanted to. Oh, I think he has none.
Ooh. Panda, thank you for the
okay, if you see him,
raid.
can you give him
Hello,
that? I wanted
raiders.
to give that to him, but it's just he needed books for some
Oh,
stuff. So
okay. Yeah, I'll go hand it to him. I'll see if he's over there.
Of course. I hope he got some in the meantime though for you.
Hopefully. But hi, Panda. Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. My name is Slushieghost. I am your ghost overlord alpha VTuber thing. Trying to expand my lovely ghost colony ghost at a time. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream? I hope everything went well. What were you guys up to? What were y'all doing? Oh, how was Crimson Desert? Sorry, we're currently in the middle of a roleplay server, so I apologize for not greeting you guys right away. I can't interrupt them by being like, yo, I got a raid. Hold on. Duber.
Hello, I'm Duber.
I bring you package from Innkeeper Man.
Oh.
I also come asking of item from you. Do you have any mending books?
No.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, out of curiosity, do you have any infinite ham?
Yeah.
How much do you want?
You can just take it. I'll
Oh,
be
fuck
I'll
yeah.
be funny. What'd you say, Apollo?
I've been watching Maria Fair, but I saw you live. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Where the fuck did he go? Oh, I lost him again. Thank you, Duber.
I'm Duber.
You are Duber. I have you sitting on my on my little crafting chest at home. Hiya. He is Duber. I like how he always has to go, I'm Duber. I need to bother Dougie afterwards. How did I do this? Yeah, I need to bother Dougie soon, TM. Oh! Did I do that? Oh, it's this one. Okay. By the way, if you need to head out and do any post-stream care, please feel free to. But thank you so much for stopping by. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, okay. I need to level this up too.
Buster Snoop, welcome home.
Buster Snoop, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Ghost Co. Welcome home. Welcome, welcome. Okay. We're gonna have to level this bitch up. The best way to do that is go take on a dungeon. To the airship! I must find mending. Gotta go find some mending. I think I only have one book of mending. Chat, who should I ask to the dance? Who should I ask to the ball? Like, in character wise, not because you like the person as a streamer. Easy answer, Magnolia. You make a point. You make a very good point. That is so pretty. Bro, Thickums has outdone himself again. I'm pretty sure Thickums is the one who's been working on this one. I think this is the ballroom for the ball. Yeah, Magnolia is Wallow. What is happening? Yeah, the cage is gone. I think it was more just Thickums hiding what it was meant to be for. Magnolia. I second Magnolia. Okay, first we have to see if Magnolia even wants to come to the ball with me. Where'd the raid thing go? It said there was a raid. Hmm. Well, it's not here. Yeah, we can check with Magnolia. We'll see if Magnolia wants to go on a date. If not, we can see if one of the Smalls wants to go on a platonic date. Where's the damn rain? It can also be seen as a relations improving between the factions if you go on a date with her. That is true. You make a good point. It could be a good a very good what is it, not disciplinary, show of peace, because Slushy gave up trying to figure out what word it was. Yeah, what's her name? P. Yeah, one of the names is P. We could have also seen if Crunch wants to go though. We are acquaintances with a lot of the Smalls. I forgot to change the thingy again. I will probably need Dragon's Breath, if I'm being very honest with you. Yeah, I've been having fun in this SMP. It's been really nice. It's been a really fun SMP. And there's been a lot of people actually still on. A typical problem I end up coming with, like, facing when in an SMP is after, like, the first 2 days, everyone just stops slugging on. But here, everyone's, like, consistently logged on, and like, I feel like I've seen everyone at least once. Is that because of the sign? No. What is that? I'm gonna miss this server, I'm not gonna lie. It officially ends on Saturday. I don't know what I'm gonna do after. Like, obviously streams will continue and whatnot, right? I can't just stop streaming. I mean, I can, but I'm not going to. See, I want to put my big boy pants on and invite people to do stuff, but I'm really nervous about it. What's it called? It's like a bit of how do I call it? Not imposter syndrome. But it's a bit of being like, oh, they all really like Sumire. I don't know if they'll give a shit about Slushy. If that makes any fucking sense. I'm like, oh, they really like Sumire. I don't know if they're gonna give a shit about Slushy. I get nervous, okay? Cause you know, I've been acting as a character like most of the SMP. My brain's like, it's silly. I know. I'm just a ghost with social anxiety, unfortunately. Also, why the fuck is Atelier so close to? Atelier is so close to Vesperin. What the fuck happened here? We're so far. We are so far from everyone. See, I know I'm being silly, but it's the social anxiety in me. Ooh. You know me. Don't know if it helps, but it's funny to watch. Wait, funny to watch what? Where does that go? I kind of want to snoop. Oh, the RP! I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm really happy people are liking the RP. Hiya. Hi, Titus. I just got ads and it put me right back in. I'm sorry. Twitch is so stinky with ads. I fucking hate Twitch with ads. Genuinely, I think they fucking suck. What the fuck happened here? I cannot hide in there until it is time. Hold on. Okay. So I heard Kick is gonna start having ads. I don't even like Kick. Kick is stinky. Personal opinion, I don't know. I've never been fond of Kick. I believe Kick is a little bit stinky, honestly. I go in my building. 67! Oh, no, give it back. Mine. I use it only to avoid ads. Just get an ad blocker. Like, I don't know about other people, but at least for this ghost. Oh my god, I didn't realize. At least for this ghost, I'm just gonna like, bro, just use ad blocker. I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna blame you. Holy shit. There's none for Twitch? It's just a general ad blocker. You don't need a fancy ass ad blocker. Yeah, or like if you have like $5 you're willing to spend a month, just get Turbo. That way you don't have to pay for subscriptions every single day, like every single month. But you're still, oh, $12, sorry, my bad. but like you're supporting all your streamers and whatnot for like a very, very cheap price. And you get no ads on all of Twitch. That's if you want to be like, whatever. But like, if you don't, just fucking get a ad blocker. It does not matter. Like, I don't know about others, but I will tell you, I do not care if you do not watch my ads. Cause I know I don't want to. I don't want to watch ads. Holy shit! This entire fucking thing is going on fire. Holy shit! Just start going in my bag. Just start going in the bag. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Yeah, if you're planning on buying anything from Twitch or subscribing or anything, do it online. It is cheaper online. Cause mobile charges you extra fees because they have to pay a percentage to Apple or Samsung. Or well, Google. Same shit. Potato potato. Ah! Ooh! Hello, hole in the foot. No! Stop it! Stop! Ooh, they're starting to burn. See, the good thing is I can fly, so it wouldn't necessarily be insta-death. This isn't my house! Da. It is free loot. Yeah, it's significantly cheaper to just do everything Twitch related on the website. Like 10 times cheaper. Okay, here's a neat little trick, right? If you don't have access to like a computer, but you also don't want to pay like the big I guess upscale fees for Twitch, if you just go to the website on your phone, you can still get around the whole, you know, the whole fucking mobile fees. It's still possible. I don't know, me as like a content creator, I just don't care about the ads. Ads, like if ads genuinely paid a good amount of money, maybe I'd be like, hey, yeah, please consider supporting the channel by sitting through the ads. I still wouldn't really care, honestly, but I might have encouraged it a little bit more. They don't pay a shit. They really don't. Just do what's best for you. I don't know. I know I don't like ads. Blinding. Ice spikes. My lord, yes? ¿Qué pasó? Sorry, I'm kind of in the middle of a thing where my entire literal world is on fire. But what is up? Oh, Oh, we have not hit the arachnophobia thing yet, so that's still the main stretch goal. We hit the puzzle one. Ow, you piece of shit! Die. How far are we from it? A bit away, a good bit away, honestly. That's more on me. The SMP started, and we had a bunch of like annoying ass kids come in and being like, "Can I join? Can I please join?" And so instead of promoting the Slushathon anymore, I kind of just made it so my pinned message was, "Yo, stop asking." Hi, bestie. Oh god, my world is literally on fire right now. Oh, will I fall through? I hope not. Ah! Everything is on fire! But yeah, we're still a massive ways away from the arachnophobia mod thing. Ah, thanks, Frosty. How goes the crafting? Great. I am trying to become strong. I am doing my best to become strong, Ghost. I'll take the moonstone. Except my world is currently on fire. There's a what? What do you mean there's a what? 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 Thank you, Frosty. But yeah, because of you know, all those people coming in asking me if they can join, I didn't get to really promote the Slushathon as much as I wanted to in the last bit of it. So due to that, we have not hit a bunch of the goals. Excuse me. Or like the last goal. Do I really think we would have hit the last goal? Not really. But it's why it's a stretch goal for a reason. Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Everything's on fire! Also, you're fine, Frosty, thank you. Woo! Everything's on fire. Yeah, it's one of the perks, unperks of the dungeon I'm in. I'm being smited by the gods every so often. Holy shit. I have been lost in the sauce of Minecraft. You're not wrong. It's okay, bestie. You'll have me back past Saturday. We finish. Thank you, God. We finish on Saturday, then I'm back. I will no longer be lost in the mines. Ah! No. Die. Burn. You know, I feel like in a different life, I've been in the same position before. Burning. In a different life, I too burned the fuck out. I have seen no fucking mending and I'm gonna go insane. Can I please get a mending? Well, shit. Bad news. We did not get what we wanted. Good news, we're done. Ender Pearl! Yay! I win, motherfucker. The gods may have tried to smite me down, but I win! I win! Look at 17! Bro, we did it. We've done it. Arachnophobia mod, yeah. Because I really didn't want to do the arachnophobia mod. That is literally the final stretch goal at like 2.5. I believe right now we're like at 1.7, almost 1.8. I don't think it's gonna happen, but Infinity. That's lore. I don't want lore. I want the other one. Is this the same one you died in? No, I got out. I survived. Oh, a scythe! Ooh. I got a bronze coin. The singular bronze coin. Draining elytra booster that I can't actually use. Oh, yeah! I think it was mostly because it was like, I think it was because I brought a lot of people with me and there was like a buff that, you know, just fucked us over for having too many people. Hi, Leon! Welcome in! Hi, hello. Da, da, da. I don't care for Snowball. Whee! I like how silly it looks with me flying away. Do you see my little shadow just fucking flying? It looks so silly. No, give me my bronze coin. Look at this badass weapon. Okay, my model's still broken, so I can't see what I'm holding. But, like, it looks so cool on the thing. Oh! If we right-click, we can evade! Oh, that was forward. I wish I knew why I couldn't see my things. Oh, there's mine. Hiya. So much money. We have so much money now. Holy shit. We have so much money. I'm a little sad though. We didn't find any mending. Do you think we could go to the trial area? You remember how we found like a trial chamber thingy? Like by my old house? Do you think the stuff is still in there? Because I think that's where we got a lot of mending books. I just didn't take them with me. There's a good chance they're there. What the fuck is that? What is that? No, because all the chests are instanced. Meaning it's a different chest for each person. What is that? What? Okay. If they're still there, I bet it'll feel like finding treasure. That's true. I have no idea what the fuck that was. I wish I knew what the fuck that was. Are you still broke? IRL? Yes. In-game? No.
I don't have phantom boots.
Gotta make the very clear distinction. Oh, that's so cute! Wait, what is that? Let her light lead you. Oh, are these portals? Oh, this is so cute. Leave a wish in the well. That's cute. I like that. What is that? That's so cute. I think these are the portal rooms they were working on. Holy shit!
Yeah.
I don't come here that often.
So I take Bingus, I put him on the stool, and then when I want to take him, I just have to sit and think about it.
I see now I don't really come to my faction all that often unless it's for the computer, huh? Here, I can donate some of my spells I can't really use. What is this one?
I have one closer.
Mine very much. And then the poison spray.
These are so cute. Custom spells and spell upgrades at the counter. I have not finished Operation Lomp. I ran out of glowstone and redstone. I ran out of glowstone and redstone again, so I have to go mining. But I don't want to bore you. Oh, hello. I was wondering if you guys take donations.
Yes, we do, totally.
I have a bunch I can't really use.
I don't really use chunk
Yeah.
of, but it makes me laugh, so I kind of.
If you want to,
That's fair.
I guess
I mean,
just hand
to be
them
honest,
to
I only use
Oh yeah, give me 1 second.
Ooh.
Hold on, there's more.
No. Okay, never mind. I didn't.
Sonny Solane, welcome home.
Sonny Solan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Ghost Co.
I have
Welcome
no idea what
home.
that is, but it sounds
Welcome,
cool.
welcome. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
Bane of the arthropods.
There's some legendaries and epics in there. I just can't use them.
Ooh, well,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah.
We're gonna test
I
out some
wish we
nature
could
spells if
use
you want to see.
more.
Yeah, I do too.
Do you want to watch? We're gonna watch nature spells.
We could just do it here. It's probably fine.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But I hope you're doing well. Welcome in.
So, aspect of spider. This is the one that just.
What did that do?
It just made a spider noise to me.
It did.
I think. Does it just make me? I don't
Can you
know.
climb walls?
Can you climb
See if
walls?
you see if you can climb walls.
What is it? It doesn't say anything on here.
Aww.
What does it do?
But yeah, I have to go hunting for glowstone and more redstone.
It just says utility.
It's a whole fucking thing.
Poison by 5% per level.
Take your time, Frosty.
I might not keep that. It's
Yeah, that
very
sucks.
specific.
Yeah,
What is
that
this
sucks.
one?
Do your spells poison them?
Electric discharge.
Only. Oh, I don't know. I don't think so, actually. Oh, except there's that new.
Oh.
The poison arrow.
I was told this power one is good.
That one probably will.
Oh.
Ooh.
Yep, I'm poisoned.
Ba-da-ba.
I don't want to keep poison arrow. That one seems good.
Down there.
Oh! We're testing
I
out
lied.
nature spells.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, like
yeah,
this.
I got 4 spell at home. They don't seem to be. There's one that is rare.
Ooh.
Apparently. The other ones don't seem too rare. But
Yeah.
you have some space in your inventory.
Oh, that's acid rain. Oops.
Oh.
It's very
that
green.
do?
Oh.
It's good for plants.
Minus armor. Ah.
That's
What's
so
the one?
cool.
I thought acid rain was the one that. What's the one that does damage? Because there is one that like that does damage.
I would take
No.
Is that a poison, bro?
the spirit spell and
That's-
the symmetry spell. The two blood
pretty good.
spells I don't have too much use
That'd
for.
be pretty good.
Would you
No worries, thank
do
you.
20
Sure.
silver? for that?
Blight says
yeah,
I need
that's
to
totally fine.
target
Hit me.
for it.
Target
I'll
me.
do it. Hit
Oh.
me.
Yeah, hit her.
Ah,
For science.
so much.
Hit the moth.
Thank you
Oh.
so much. Thank you.
What happened?
I
You're
got
blighted.
blighted.
Blight.
I don't really know what this does.
Decreases your outgoing damage by 5% per level and incoming healing by 10% per level.
Oh. I thought it hurt me or something.
That'd be good to counter Esno.
We could kill that guy.
We can already kill him, just solar beam.
Yeah. Solar beam.
Solar beam.
I'm so jealous of everyone with solar beam. Oh, the lamp. Oh.
I wonder when Salsa's gonna be done with the art.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna be so funny.
What's up?
They were showing me lamp beam.
We got more spells.
Lamp beam. That's awesome.
Yeah, I think that's one of them. I think I won't keep blight an aspect of spider, so that is 2 more slots that I've got. Because
Okay.
this one I'm on the fence about because it makes me laugh a lot. But it's always sorry.
It's okay. It's fine.
That's pretty good.
Oh my god, that is a massive rock.
Was that aqua
Yeah.
magic?
Yeah.
This one's
Dude, I never see water magic. Oh my god.
I know. I literally was so excited.
See the tsunami.
See, I'll go a little bit further away because it pushed people back and I forget it.
Oh, okay.
Near me. But I can just,
Oh my.
I pushed
Be careful, you might hit the dogs. Well, where the fuck did that horse come from?
Oh, that's I gave them summon horse, the evocation spell. Because they're
Does it just keep it alive forever? Can you just keep summoning horses?
Apparently it lasts 10 minutes.
Well, apparently it's 10 minutes, but 10 minutes have passed and it's still here, so I'm not sure. It's a good boy though. It's a good boy.
But does it have like a 10-minute like regen? So can you like now summon another horse?
Let me see.
Oh.
I realize now I don't really come here that often because my shop's over there.
I can despawn it.
Atelier.
Huh.
Yeah.
I feel like most people don't come here that often.
Yeah, I had some time today, so I decided
what?
I was gonna run around.
Does someone have like a warden heart or something?
But no, yeah.
Hey, which spells? Which classes
You should be here more often.
I should, but then people keep me at my shop making wedding rings and engagement rings.
I do not think that many people are planning to get married.
There's a decent amount, actually.
How many people are getting married?
Are there more weddings happening?
Confidentiality.
I know there's supposed to be an Aura and a Nova.
Oh, cute!
But yeah, no, a lot of people have asked me for custom rings.
I
wish! I'm waiting!
I need him and Kaisu to do it because they look the exact same when they're both humans.
I need this to happen. I want to make a duck wedding ring.
You can do that?
No!
Duck wedding ring.
Put on his
It's just a normal wedding ring, but it's more like an ankle bracelet.
That's fucking beautiful.
An ankle monitor.
Exactly.
Where have you been?
Gosh.
With other duck ladies.
But no, yeah, I saw the building next to the spell shop. It's so cute.
He's so cute. Dude, she makes me want to kill myself every time I talk to her. She's so cute. I just want to do it, man. I just want to do it.
Wait, the horse teleports to you. That's cool.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's so powerful. Oh my god.
Let's be.
Oh, that was weird.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi. Hey, how's it going?
Was that you?
Oh, that's what I forgot to do.
No, I thought that was you. No, that's not.
Hello again.
That seems like something you would have done.
Hello.
Yeah, the last time I was here, you like threw rocks.
Wasn't
at
there a
the
thing
window.
I had to order from a pier before?
Did you have hurricane
I
ingots?
thought it was you.
How do you do?
No.
You just punched me in the stomach.
No, I'm trying. There was like a little frog up here before that I could order from.
Oh. You order from Mr. Mosby.
Oh. Oh.
I'm gonna tell Lyle.
What the fuck?
He ain't
gonna
gonna
tell
do shit.
I'm gonna tell him.
He ain't gonna do.
Oh yeah, you wanna bet?
I bet, bro. He ain't gonna.
Out of curiosity, is anyone selling any mending books here?
Oh.
Yeah.
We could sell some mending. Who says
Test
that?
Test
me.
Nothing's gonna
Sumire
happen. You're gonna talk to him, and nothing's gonna happen.
And you are Solen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Gonna happen because like, you don't give a fuck. Like I'm gonna do my own thing. Like, I just made him an outfit.
We still need to
I could like walk through fast. I just made him an
the
outfit.
gold moving.
I apologize. It is a little loud in here. Can you follow me outside?
How about 1 gold per book?
How many books you got?
I am not too sure. I would have to check. I know that we have for certain more than 1, but
If you can write me down for 4 if you have them. I'm trying to get my armor going. Everyone in their damn pocket dimension. What is this? What? What the fuck? How is the sign doing that? How is this Minecraft? What the fuck? What the fuck?
what?
Oh!
Okay, I only ask of you that you please bring any mending books you find here.
Yes, of course.
There we go. Here
You
are
said
your
1
4
gold for
books.
each?
You know what? No, it is fine. Just if you ever find more mending books, even books that have mending and something attached to it, please bring them to us.
Of course, thank you. Sorry, I didn't know that they were gonna suddenly make our armor take hardy.
Oh
Yes, of
yeah, no
course.
worries.
But thank you, I
Oh, I
appreciate
don't even
it.
have mending on my stuff. Huh?
Yeah, I made a really nice
I
set
tried
of
to get some.
armor for like, you know, ender mages, but I don't want to take it out yet unless I have mending on it.
That is very fair. It is only natural.
That's very fair.
So I've been on a hunt for mending books.
I hope you can continue to hunt and maybe find
I will continue hunting, worry not. I thank
we
you
need
for your
mending?
kindness.
We have about 11 books.
I see.
I thank you for your kindness. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Of
yes, of
course.
course.
May the light be with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The light. May the lamp. May the lamp be with you. That's pretty much a GIF in Java. I don't know, I just think it's so cool. I don't touch create stuff, and half of my friends also don't really touch create stuff. Like, they'll touch it here and there, but not to that point. So me seeing that type of create stuff is just like, what the fuck? Just genuine like surprise. I saw Magnolia was on earlier, but I wonder where Magnolia went. Magnolia. Is she not on anywhere? No, she is on. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take our armor back over there. We're gonna enchant it and shit. And then we're gonna start slapping shit on. Mending. No, not mending.
These nuts.
Fuck you.
Got him.
Hi, Zane. Create is amazing mod. I got hooked as soon as I tried. Like, it's like an advanced version of Redstone. See, that's the thing. I just suck at Redstone. The last time I tried doing Redstone, what's it called? I fucked up. I fucked up so badly. I remember I was trying to make like a vending machine, because in one of the mods I had, one of the servers I was on, they had a bunch of hats. It was like hats that dropped like gotcha bags. So I was like, okay, I want to make a vending machine of gotcha bags of like different tiers, because I've had a lot. I literally opened a hat shop. But, you know, I got this right. Oh, Magnolia!
Sumire, hi.
I had a question to ask you, actually.
You do?
Yeah. How do I put it? Would you like to come to the ball with me on the day of the ball?
Are you sure it should be me?
Yeah. I've been building up the courage all day to come and ask you, actually. I couldn't find you at your shop.
I'm scared.
Sorry.
I'm worried I'll fumble you.
Listen, I don't think you can fumble me as much as my ex did.
I see. Is it truly over with them, though?
Yes.
Admittedly,
as far as I've heard, I believe she is trying to court another.
Good, because I really don't want to get on the bad sides of the, like...
No, I understand.
I understand. We never quite got to start that conversation.
What conversation?
You're saying something about the Dashis, saying something about not trusting them, and then Thea walked in.
Yes, she interrupted. Oh, here, come along. We can finish this conversation. But from what we worry about in the Solen is that they're still on very good terms with the scientist who opened up that mysterious portal. The one that's been causing a bunch of corruption everywhere.
Right. Wait, the corruption's caused from... There's been like some assumption it is from that.
Yeah, I mean, it all started after that. I kind of think it makes some sense.
I see.
But we're all worried about it.
I'm not entirely sure where the corruption has been.
Oh, there's a big patch over in Selene, actually. We've been having to clean it up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I saw some on the way to the meeting, to one of my meetings. Yeah, where we discussed about how there is corruption now.
I've only heard of the rumors.
Yeah.
So wait, corruption where, though?
What do you mean?
Like everywhere? Just Celine?
No,
the
it's in a lot of places. I believe they're just being tasked to clean it up.
I see. I've not been sure on who to really trust at all, to be honest.
No, that is completely fair. I understand.
I'm not entirely sure about Vesper anymore.
Yeah, I remember you told me about that.
Yeah. The only person I feel like I can truly trust is Boss.
No, that's understandable.
Yeah, and if Boss has been following Fu for the last 50 years, I kind of have... Admittedly, I am still very nervous about them.
Listen,
but I trust Boss.
As far as I've gone, I am skeptical of everyone.
I'm... Same.
I am doing my part. I am staying in the walls, but I don't trust anybody right now.
Yes.
Well, aside from maybe you. And maybe like a handful of others.
At least I'm pure of heart to see you now.
I imagine someone who fed me on day one wouldn't be a bad person.
I hope so too.
I now have an infinite ham again, by the way.
Oh, congratulations.
I'm very happy with my infinite ham.
I've never come across one. Again, it's just been bread and apples.
I believe if you ask Duber, he's willing to give you another one.
Ooh! I'm trying to get Duber to give me one of those satchels.
Oh, the purple satchels?
Yeah. Unless you know someone else
I know someone else who sells them, but I know for the Solen, I believe it is free because it's Solen. But I think it's maybe like 1 gold for everyone else.
I can easily afford that.
I can take you to them if you want.
I would love to. And Sumire, I'll go to the masquerade with you. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, it's okay. I do that too when I am very excited. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Why did you bonk me?
I didn't. You bonked me.
I bonked you, but you got bonk.
Yeah, I do have bonk.
Yeah.
I get hit by a lot of people often. I have to have some protection on me.
I see.
Mind you, it's always accidental, but
Hmm. But I'd love to know who else is selling these satchels.
Yes, I believe their name is Tora Suckin.
Ah, yes. We met them yesterday. They were quite drunk, I think.
Yes, yes, yes. She's a very lovely person. She's going through a bit of a
Yes.
change right now.
Oh, how so?
I don't know if you remember when you first met her. She was a little spiteful towards Vesperin, but she's come a long way. She's come a very long way.
Was the one.
Yes, yes. She lost her she lost her entire election because of it.
Oh.
I think
They were in an election?
Oh, were you not there for the election?
Was
At the
it the
town
city
guard?
guard
Yeah,
election?
yeah.
I see. No, I wasn't.
Yeah, no. She fumbled the bag there, as they would say.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's okay though. She's changed a lot. Now she's a lover of everyone. She's trying to kiss everyone.
I've been seeing them time to time at Vesper.
Yes, I believe they found someone attractive over there, and now they are trying to smooch them.
Is Daniela right?
Who?
Or is it someone else?
I'm not sure who, honestly. All I've heard is that now they're a lover of all. Or, well, trying to be.
I see.
I feel like trying's the first step. Now you just have to hope she's actually here. This is where I last saw her. Oh, give me 1 second.
Confused, like, I have never met this piece, so I don't know why they would want to haunt me.
Have you guys seen Tora? Miss Suckin?
Tora might be in here. Daniela would probably be the best person to know where she is.
We're trying. I have a friend trying to purchase one of the purple bags.
Oh right, the purple bags. I forgot about them.
Daniela's in there, so Daniela probably knows.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
But they're most likely always in one of these floors.
Hello? She appears to be napping.
Yes.
I could possibly send her a pigeon.
But I do not believe accessible to the public.
Oh, I was wondering where you were.
Also, in the past, it was the only way they could enter.
I have somehow become hero of the village.
Oh, yeah, that just kind of happens around here. I don't know why exactly. Yeah, it's a little strange. I'm not sure why it happens sometimes, honestly.
Yeah.
Here, we can send pigeon for Miss Suckin over here. It is quite unfortunate. It seems we missed her though. See, I wanted to move over here because I really like the pretty trees.
Right, but then the wardens. Or are you moving back here?
Oh no, God no.
Oh.
Not that there's anything wrong here, but when I lived in the apartments, the walls were really thin.
But didn't you... you tried making a house over there?
Yeah, and then I realized I don't want to walk back and forth everywhere.
I see.
Yeah. So my house has gone unfinished, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wanting to purchase a purple bag from you. Is it possible to buy one? Hi, Badlands! Thank you for the pat. Whoop whoop! Hi! Okay, I have sent her a pigeon. May she respond soon. I'll be so honest, I realize I don't come to Celine that often.
Yeah, it's been a few days since I've last been in Celine, really.
Yeah. This is really nice, though.
It is.
Ah, okay. She says we can come see her in Selene, so I believe she'll be here soon.
Beautiful.
Now be on your best behavior.
I've been good.
You have been. You have been. I just don't want to scare her off.
Why do you think I'll scare them?
Again, she's trying to reform from, hating Vesperin to loving everyone. I don't want her to falter slightly.
I think I'll do well.
Okay. I believe she might be on the next train. Maybe.
Oh, wait.
Oh, never mind. Hello. Oh, hi.
Oh, sorry. Accident. Just keep this. Oh, yep.
All right.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. This is my friend who wanted to purchase one of the purple bags.
Oh,
Hi.
okay. And you are a...
She's willing to pay. This is a magnolia.
No, like, what faction? It's just...
To be honest, I'm not really sure anymore.
She's kind of going through a bit of a crisis right now.
Well, you know what? Since you're going through a crisis, I only assume that means you're considering Selene?
I'll put it on the table.
Well, if you are half and half, I can give you a discount on half.
All right.
So that'll be 5 gold.
I can loan you some if you want some.
I'll pass.
You'll pass?
Yeah, I'll pass.
I'll do it for 2 gold.
I'll do it for 2.
You drive a hard bargain. I also forgot my regular prices, so I gave you the wrong price anyway.
Sorry.
Thank you for doing
never
this,
mind.
Miss Suckin.
You can't do it?
Oh, is
I
your
can
purse
do it.
broken?
I got it.
It is very worth it. A lifetime.
They are so
deal.
good.
I'll go get that for you right away. Just you can wait in the teleportation hub.
Okay. See, it went well.
Full of Selene?
Yes.
I am. Are you a person of Selene?
I am. I mean,
You
I live
am.
in the
I think what you said really helped sell it. She's doing her best, but being faithful has always been her thing.
Right.
Well, to her religion, not her people.
Hello.
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 We're
I'm
waiting
also
in
waiting
here
for-
from the rain.
Is it raining outside?
Well, it was at one point.
Oh, it stopped.
Well,
I didn't even know it was raining.
Like if you hit me with
it was raining
which,
for a bit.
Which doll that is?
I
It looks so
have
cool.
no idea.
It's adorable.
It's really cute, though.
Is P alright?
You're doing great, P.
Just a quick acid bath. Everything is okay.
I would kill for P.
Why did I not take knockback? Country again? Huh. I wonder why I'm not taking knockback.
I would kill for P.
Weird. Maybe. I thought that I'm not wearing armor, so I don't understand. But at least that should help you with like if a mob ever gets too close. She'll like push them back so you can cast spells at them from a safe distance.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Of course. Glad to help. And greetings.
Hi.
I do not think I've met you before. Or have I?
I mean, we might have. I'm Magnolia.
You feel stronger already, P.
Nice to
I
meet you,
work-
Magnolia.
Flower
I'm-
gambling.
I'm
What is
Luciana,
flower gambling?
Enchantress of the Forge.
I might run over to
What is flower gambling?
the item place because I need to put the spells that I
What?
bought back on my stuff.
Oh, there was a very loud
You can put
pigeon about flower gambling.
Oh, I mean,
I
my
see.
book. My book.
Ah, okay.
Oh, flower gambling. I think that's at the, at the casino. I've seen signs for
Oh.
it. I'm very curious about it.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Gambling. Are you gambling with actual flower, or is it just like a flowery name for it?
I think it's a special type of gambling.
Oh, maybe.
Hi. Also, I'm doing really good. Thank you for asking.
But yeah, I work
made
with
pancakes.
Bells at Bell's Blocks. I gather
I
resources.
made pancakes earlier.
Oh.
Mostly building supplies, but yeah.
I'll come to you if I need more
Interesting.
supplies for my house.
Out
Yeah,
of
I might request your
curiosity,
help in the future when I actually am building my house in the cross.
out of curiosity, is pigeon spelled with a D or without?
With a
D.
Have I been spelling it wrong?
Well, I don't. In French, it's not with a D, so I think we're still fine. Just say you're French.
I'm
Just say you're
French.
you're fine.
I'm French
Oh,
now.
let's go, Moisey!
Yay!
I
I haven't taken French in years.
Oh, hello.
It's okay. It's okay.
I took
French
it in
enough.
math school.
Morning, Daniela.
Oh, hello!
Oh, you're up from your nap.
Oh, I love your little dress.
Oh, thank you.
It's so pretty and glowy.
Thank you. What's up?
I believe they were looking for Tora, and they were waiting for you to wake up so they could ask you where Tora
Oh
is.
yes, Tora's already getting us the bags.
Yes.
Yeah, waiting in line.
Okay. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I made pancakes. I made buttermilk pancakes. They were delicious.
I shall probably go back to sleep.
Dog.
Oh, I can take it.
Oh, I got this. Nice. Money, 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 money.
Oh, there's more.
Yeah. I don't want to cast fire breath on you.
Oh, I should be fine. Sumire. Cast fire breath on me right now? Just to see.
Oh! You're so beefy!
So do not worry.
I need to go through my beefy arc. I need to go through my bodybuilding arc.
Yeah, I have become a proper
I don't know
paladin
which
after
one
so
is
long.
actually better, but I
I'm
think when you
so
do
impressed.
when you do a roll in roller skates,
Yeah, look
you
at
go
her!
super
She's
fast.
taking everything!
Oh, I never tried rolling.
I also
Yeah.
have
But like it does take like a lot of
improved.
food still though.
Ooh. Oh my, you've gotten much better at that. I'm very impressed right
And
now.
Haste 5 allows you to attack really, really quickly.
Oh.
I am stunned. That is a massive sword.
Right? A devil gave it to me. I think I might have sold my soul in exchange, but I'll figure it out later.
I have a pretty sword too. Unfortunately, any weapon in my hand just kind of doesn't show up.
I keep falling off the balcony.
It is this one though.
Ooh.
It looks so cool.
I am just sad and it does not show.
I'm still using the glaive.
Oh.
Yeah, the one you. I think you bought a similar one from Duber, right?
Hello.
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 For you. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Oh, hi.
I hope you enjoy your space.
Hello, I am currently.
Thank you.
It is the greatest thing ever.
No worries.
It's so good.
Thank you again, Lady Tora.
The dress commissions have been
Thank
pretty
you so much.
popular.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They have been. Do you want one? I can actually do it this time. I'm speedrunning tomorrow.
Where is
Oh, I thought you were still making it.
Have a good
Yes,
night.
Tora is a really good
Oh,
fashion
yeah, good luck
designer.
gambling also if you're going.
And I will be doing that.
Goodbye.
Right now.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
I do have to hurry back to Atelier. I have a
Yes.
I have an appointment with the commission man.
Yes. The commission man. I'll be seeing you around.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
I have a date. Yeah. I have a date to the dance. Yeah. Let's go. How many people are you dating? Just the one. My previous you know, date did not go well.
Same tree. I mean, that's
Yeah.
resourceful.
The previous person I was dating didn't go well. We went through a bit of a breakup.
But it, you know, some people liked it so much. I was like, well, I'll have to leave it here for a bit.
It's quite cute. Oh, is this your client?
This is
I'm here for my appointment. Sorry, I was helping my magnolia. I was helping Magnolia get a pretty bag.
I'm gonna go tell her what you. I'm telling her what you
No,
said.
no. It's over.
Add that to the list.
See, I messed up. I messed up. I'm taking her to the dance. To the ball. I messed up. Anyways.
I don't think it's messed up. Do you want to take them to the ball?
Yeah.
What's messed up about it? That sounds like you're right where you want to do.
Right. Anyways, so about this art commission thing, I had a tiny request. I talked about it with Crunch last night. Is there any way to get a piece of art of me holding Crunch?
Absolutely, I can do whatever you desire.
How much would that be again?
Well, let's see. The base portrait just for yourself, as I've been doing, would be 5 gold for yourself. If this would be more of a recreation, or like I don't know if this is a memory or something, but since it's 2 individuals, it would be a little more. But we can meet in the middle of that.
Would you like 15?
I mean, I was thinking 10, and then if you didn't have 10, because I know you didn't have 5.
Oh, I have money now.
Of course, I had.
See, the extra 5 is more of a, you know, a tip.
Well, how could I say no? But
for your hard work.
You really don't have to. I'm alright with the 10.
No, take my money.
Alright. Well, I will put you in queue, because I did want to continue more of the shop today, but I just have this massive headache.
Oh, no, you're okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it closed a bit, but I did want to jot down your commission so I can do it in the in-between moments.
Would you need me to send you references in the Great Discordia?
Yes.
Okay.
That is an addendum, which is if you need it to look a specific way, I would appreciate you can send me a reference directly or whatever you wish. I have an idea of what Crunch looks like. I've interacted with them a lot.
Yes.
It's that I could probably do without that one, but for yourself, of course. And you want holding him up or
either?
Just
like together, you know. He seems very pick upable. So if you can do like me carrying him in my arms, like in a different life they would call this a Pokemon. That would be appreciated. But if not, honestly, artist interpretation, really.
I'm writing it down in my note here, in my sketchbook. Because there is
Crunch,
this
I did it!
2 more that I have from yesterday, and I will probably get to those later.
Yes,
but
of course.
I'm putting you down.
Yes, I will send you references in the Great Discordia soon.
Of course, I appreciate it. And thank you
I
for
appreciate
trusting me with your
you.
Alright.
I wish you luck with your headache. I'm so sorry your head hurts.
No, don't worry about it. It's just I must have slept on the ground funny because I did just sleep here.
Oh no, your neck must hurt too.
Yeah, I'm a wanderer. It comes with the territory. You know? But yes, may fortune favor you, friend.
Yes, may it favor you as well. Good luck with your headache. Okay. Commission acquired! See, maybe I'll come back and ask for one of me and Magnolia later. Maybe I'll come back and ask for one of Magnolia and me later, you know, for the ball. Hand me your skin and it shall be yours. Blank block bench? Shut them up there. Sorry, I'm doing two things right now. Which one is this one? This one's Sumire test, yes. Maybe I'll go in with Magnolia soon. Copy. Paste. This, right? I'm assuming they want the BB model thing. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to sit properly. There you go. Okay, because on one side I have Tora making me an outfit for the ball. On the other side, I have this little, like, commission thingy. And my body wants to go crunch crunch. I need to go pee. I gotta go pee really fast. Okay, I'm gonna put you guys some Gordon while I go pee. Yeah, so many Sumire commissions. Tora's being really nice about it. I think Tora really wants to make a bunch of dresses. Doko desu ka? Ah, so desu ka. Also, enjoy your lurkey. Thank you so much for being here. I do really have to go pee though. I must go piss, sis. Okay. More kitchen nightmares. I'm gonna run ads really fast just so you know sorry, I'm gonna go run ads really fast. I'll be right back. BRB, I gotta go pee.
We are cleaning the toilet. Oh, hold on. I thought I was being talked to in game. I was like, what? Okay. I have returned from pee. I wonder what Magnolia's reaction was to me calling her my Magnolia. That one actually just slipped out. That wasn't even on purpose. That was a genuine just whoop. Teehee, teehee. Sure, it did. Rocky Hop is off screen. Yeah, I don't think she's streaming right now. Unfortunately. Much to my dismay, I don't think I don't think she's streaming. I would have loved to gone back and seen that. Okay, we're gonna go back to my actual music, by the way. Oh, I gotta find Salza. Sorry, I have to send. I have to send Salza the fucking reference. Shut them up. Bum bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Hold on, I gotta message Crunch really fast. Do I have him as a friend? No, I don't think so. Hold on. Sorry, Sallow, I gotta bother you. Sorry, Sallow, I must bother you. Hey, can you send me a ref of Crunch? The artist thingy. I don't know, I feel so weird messaging people sometimes that I don't have like explicit permission for, you know? I feel weird. Like if I don't have explicit permission from someone, I feel weird just being like, hey, slides into your DMs. What is up, my guy? Thank you for the pat chaos. Like I don't think they care because we talked about it yesterday. But my brain feels I told you so. I told you so. Oh, that was fast. Thank you. Crunch. Thank you again. I can't type again. Okay. Oh, hello.
It's done by me just cutting through.
Yeah, no worries. Just a random fucking walks through. Okay.
I do want to see what the flower gambling thing is. Ah, wrong one. That one. But hi, Viola. How are you? Geistin.
Sumire!
Hello! Hi! Hello!
okay.
I heard about flower gambling and I wanted to see what it was.
Oh, yeah, flower gambling.
Oh!
Come with me, come with me.
There's so much excitement.
I probably should be on my way here shortly.
Okay. No, you need to gamble. You need to gamble before you go. Just one. Come here.
All right, I'll do
What is happening?
Here, Marcus will demonstrate for you.
Okay, okay.
Alright, you need 3 flowers in a row, horizontally, diagonally, or vertically. All right. You have 3 Bomeo to place wherever you would like. House places. And I think that's everything. How much would you like to bet?
Let these two be. Here, does anyone have one piece of copper that I could borrow for a moment?
Oh yes.
Well, Matthias, how was your day?
Here you are.
Oh, why? It's been quite busy. I will have to.
I think I have to go back to. I
studies
gotta go back to the other music. I'm sorry.
You know what? The gambling. Doing a bit of part-time Let's up work the
All
for stakes,
right. I'll let you know the top loser of the day has lost 10 gold.
Because there's voices happening and the music has voices, I don't want to overstim anyone.
No matter how hard he tries.
Oh.
All right. Well, I'll start in this back corner.
All right. You have a full flower already.
The voices
You're
in my
in position
head
to
are,
win either vertically this way
saying,
or hold on. I'm so scared to hit you. Hold on. All right, there we go.
I don't. The middle close to you.
The middle close to me. Okay, right here.
Really?
You won already.
Oh, wow.
I will give you a chance to triple your money. You have one more place to put your bone meal.
Can you do a dance?
Time.
You should do a dance.
If I wait, so is it triple or nothing?
Yeah.
No. You will get 2 gold no matter what.
Okay. I'll do one in this corner here.
Oh, this corner?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't
Oh my goodness,
Get
well,
it,
no
get it.
triple, but you did just show up,
Don't
Duber.
stop.
Everyone is
Get
showing
it,
up,
get
Duber.
Is Duber not doing well at this one?
How is this? Am I dancing?
There is a gambling.
Yes, you are. Why do the
Duber, are you not doing well at this one?
But what's that?
You have purple dye.
He left high. We didn't get him.
Purple dye?
Hello.
Okay.
I have
Who would like to
lapis.
gamble next? Who would like to come next? Marcus, you sure you don't want to come?
Oh. I think I have sunflowers at home. I can go check in a moment.
Okay.
I'll see you soon then, Miss Mary.
I got a message.
Toss me in, mushroom lady.
You? Alright, how much?
Yes, I'd love to. I'd really love
Cool.
to.
Do I hand this to you first?
Yes, you have to pay me first, sorry.
We'll take some photos together, yeah?
2 gold? Alright. Where do you want to place?
In the middle.
I promise I'll have
In the
something
middle?
pink for you
Okay.
by then.
Oh, I'll need to update the table. Alright, where would you like your second? You're in position to win that.
Let's do this one.
Oh, okay. Second Bomeo a bust. Where would you like the third?
Right next to the purple one, right here.
Right here?
Yeah.
Alright. You did not win.
It's okay, Duper. I've joined you.
Don't worry. Wait, hold on. Mary, was that your secret admirer?
I've joined you, Duper. It's okay. The flowers don't like us. I agree.
Can I play? I don't even know what it is.
You boned me on the ground, apparently.
What do you bone meal the ground? I don't have any bone meal.
Oh no, you need to talk to the mushroom lady.
We'll have you, I believe, once they're done with their conversation.
Oh, hi, Matthias.
Hello, Sumire. I hope you're doing wonderful.
I'm doing quite well, actually.
That's good. That's good. How have your ventures with the shop
I just
been?
want to get some more plushies.
Pretty well, actually. I stopped selling a bunch of stat rings, and now I just mostly sell wedding rings and I'm sorry rings.
Oh my goodness.
I also now sell bouquets.
Bouquets. Well, I believe the sentiments are important around here.
Love
People
is in
seem
the
quite
air.
romantically-
It's like a
Yes,
disease.
I do agree. Especially after that wedding, it seems that very many are taking after the two and tying themselves a knot, you could say.
What is
What I
happening?
get? A whole bunch
Have
of
you played the
cans.
flower gambling yet?
Yes, I have lost many a coin to this.
Oh, me too.
Although
I
will
lost
say,
two.
yes, two gold, you say? Yes, I I do mourn your loss. However, I do believe it's something of the price of entertainment.
Yes, yes.
It's something of a dangerous hobby to watch others come in and give it
Why
their
is
try,
there
I
a
will say.
pole in the middle?
I believe it was for breaking it down, as I've heard.
Oh.
Who would like to give him more? If anyone has bone meal out
Wait,
of bones
can
or
someone
bones-
please give me a bronze so I can open my Ascension?
You
Yes,
wanna
yes, give me
gamble?
one moment. I've got you.
Come here. Do you need a
Yeah,
bronze?
there you go.
What do I have to do? I don't even know
Oh, there we go.
Oh, over here.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna go grab my bone meal and see if I can get you any flowers.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
You're gambling? I was! Okay, listen, the flower gambling is actually seeming a lot more better than the other gambling. I'm weak. I'm weak, okay? I'm weak. I'll admit it. I'm weak as fuck, dude. There's flower gambling now. I need to get red dye for Duber. I'll do anything for Duber. I will fucking do anything for Duber. I forgot about the flower pigeon. I'm trying to make a mask. A flower pigeon? Oh, I'm trying to make a mask. Frown or smiley face? You're trying to make a mask? Oh, is it for the ball? Yes, I remember. Okay. That is red. Does this actually do what I think it does? Fuck. Flowers for Duber. Duber need red. Because I need one for the model now. Wallow! Wallow, I love you. You do not need a mask for the 2D. Wallow set! I do? Do you really? Wallow set, you're lucky I love you. I swear to God. Hi, Noobles. Welcome in. Hi. Welcome to Slushy Makes Red Dye for Very Tiny Lad. But how are you, Noobles? I hope you're doing well.
Quite a crowd.
Duber, you take this one. Maybe you have a
Duber.
more magical touch than I do. I have to help the voices really quickly. Duber will assist you.
Does Tiny Wallow need a mask?
Oh god, she's gambling.
Bro,
Stop gambling.
I want to say no, but I also think it'd be really fucking cute.
Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. I know you as Moth Lady. What is your name?
Oh, I'm Sumire. I also only know you as Mushroom Lady.
Mushy.
Oh, I wasn't that far off.
You have the magic hand. It's true. Admittedly, it's true.
How do you play this machine?
Would you like to gamble
well,
next?
do you have any?
Oh, I just brought some flowers for Duber.
Not on that parcel.
Do you have
Don't
any
go
flowers?
inside.
Can I steal balls?
Yes, I'll go
Oh,
inside.
yeah.
I'll be right back.
Thank you.
That's all I have right now.
Payment?
Yes, I can
No, it's not fine.
Thank you. Okay, I have to tend to the voices really quickly. I'll be back.
Yeah, I just sneezed. I'm sorry.
Waited. Oh. Whoa.
Oh.
He's beautiful.
Duber.
Here you are.
I'm super. Oh.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
I bring you roses.
Oh.
No, it's a little guy. I suppose I could set you free now.
Do you want it?
Did you want to stay here with us, Duber?
Oh, Duper will be
What?
back. Duper gotta make stuff for his
Wait,
people,
were
but-
you here just for the red dye from the flowers?
Yeah.
He wants purple. I did kidnap him. I kidnapped him for this. He's fun to be around. We love Duber, and so we
We
kidnapped
do
him
love
and he took
Duber.
photos.
That is
Where is he?
Duber.
Duper will be back, but Duper will go around town later taking pictures.
Advertise the flower
Eh.
gamble, Duber.
Eh.
Thank you, Duber. Thank you.
Oh. Okay.
Goodbye,
I'll see
Duber.
you, Duber.
What are all these
Goodbye.
things for?
Did you get smaller, Duber?
He did. Show a Duber.
Oh, this is
Eh.
yours.
Oh.
Apologize.
Oh, what was it?
Yeah, I was like, you seem
Is it
different. Not by a lot, but you seem slightly different to me.
Eh.
Where'd you get?
Yeah. Okay, run along, little Duber.
What is
Alright, so you
it?
put that on here. And wait for the magic.
There goes
Iron?
Doobs.
Oops. Is this why there's a shortage of iron?
Bro, I love Dougie. Dougie is great. We need to finish our raft game. Otherwise, Yoy and Darkfire will kill us. Yoy and Darkfire will kill us if we never come back. See, I really wanted to grind for levels, but apparently the level grinding is just kind of fucked. So I'm kind of like, do I mean, I can get more money. I should go get more money. This tiny wallow need a mask. Oh, Wallow set, I wish you luck. I wish Wallow set all the luck with her ideas. Which ones are the ones I have now? Grab all these. Tiny Wallow needs a harness for the speed. Oh my god, that's so true. Bro, she's running so fast everywhere, and I've watched her stream here and there, and I'm like, bro, poor Tiny Wallow would not be able to hold on. Tiny Wallow is screaming the entire ride, I swear to god. Shadow Slash. That's 3. Echoing Strikes. What is Echoing Strikes? I'll take off Magic Arrow for now. Ooh! Portal. I don't really use Portal. Teleport, Black Hole. Oh, it does use 500 mana, right? Starfall. Oh, I can't do that one anyways. It's level 5. It's a strike, which echoes. Me when I fucking get you. You think you're so fucking funny. You're a little funny. You're a little funny, but I'll never tell. Why is iron in here?
Put this there. That there. Okay. I have things I need to get enchanted. Okay. Hold shift for summary. Placing it right above an open soul fire may have side effects. If I do... I'm not sure still why I was given this spell. I was just kind of given the bell. I love the Nier soundtrack so fucking much. It's so pretty. It is such a pretty soundtrack. I do kind of want to see what it does. Where is... There it is. It's too powerful! Me when I... Ooh. Me when... Ooh. That's I remember getting my butt beat to the last song in the Final Fantasy Nier. Because the music... Genuinely though, not Fire Emblem, Final Fantasy music in general and Nier music is so good. I kind of want to get back into Final Fantasy. My friend Kato a while ago gave me a... They gave me a time card for my birthday. I have not... Okay, I have it still. I had not used it because at the very moment they gave me this time card, all my fucking friends got busy with a job or some other type of thing. And I didn't want to play it by myself. So I just never did it. The good thing is the time card doesn't expire, but like genuinely, I've been holding on to this damn time card for fucking ages. Because I had no one to play with. I still want to play. I really want to play it at some point. I am a sprout. I left off past A Realm Reborn. I'm in like that middle phase between end of Realm Reborn / whatever the fuck the next one is. And I want to play. But no one wants to play with me. Or at the time, no one wanted to play with me. I know nowadays I have like a Wallow set somewhere and like a few other friends. I'm not gonna lie. After the what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, after the Hightail SMP, I met so many people who were like, Slushy, you need to get into this fucking game. We will literally play with you. Just tell us when. So now I have a lot of people who want to play with me. I just then got busy with this SMP. That's expanding. That is like the one unfortunality. I got busy again afterwards. Don't get me wrong, I'm having a blast. But I kind of can't play Final Fantasy right now. I love how Hightail got you so many. I'm so happy. Okay, genuinely, I I'm grateful to the Hightail server, incredibly so. I met so many people, and a lot of those people are still bothering me today. Well, I call it bothering, but you know what I mean. Like, Dark sends me a message every other day when he can. I know Mayo has been dragging me everywhere, or has been trying to drag me everywhere. Like, Mayo, from just meeting Mayo alone, that motherfucker's dragged me to like, what, 2 collabs now? And is dragging me to a 3rd, hopefully. Like, I'm so happy that the Hightail thing went really fucking well. Cause I literally knew next to no one in that server, right? I knew literally nobody in there, and I was so nervous. I saw Chroma and Penny were in the server literally like the day of the server. There were so many people, right? Mayo is a homie. Okay, no, I'm continuing. Let me finish. I'm telling a story. But you know, like all that happened, and yeah, I don't know, it's really nice. I go chill in Yoi's stream like every so often when I can. I know Dovira still, like, Dovira lurks in my streams from time to time. I haven't, okay. It's very important that people start conversations with me, because I get in my head about it, and I'm like, I don't wanna, like, you know, I don't wanna, like, bother people. But, like, I know Dovira sometimes lurks in chat, I know, like, we still talk to Dougie. Obviously, we talk to Dougie. Have you seen Dougie? At Duber. Yes, it's a... I don't know. I love them. I do wanna talk to a lot of people. Those are the people I've had the chance to, like, consistently talk to, but I still want to try to set up things with the rest of the people. I know a lot of the people still interact with a bunch of my stuff, and I've had some of them come in here from time to time, and I'm very appreciative, extremely appreciative, especially because a lot of them did hear, like, I told a lot of them, like, yeah, I'm gonna be busy for the next 2 weeks, unfortunately, because I do have the big SMP. But like we've had a chance to also like hang out with Trashy and Nui alongside Mail. I want to try doing something with Frosted at some point. I have not had. I need to plan something for that specifically. We also hung out with Punter. I need to drag that old man into more stuff. Happy? It was a bigger list. You had to let me finish though. You hear what happens when you let a ghost finish their damn story? You hear more about people. God, next time let me finish. Some H. Okay. Ah. I love when I start flying when I'm climbing up the stairs. Happy. And yeah. I will say, the one really good thing about the SMP ending, my sleep schedule will finally go back to normal. The week after Hightail, I had fixed my schedule and I was sleeping at 12 a.m. on the dot, right? Maybe 1 a.m. sometimes. And then I fucked it all up again for this. I then proceeded to fuck it all up for this SMP. And I'll go to sleep at like 5 a.m. sometimes. Maybe 6. I'm gonna get yelled at. I'm sensing a slushy in my near future. What does the sign say? I thought that sign said something. Never mind. What are these? I don't know. No, you just get a sad look of disappointment. Shit. Multi-roll. Ooh, what is Leaf Walker? Is there an anvil? Yeah. Feetsies. You just get the sad look of disappointment and the ever so sad, the ever slow sad shake. I'm sorry. What is rebounding? There you go. This works for me. That's why I brought my protection. Meep! Meep meep! Merp merp! I do think people are getting tired of me playing Minecraft though. When hit, enemies are not back. Ooh, okay. Also, ow. Ow. But yeah, I get the feeling people are slowly getting tired of Minecraft. Understandable, of course. I have been playing a lot of fucking Minecraft. I can tell. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my bones though. Why? I need to figure out what game series I want to start after this all ends. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what game series I want to start after. I know I owe you guys a 24-hour stream. I do owe you guys a 24-hour stream of any game specifically you guys want. I don't know which one though. You want to play Mafia? Ooh, what the fuck is Mafia? Ooh. I will. I'm not gonna do the 24-hour stream like immediately after I was gonna say Hightail. I'm not gonna do it immediately after the SMP, I promise. Okay, we do need to go get more levels. Let's go get more levels. We have some stuff. I do think I should put some lapis in here though. I feel like I took a lot of lapis. Let me put some back. The mobile game. There's a mobile game called Mafia? But no, I promise you. Here's the thing. Okay. Oh, hello, sir. I did not notice you. Holy shit. Hello, hi. What's it called? So the server ends on Saturday. I will not be streaming Sunday. I will be busy doing other obligations. That I cannot speak about. I'm doing a thing and then I'm gonna go get sushi with Oki and some of his friends afterwards as a sweet treat. Cause boy do I need it. Boy am I gonna need it. But yeah, so Sunday I won't be streaming. I'll be taking my break day. I don't want to, but depending, because I'm assuming the last day of the SMP might be slightly overstimulating, especially if everyone gets on at once. So depending how that goes, I might just, como se dice, take an extra day off. I've seen a lot of people after SMPs do long ass fucking streams recapping what the fuck happened in the SMP. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Oh no, to me it seems kind of redundant at times. That's just a personal preference as a content person. No shit to the people who do it. Just for me, it kind of seems a little redundant to... What the fuck happened there? Kind of seems a little redundant to me to be like, oh yeah, this thing, that thing. You know, we're gonna talk about the very same thing you watched. You just finished watching. Like, I'll talk about it a little bit. Like, we can talk about it like while I'm doing art streams, but I don't think I want to dedicate a whole live stream to it, if that makes sense. Oh, it's the guy again. Burn! Burn! Burn, motherfucker! Burn! Die! Acupuncture's on cooldown. Yeah! Fuck you. I win. This is called an I win moment. I win. What was I saying? Oh, what are these? Requires ethereal spirit to use. Resistance too. I have one of those. I have a lot of those actually. How is it a one-time use? Of us? Of us what? What happened? Sorry. Oh, I need you guys. I need you guys to do stuff with. Yay. No, I need to use you guys for crafting though. I'm sorry. It's kind of come to this. You understand, right? You get it, right? Right? Crunch, crunch. Listen, I assume they might sell stuff at the ball. And also I kinda wanna commission Salza next for a kinda wanna commission Salza next for a art of me and Magnolia. So I need money. Unless Salza tells me he's cutting me off. Oh, that's fine. Loot may be reduced. I can just take my potion, it's fine. I'm working on it. Go away. Get fucking black hole, motherfucker. Die. Perish and die. Oh, Race is dead. Amethyst, attack speed. I like how I saw one of them get sucked up. I watched one of them get sucked up for trying to come next to me. And I don't know why, but my brain thought it was the silliest thing ever. Warglaive. Speed, I already learned that. Oh nice, look at all this experience, guys. Nice. How lovely. I have 43 minutes here. I might just kind of let them spawn in for a moment and, like, you know, farm levels. Oh, I need to get a belt. That's a thing I need to get. I want to get a belt. Ba, 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 ba. Baggy. Diamond amulet. I haven't seen that spawn. Look, more things I cannot use. On the bright side, I think a lot of people are actually looking for runes right now. I can probably sell the runes off for a pretty penny. Probably. I know there's quite a few people looking for those. I'm breaking. I don't know why people are looking for book. I think people are just trying to get strong really fast. I don't know. Like, a part of it makes sense, but everyone's all at once now looking for runes. And that part, to me, is kind of like... Huh? A lot's about to happen in these next few days. I assume some shit's gonna get very sick and twisted really fast. This. Ow, my neck! Grant's poison. I guess I'll take it. Do I really need it? Not really, but... Give me this bag back. I kind of wish there was a way for me to, like... What's it called? Just open all my money bags at once. You. I already know you. You. Do all that. Novelty drinking hat. Yippee! Hi Drago, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I'm really just here for the money. Oh boy. That's density. Nephrite. What is nephrite? Hold on. Have fun! Oh no, they're dying! What a shame! Oh no, they're dying! Oh no! Is this what we call going insane? Am I weird for laughing at that? Nah. Anyways. Hey, you. You. Fuck. Listen, it's fine. I need the experience anyways. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Well, bam, 7. Money. Blast protection. How much do I care about blast protection? Not too much. This feels evil. Well, they're the ones trying to kill me. I'm just trying to get my loot. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to rob their home. I don't understand why they're being so mean. You know? Like, just let me do my thing. I'm not hurting you. I wasn't trying to hurt you until you started hurting me. Chorus totem. That seems kind of cool, actually. That actually seems really cool. I like that. Charm. Oh, am I already wearing the other? Oh, is the heart thing a charm? I think the heart thing's a charm, right? Fuck, I need that belt. Maybe Duber has a belt. Hi. Give me one moment. Get in there. Yeah, nice. Nice. I did it. I thought you were good moth. Excuse me, I am good moth. The fuck you mean? I am good moth towards everyone else. I just don't give a shit about pillagers. Considering the pillagers keep trying to kill me. Also, listen, we're all a little evil inside somewhere. I'm just saying. You see the wall of dead they have? You see this wall of dead they have, and you're defending them? Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Them literally cut off people's heads and put them there. But I'm the bad moth. Just saying. You threw that guy into... And they killed a bunch of captains! I fail to see what the problem is. Have fun, friend. Anyways. Listen, it just kind of happens. But I'm not evil. I'm good, moth. Though honestly, with what I did the other day, might be a little lamp corrupt. With what might have happened the other day, I might be just a little bit lamp corrupt. It's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. God, I love Sarybot so much. Can someone give Sarybot a good bot? I know he's just a little robot lad or like a little bot man, but he's been doing a really good job the entire time of the SMP. Bro's been doing a damn good job. Like, apparently there's been a lot of bots that come in and it's just smacking them. I think it has to be without emotes, unfortunately. Ice skates? 1 experience point for each second of acceleration from the ability skating. Oh, this is specifically on ice. Do that. Oh, fuck, not you. Oh, slumbering lich blade. What the fuck? Okay, shit. Movement speed experience. Oh, that's actually kind of good. That's actually kind of good. I'm not gonna lie. Loyalty. Already have that. Aqua Walker. I assume this is just me walking. Yeah. Money, bin of arthropods. I like how I just found a random ass gold coin. Okay, cool, thanks. Just random ass gold coin I found. Okay. Da 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 da. Casting movement speed. Do I really need casting movement speed? I mean, I guess it helped for like backing away, but oh my god! I found another infinite ham. Ayy. We love us infinite ham. That. There's a chest back here. I almost forgot. Magic missile. I already have magic missile. Money. Devour. I can't use it, but ooh. Da 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 da. Da da. Okay. All right. There you go. Let's go kill whoever's left. They said in a very bad way. Perish. There they go again. Oh, and it's also getting the phantoms. Yay! Get the fuck in there. Get the fuck in there. Get. How dare you fucking hit me. Stop hitting me. Get the fuck in there. Bitch. Anyways. Listen, they're hitting me first. I need this to be perfectly clear. They're hitting me first. I'm not doing anything. They're being mean. I'm just trying to live my peaceful life, and they're here just being so mean. I didn't even mean to do anything to them. There is lag. Of course Starfall's now on cooldown. Of course I cannot use that. Of course I cannot use that. Burn, motherfucker. I'm gonna cast it again, I swear to fucking God. Die. Anyways. I'm being harassed by pillagers. But chat thinks I'm being mean. I'm not being mean. I am killing what I must kill. Oh, I pulled this man up forward. Being Buzo for the evil you're doing. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm defending myself. So the norm, exactly. Exactly. I'm just trying to farm the pillagers. For levels, for my armor. I don't think it's that bad. I like how it's hitting everywhere but this one specific pillager. Die. I am merely trying to get my levels so that I may level up my armor. That is all. Mm-hmm. Ha ha. I have so many arrows in me. Holy shit. There's so many arrows in me. Oh boy. This is fine. This is fine, surely. Ooh. Ooga, ooga, ooga. I can cast another black hole. Here we go! Hiya, motherfucker! In my defense, they broke in here first. I didn't do nothing. They broke in here first, technically. I kind of want this cast time reduction ring. Can someone remind me after we get out of here to ¿cómo se dice? To get a fucking belt. Go ask Duber if he has a belt or something. Like a charm belt. Or just a belt. Yoink. Money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Oh, there's so many of you. Hello. Money. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Who the fuck shot me? Who is shooting me? Oh. You're dead. Get fucked. Bye. I was about to say fuck! My money! My money is fine. Bada bada, bada bada bada, bada bada, bada bada bada, bada bada, bada bada bada. Bada bada. Sorry, I had that song stuck in my head. I don't know how many people actually know that song. But it's like a Tato song, like Casa de Tato. It's like I'm a diva, bada bada da 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 da. Have fun! I closed the door now. What a nice day, am I right? I can't level it up. Oh. Maybe I do need one of those potions that makes me really hungry. If I just do this.
P Lucky Cat's just raided with 1 viewers.
Lucky Cat and Milo the Puppy Cat. Thank you so much for the raids. Hello Raiders, my name is Slushieghost. I am a ghost overlord Elfwitch VTuber thing. Trying to explain my lovely ghost cult. When you ghost at a time, welcome, welcome. How was your stream? I hope everything went well. What were you guys up to? What were you playing? I am having a lovely stream. I'm currently in a Minecraft SMP called AdVenture Ascension, where I am playing a moth named Sumire, who is very lamp obsessed. I am full of arrows, worry not. I have so many arrows in me. It is okay, I am fine. I'm currently trying to farm levels on this ship. You were playing Oddspark. What is Oddspark? I've never heard of Oddspark. What is that? If you don't mind explaining. Eh. Oh, it's still on cooldown. Can I? Nope. Any day now. Let me cast my spell any day now. But I hope you both had a good stream. If you need to raid and run or do any post-stream care of any kind, please feel free to. Thank you so much for the raids. I genuinely appreciate it. And thank you so much for stopping by. Please do take good care of yourselves. Streaming can be a lot. I totally get it. I am merely killing a bunch of pillagers right now. There they go! There they go! Nice. You know how there's like final boss music playing in the background? Yeah, they're not the final boss. I'm the final boss here. Is a mix of Pikmin and Factorio. Ooh! I've seen a bit of Pikmin. I haven't seen a lot of Factorio, though. Pikmin is really cute. Money, 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 money. Yoink, yoink. More money. More. Oh, the money. I have a lot of ominous bottles. What does the ominous bottle make? Huh. I can also shrink it. Yeah, no worries. Please get some good rest. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm just playing Minecraft. I have 7. I'll probably get off of this. I'll get off of this specific, like, instance in a moment. Because I'm literally just murdering a bunch of pillagers. Oh yeah, I love modded Minecraft. Modded Minecraft is so much fun. I feel like 90% of the time I play Minecraft, it's modded. Oh, is that on cooldown? Why is it on cooldown again? Well, I know why it's on cooldown, but... There we go. Have fun! There they go! I feel so evil right now. Maybe I am just chaotic evil sometimes, I swear. Anyways. I know I can have the voice of an evil person. Okay, this was before I played D&D, but sometimes my friends would play D&D. Like in high school, my friends would play D&D, and they'd be like, "But Slushy, we need you to read the villain lines. You're really good at it." And I'm like, I guess. I don't know, I feel like at one point I was like too embarrassed to be like a little nerdy or something. So I was very against D&D at one point. But they were like, "You have a nice voice for being a villain. Can you read these lines? Can you come to our house and read these lines on a certain day?" And I went, okay, I guess. I suppose. Maybe. And so there goes Slushy on a random ass Saturday reading voice lines for some villain thing. Oh, is there? Uh-oh. How are my things on cooldown? Is everything on cooldown? Hopefully not. Okay, so that's working. Even you admit it. No. Shh. Hush, hush, hush. I have no evil bone in my body. None at all. Not a single evil bone in my body. Totally don't watch yesterday's VOD to see what happened at the meeting. Morally gray, maybe. At least Sumire is. Maybe. Do they feel guilt about the thing? Maybe, mayhaps, just slightly. You probably won't get the reference, but you really remind me of Kerrigan from StarCraft. I don't know who that is. I do not. You're right. I do not know who that is. Someone give me a synopsis. Someone tell me if that's a good thing. Instance. Exit. Oh, there's more bones. I got more bones. Oh, there's so much. That's fine. We made some money at least. Okay. We did some exploring. A part of me wants to work on more Operation Lamp. I don't know. Do we think I should work on Operation Lamp, or do we think I should work on other stuff? Ooh, okay. Shit's breaking apparently, so they need us to get out of the dungeons. Hold on. Hold on, the heavens are speaking. Hold on. I need to get out. What do I... Me when I get you. Me when I fucking get you. Oh no! Sumire might go through a thing. Uh-oh.
Hello, Moth
Hit
asking.
me up. I am always down to play.
Hello, Moth asking out of
But I
curiosity.
usually only play it like ungodly hours.
Oh, it's okay, because of
Especially
Minecraft,
this
I've
week
been
because of Minecraft.
exactly. That's exactly.
Mining and crafting.
Mining and crafter.
Yippee! You know, I've been playing at ungodly. Listen, I've been up at like 5 a.m. playing Minecraft. You can hit me up when I'm like doing. Sure, you can even hit me up when I'm
I'll
on
hit you up while
stream.
you're grinding in Minecraft and be like, get off the game, hop on Deadlock.
I got you. Listen, I will do it.
Listen, it's gonna be so fucked up when this server ends and I have to figure out what to stream again.
Deadlock. Deadlock or other things.
But that's when
do you guys know when the server starts up again?
Probably a few minutes.
Oh, Duber, what did you do?
Everything.
You're having to blame this
nothing
on
at the same
Duber.
time?
He got that white boy had too much motion.
Are we blaming this
I'll
on
let you know,
Duber?
I'm going around taking pictures right now. Right, that's all I'm doing.
Your camera broke the server.
And I haven't done anything. I'm just taking pictures. Also, if you want to take pictures, I'm just like wandering around.
Oh, the server is up.
Is it?
Oh, that's fast.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye.
That was quick.
We're back. I couldn't ask my question. Oh boy, I was not able to ask my question. Am I about to fall and die and like just, you know? We're gonna find out. I have to restart my entire fucking game. Hold the fuck up. You need the whole file. The whole file. What's the whole file? The whole file? I'm gonna just send the entire fucking folder. As soon as the game's back up, I'm gonna just send them the entire fucking folder. I'm not sure exactly what they need and I don't want to fuck up. Good chance. Hopefully I don't go like plummeting all the way fucking down. Hopefully I have a chance to activate my little thingy. It's okay. It's okay. Excuse me, sorry. Chattomate. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I hate waiting for the whole thing to pop back up. It takes so long. I don't know, loading up modded Minecraft takes so fucking long to load. Oh, you know what we should start doing? Let's look at, like, while this is going on, I'm gonna go to Amazon. Let's see what Pop-Tart flavors there are. For the Pop-Tart tasting stream. Pop-Tart. Okay, I can buy the strawberry, cherry, and blueberry for $1 at... Oh, actually, I can just buy them for $4 on... It's the same thing as Amazon, actually. I mean, as Dollar Tree. Okay. There's... Why are they in 32 packs? I just need the bare fucking minimum. I don't need this many Pop-Tarts. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, for people who don't know, I was doing a donathon to raise money for my glasses and an optometrist visit. One of the rewards is I eat a bunch of fucking Pop-Tarts and rank them. I just want a small box. I don't need 96 boxes of Pop-Tarts.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. So I found a 12 pack. It's strawberry, cherry, and blueberry at once, right? There's brown sugar, cinnamon, but those are 32 pack. That's a fucking 32 pack. I don't need that much. I found s'mores, but the s'mores one is a fucking... Oh boy. Okay, question. Do we want to count the unfrosted Pop-Tarts as well or nah? Just normal Pop-Tarts. Because there's apparently unfrosted Pop-Tarts. Do we want to include those or nah? I forgot there's Girl Scout cookie Pop-Tarts. Frosted confetti cupcake. Banana bread. I'm ordering these off of Oki's account, by the way. I'm not ordering these on my family account. Because my mom still gives me access to our Amazon account. I can't order those off of there or she's gonna question everything I'm doing with my life. I told Oki, I gotta order these from your computer. Gotta order these from your account. My mom's gonna have my ass, I swear to God, if I order these off of her account. Unfrosted are for the diabetics. I assumed as much. I figured as much. Strawberry milkshake. Okay, a lot of these, because these are from resellers, by the way, a lot of these are going to come at different fucking times. There's a very good possibility this stream will not be happening until the end of April. Because I'm looking at the Pop-Tart list on Amazon. They all say from like April something to April something. There's a very likely chance we're not gonna get this done until like the end of April, beginning of May. And that's not even because I want to. That's just the best we can do. You can always, okay, yeah, no, that's exactly the plan I have. Where Oki goes to school, they have like a donation center for like snacks and stuff. I don't think I'm gonna eat that many Pop-Tarts. I'll keep the ones I think are really tasty. I'll keep the ones I think are really tasty for myself as like a sweet treat here and there. I'm not gonna keep all of them though. Hi Vincent, good morning. Hi. But yeah, that's kind of what's happening right now. I'll need to like, I don't know, figure out what's going on with that. Because in our apartment building, because we have like a few apartment buildings next to each other, right? I was just gonna do a... Sorry, I'm getting her the entire file. Give me 1 second. Copy. Paste. Share. I'll zip this. There you go. Give me 1 moment. I need to send this to her before I forgot. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, we have a box like in the front of the at the back of the apartment that's connecting the two apartments, where we can like put stuff in there. I'm gonna just put a bunch of fucking Pop-Tarts in there, in like batches. It's like a college town, right? So I get the feeling a lot of college students are about to be very happy. Right? Oh, right, I have to go talk to Doober. I need to find Doobs. Doob.
Maybe they're coming to see us.
Yeah, maybe they're coming to see us.
Hi, Sumire.
Hi.
We wanted to come and see you for to make the
Come along. I was gonna do a thing, but it can wait.
You sure it can wait?
I was just gonna find Doober for a belt charm thing. It's fine.
Okay.
I will say I was walking along and my eyes are a little broken right now. I saw you, but I didn't know who you were for a second.
You didn't know who I was?
My eyes are a little broken. You look a little different right now to me for some reason.
Oh.
Oh no, that might be normal.
Oh, I see.
Mm.
But yeah, I can get your orders going.
Yeah, no, sorry, I need a second.
I see. Take a moment. Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm very happy for the both of you.
Why do you sound like you're about to shit your pants?
Because I'm going to. Love just makes me do that, you know.
Oh, I see.
It almost happened at the wedding as well. It's okay.
You might want to put a toilet in your shop if that's the
Oh
case.
no, it's more like on the verge of tears, but it kind of sounds like I'm constipated a little bit.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, we'll try not to make you cry while we do this.
But
it's okay. It's already happening. Go on.
But it might be packed because remember when we're doing that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Yeah.
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 Interesting.
We need to tell them anyway, so.
Yeah.
Concern.
So, no, don't be. So you know how?
Oh.
We're talking wedding stuff. Ignore what's going on outside.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
No. We can turn, but yeah, you know how there is the masquerade soon.
Aha.
So we might.
Lady Valor is hosting the wedding at the ball as well.
Oh my!
We're gonna start the ball with the wedding, basically.
Oh! I see. That is fine. That is fine. Sorry, this just means my date to the ball turned a date into a date to a wedding.
I mean, the ball is like after, like.
Oh no! I figure, but you know.
The ball is basically like our after party.
Well, we're more the before party of the ball, actually, but.
It's kind of a combination.
Yeah.
But do you guys have any rings in mind that you're looking for? Are you looking for a wedding ring, or do you want something similar to Fudishi and Willow? where they have like
Steven,
custom
not
made
Steven, welcome home.
rings.
We would more of the custom made.
Okay,
I
okay.
think. And
Just
I
lay
don't
it on
know-
me.
I mean, we don't even know exactly what you can or cannot do, so we were also wondering for.
Okay. The typical one I suggest, at least if you're doing marriage, is one similar to Fu and Willow, where it's like the two gems together, because I think that looks the most romantic. But if you're looking for a different kind of spice, I can also make a necklace.
And that's how you would prefer for that.
I think I'd prefer a ring.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there a okay, do you want this to be purely cosmetic, or do you want there to actually be stats?
I mean, stats would be pretty freaking cool.
They would
Yeah,
be.
she needs stats, and I have the money.
Okay. Follow up. What kind of stats are we looking for? Because that might mess with the color a bit.
Specifically health stats. I don't really want like magic or anything into it.
Okay.
I need more health. And I feel like a wedding ring that gives me extra hearts is kind of ironic and cute. So.
That would be cute. That is true.
Yeah.
Allow me to go find my book really fast so I can give you guys a proper rundown. Also, Steven, not Steven, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Ghost Co. Welcome home. Welcome. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a role play thing, and I
Dark5ET just
talk to
raided with
people.
10 viewers.
Oh, hi, Dark. Thank you for the raid. Hello, readers. My name is Slushieghost. I am your ghost overlord elf witch VTuber thing. Trying to expand my lovely Ghost Co. and a ghost at a time. Welcome. How was your stream? I hope everything went well. Hi. Do I have a mod who might be able to give a little shout out? I can't find my book. Heading to my night. No worries. Go. Thank you for raid. I love you. Appreciate you. Bye.
Wake up.
Miss Sumire.
Yeah?
Walter, you were welcome
you remember
home.
when I gave you the green lamp?
Yeah?
I might
Zashera, welcome home.
Give me 1 second really fast.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I know this is very unprofessional.
No,
What do you mean you have to buy it back? You gave it to me! What do you mean?
I might need it back.
You can't just give me a present and then take it back! Especially when I bought you a present already!
Well, I know, but I need... It has been demanded of me.
Who demanded it of you?
Yeah.
Tell her she can come fight me if she wants the lamp back. Sorry about that. My bad. It just kind of happens.
I think he got a little nervous. He passed out.
Oh no.
He's fine. He'll wake up in a minute.
Oh, okay, I see. Sorry about that. People give me presents and then think they can take it from me. It happens,
The audacity of some people.
I agree. Also, Wulti Uwu and Ashera, thank you for the follows.
Also, question. Have you tried right-clicking that lantern on the ground?
Yes. I run faster than it, which is why it just sits there.
I see.
Yeah. I paid a lot of money for it, and I kind of regret it now.
Is it another cancer horse?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Does the lamp prevent the radiation? Or...
Kinda keeps it in there. Like, it's just that. like it. It's cute. I also have a little cash register. You want to see the cash register?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hop over. Feel free. Yeah, look. No worries, Frosty. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
I was really
It's
hoping
so
to make little
cute.
noises when you clicked it.
That's the one part I was so disappointed in. Also, no worries, Lucky. Thank you for stopping by. He's really been asleep for a while. Oh, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check something upstairs really fast. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I gotta grab something. Yes, it's a Minecraft Comes Alive ring. I'm in the RP I'm in. I am a jeweler. The jewelry that's been popping off for roleplay purposes right now is the engagement ring. And the wedding rings. I am very popular right now. Suddenly everyone and their mom wants a wedding ring. No, Frosty's not a bot. Not yet.
Well, I'm dumb. Saddle.
There will hopefully be more. Hopefully, maybe they'll open up a different SMP soon. Right now, it is a little closed for now.
I'll do also, yeah. Thank you.
All right, so I can get you guys the. Do you want max hearts or like regeneration?
Max hearts. Maybe both, actually? Is that possible?
It'll just be slightly weaker.
The region?
If I stack 2 of the same gem, it'll be slightly stronger. But if I do 1 and 1, it becomes slightly weaker, like the specific stat. Good night, Frosty! I'm looking for my book. I can't find my book.
More for max health, honestly.
Okay. Hold on, let me write that down really fast. And Noble and I forgot her name.
Hi.
Hey. Custom rings with max health buff. Do you want this engraved with anything?
Well, are we engraving each other's?
Yeah, do you want each other's initial on the rings?
Do you want to add the name of... Is that a yes?
I think that we should engrave each other's. Like, you will engrave mine and I can engrave yours. And it'll be a surprise.
Oh, like a little message.
Yeah, if that's possible, yeah.
That is possible. I would just have to call you both at different times to do it.
Oh yeah, no, I can...
I can just...
Oh, I don't have it right now.
Yeah. When you have it.
I can also just hand you guys my book and you can type what you want in there and I can engrave it for you free of charge. Oh, Miss Suckin!
Don't mind me.
I feel like you should remind you a bit.
No, just keep going.
Oh! Not again!
Wow, he really minded, apparently.
He really did care. Oh, okay, yeah. So I have 2 custom rings with max HP stats. Who do I make this out to?
That Tora and Aura.
Yeah. Oh my god, wait, we'd be kinda cute with it though.
Wait, no, like actually, like
yeah, it's a lot. It's full. We're capped for this season.
Would it be Aura Suckin, or would it? Or would it be Tora Von
Do you want to hear a joke? Yeah, sure.
Do you want to be Aura Suckin?
Or would it be?
Or do you want to be Tora
Go on.
Maybe it would be like a slight combination. Like you'd be we'd be Tora.
I lost my book.
Von Suckin.
Wait, that's actually kind of cool. Tora Suckin Von Stein. I like that.
I was gonna say Tora Von Suckin, but
Addy.
that works too.
You know, Tora Von Suckin is just as good. It's just as fitting.
My husband is passed out on the floor, and I'm.
You're
I'm
moving
standing
on
him.
already.
I'm standing on him.
Bye, Lucky. What can you do there? Okay, so it's mostly role play, right? You're role playing a character similar to D&D. The fighting stuff is extremely similar to D&D, as in you have to roll dice and stuff in game. It's super cool. I love it. It's so fun. It's so fun. I absolutely love this server so far. It has been an amazing time. Unfortunately, it does end this Saturday, which I'm very sad about. What did the tofu say to the cabbage? What's up? What did the tofu say to the cabbage? Like 5M? Kinda. I haven't that's the GTA thing, right?
Welcome back.
Hello. Oh my god, I have an egg for one of those. I just don't know how to hatch it.
Okay.
What happened?
You should come to the magic shop and I'll show you how to hatch it.
Okay.
And then our babies can be best friends and play games together.
Yeah! I love that.
Are we like, is he really not like waking up?
I think he might maybe he had a whole, you know, mental crash out over you spying.
He said, God fucking damn it, these fucking people won't leave me and my wife alone.
It's not his fault that his wife is so beautiful.
And it's
Wee!
not my fault that
What did
all
Tofu
women
say to
in
the
this town
cabbage?
are
Tofu you later.
Gorgeous.
God damn it. God damn it.
I wonder who you're talking about.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, is it Plucky?
Is everyone? Hold on, wait 1 second. I have to check something in my mind.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad.
I'm so good at reading. Okay. I have to say something incredibly out of lore, and I have to say it quick before he comes back.
Okay.
It is actually heartbreaking to me that I couldn't have doomed Yuri with a Selin woman.
Do you know how badly I've been bouncing back and forth between doomed Yuri, between Selene women, and Vesprin women?
I literally, when I started this, I was like, I need to make really fast friends with a woman in Selin, and then talk to them about doomed Yuri of like star-crossed lovers. But then,
oh my god,
and he's a great guy.
And he's a great guy, and I could not do that to him.
You can't break
Even
his heart
for
now.
Yuri.
You'll have all of Atelier after you.
No, literally.
Oh, hi.
Literally. No, literally.
You.
He can't hear yet. He can't hear yet. It's fine. He can't hear yet.
Okay, so according to my book, if we do Ruby, it does +2 max health. I can add more to that, and you can have a few new hearts.
Hey.
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 Hi.
I drink 34 cups of coffee. I'm hyper. I feel that. Me, literally me.
You know I love you, man.
Oh yeah.
And you know I'm loyal. I love you. I love you.
I also know you love women, so you know.
Oh well, you know I don't like girls.
Neither of us do.
Yeah, no, I wasn't feeling anyone with that one.
Yeah, no,
Worth a
really
shot.
not. Yeah. No, you tried. Yeah.
Try my best.
Yeah.
I just did not land. Oof.
Tough crowd, I know.
Tough crowd.
Well, because we're in the middle of something, so that's maybe not the best moment to, you know.
Oh no, don't mind me.
Try.
Okay, anyways, as I was saying, if we do rubies, I can give max HP that way. I know it's slightly crooked. I'll fix it in a moment.
Yeah, no, you're good.
If you want a specific wedding band, oh, thank you. I can do things like mithril, silver, iron, gold, netherite if you have netherite.
What if I have the ancient debris for the netherite?
It needs like 6 of them.
I have that.
Oh.
I don't have that.
Like, do you mean like 6 ingots or 6?
Yes, 6 ingots.
Oh,
Yes,
enough for, like,
it is
2.
expensive. If you have refined shade.
Well, I have 9 ancient debris, which would get me 2. It's 4 ancient debris or netherite scrap per.
I
ingot.
do know there is
So
someone with a
6,
netherite
you'd need-
home.
Is it Duber?
No, it's a very rich man nearby. There's an entire home made out of netherite.
Oh, you're so
Yeah, no,
right,
yeah, but we can't.
We
break the
can't
rules.
take it, but maybe he has extra. Because that netherite home was not made out of netherite before. I'm saying I think he mined it all.
I don't think they did. I think.
Oh,
it was...
really? They decided it was a good
Lilac
idea to
Rose,
just have a
welcome
netherite
home.
house out, like in the middle of nowhere.
No, I think what happened is that someone changed that so we don't grieve.
Oh. It's somewhere. I forgot where it went, but it's somewhere. It's somewhere around here. Point being, there's another right house around here.
Well, there is anymore.
Huh.
Because we were talking about the fact that people were griefing around, so like
Oh,
the house was.
I see. Also, Lilac Rose, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Ghost Call. Welcome home.
But I do get your point.
Welcome,
but I
welcome.
think it's not.
Yeah, no, I thought he mined it all.
No, I think it was changed due to yeah.
But yeah, do you want arcane, brass, copper, gold, iron, mithril, netherite, pyrium, refined jade, or silver? I have plenty
You
of
would need
silver
6 iron.
here.
You have like need 6 iron of each to make it work anyway.
Mm-hmm. I have enough of the other ones, except for mithril and netherite.
Yeah.
I guess just silver, honestly.
Okay, yeah, I can get that done. And then we want 2 rubies for the max HP thing. Okay, let me write this down in my little book.
It's so sad that the rubies are the max HP. I would have really liked a purple gem, but I don't think that does anything for HP.
No, that's mana.
Yeah.
Could we could we? How long is it to just do an aesthetic ring so that way she could have one with the purple?
Oh, aesthetic, I think I can get that done for you really fast.
Because if we could get both and trade the aesthetic one, like that one is just on. I'm fine with.
Oh, for the
ironing
wedding,
anyway,
like
mostly.
the purple one.
Yeah. So that one is just her for herself.
Yeah.
As a bonus, we'll say, when you have time. So that way you still have a purple one for aesthetically for the wedding.
I can stack them.
Oh, that is
Ring
true.
Stack.
I think if you get a belt too, you can like toss more rings or something in there.
Well, it's only charms. I don't think
Oh, okay.
that adds all the type of slots. Yeah.
Purple.
But we can do silver with the purple gem for the cosmetic one.
Do you both want a purple one for cosmetics?
Can I have? Do you mind if I have a green one?
Silver band as well?
Well, I'm wondering if she's okay with the fact that you have a green one, but.
That's fine. I think purple and green go well together.
They are very cute colors together.
Yeah.
Hi,
I know. That's
Horsefacts.
why I asked if it was okay.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. Then same band and just the green.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you wanna? Whose nose is?
That's a horse.
Oh.
Paranoid about a horse.
I mean.
Bobo, the horse is here.
And now, bro, the horse is here.
Yeah, I'll take some horse
Thank
folks.
For
You're welcome.
understanding what I was saying.
Oh yeah, no, I had that. I just wanted to go full blown with it. Bango, the horse is here.
Okay. I have it written down my book. I can pigeon you both at separate times for when it's ready for engraving.
Okay.
That's
Sounds
perfect.
good.
Thank you very much.
I got you. I will make your beautiful wedding rings.
Thank you.
I am happy for you both.
Oh yeah, we're excited.
Now run
We're so
along, you
excited.
crazy kids. I'll get to work.
If you need anything, please ask.
We'll let you know.
Okay.
Is there a way to drink a lot of coffee? More like just unhealthy. Not recommended, but you know, people do what people do. For legal reasons and protection against these mods, it's facts with an S, so you will get multiple facts. And these are facts in one. McQueen! My beloved! My Uma! That is my Uma! My home girl in Uma Musume. That is my queen. I love her. Silver, silver. Oh, I'm gonna have to go mining for more silver. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, there's more silver.
You're so right. Hold
Oh,
on.
Sumar's here. Sumar!
Hello?
Hey, do I look like a horse?
Well, random poll is never the best.
Kinda.
Okay.
Megiddo McQueen was born on April 3rd, 1986. He had 21 starts and 12 wins, to no one's surprise, having Yukata Take, one of the decorated jockeys ever, and basically the horse god, as his jockey. He won the awards of JRA Award for Best Older Male Horse 1991 and Japan Racing Association Hall of Fame 2004. He had a lot of successful sons, daughters, and grandsons and I know they had that motherfucker. Fuck. I know about that. I remember reading it. During my Uma phase, I remember reading that. Was the grandpa of Dream Journey and Orfre and Goldship. He was also friends with Sunday Silence and kept him calm. In Uma Musume, she is an elegant, mature, and rich Uma. She's related to all of the Megiddos in game as they live in a big mansion. He died on April 3rd, 2006 of a heart failure. I remember that. I read about that shit. I miss Uma Musume. I want to play Uma Musume again. I do miss Uma. Would we hate me if my first stream back that's not SMP related is Uma Musume? Thank you. Yes, she's making my pretty dress. Yay! You'll get my follow if you do. I mean, I like Uma. I'll play Uma regardless. I want to play Uma Musume again. We'll play Uma Musume again.
Horse _ facts _ guy, welcome home.
I love Uma. Uma's fun. We'll do an Uma stream Monday then. Is this the same silver? Why would we be mad at Smirk? I don't know. I got worried.
You are cute.
My brain gets a little worried about it, you know? Superior gem. Do that. 4.5 max health. That's not as good as I was hoping.
Don't apologize. It's okay.
Well, let me get another one. Let me see. Is 4.5 the max to go? You look like a cookie, but you're too... Ah, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out these rings really fast. I like how everyone just hangs out around my shop now. I'm not... Oh, okay, wait. I'm not wasting my dragon steel here. Listen, I love both of them, but I'm not wasting my dragon steel here.
I have a feeling she went to the magic shop. Hold on.
Oh, that's 1.5. Okay.
needed to ask. It only goes up to 4.5. Is that okay? I wanted to ask now before I committed to making both.
I mean, if that's the max you can do, yeah. I mean, I don't need. I need the aesthetical one, not the. I'm fine with what I'm having right now. If I change, I can't. Like, I take fire damage again, and I don't. I can't cast any spells, so I need the other one.
Okay.
I would say yes, but also she's like, you know what? Hold on.
I thought I'd ask. What can hurt? I don't think it can though. I think silver is one of like the weaker bands, honestly. Maybe gold. Let's check gold. The book unfortunately doesn't say it, but
4.5 is okay.
Okay, I'm checking a quick thing. It might be like a different silver, like a different band type makes the stats stronger. I'm just gonna quickly check. Hold on.
If it's for that one specifically, yeah, it works. Because it's, well, for the stats in itself. And
Okay, yeah. So if I do a gold band for the ruby ring, it goes to 6.75 max health.
6, 7.
So stop. No. So yeah, I guess the better the quality of the band, the higher stat it is.
Yeah.
Do you guys want a gold band instead for the 6.75?
I mean, for that ring, because it will be worn and not like the aesthetic one.
Yeah. Okay. But silver still for the aesthetic ones, right?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. Were you looking for a specific stat for yours, or was yours just cosmetic?
Oh, the green is only cosmetic, yeah.
Okay, so you don't want another one of these. You just want your green cosmetic one, right?
Yeah, I can't really swap what I have. Sadly.
Okay. Just double checking before I make two of the same ones.
Yeah, no, of course.
Do that. Green. Do you want both of your colors in here, or just the one color?
You could do both?
Yeah.
Oh, for the cosmetic one specifically, it might be cute if we both have a green and a purple.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that was possible, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I made the wrong one.
Definitely. If it's something you can do, yeah.
I thought I had a lot more amethyst. I think I may have slightly been robbed of amethyst somewhere along the line.
Amethyst or amethyst shards?
Amethyst.
Lotus? No, not the lotus.
Maybe it just went downstairs. Let me go quickly check.
Yeah.
Because I had a lot and I can't find it now.
I might want to go into my dimension for this.
I remember I had a lot of amethyst. Where the fuck did it go?
Well,
I didn't use it.
I need to pick my one every time I come back here. Alright.
Slushy, help. What happened? What happened to you? Who hurt you? ¿Qué te pasó? Are you stuck? Do you need help somewhere? I fell asleep. No, Paul. Live? Paul! Sorry, I had a schematic voice in my head.
No, you're
it looks like I might have to go mining for a moment, but it shouldn't take me too long.
If you know where they are, that's fine. Do you want to check if I have some?
I mean, if you can, that'd be great, actually.
Yeah. Is it just called amethyst? Or
yeah. Yes, it is just like a little amethyst shard. Like,
is it called shard or?
Let me double check really fast. Amethyst shard.
Well, if you can, yeah, if you have one on you, if you can throw it my way.
Yeah, those.
Oh, I think oh well.
Oh, thank you.
Do you need more or?
I will need more, yes.
Okay, let me check real quick then.
I almost made this key.
I feel really bad that he went to do that because.
It's fine. We'll tell him. I'll take it anyways.
Yeah, it's
I'm real rested. I can't believe you fell asleep on live. Oh no, you must be so tired. Oh no. Oh, Paul, no. Did you at least wrap up the stream? Do you want the big gem to be the purple one, or do you want it green? Oh, actually, I can just do a reverse for both of you.
yeah. I was gonna say the big gem purple for me, and then the big gem green for him.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what yours looks like.
Oh!
I.
It's so cute. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm showing the
ha-
rings.
Yeah, no, I have the sockets one, but not the normal one.
It's fine. We got some.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I'm
so
matchmaking right now.
Okay.
I woke up, panicked, and ended, but it's fine. Now we're going down.
So cute.
Do you guys want to come upstairs to engrave them with your own things?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to go?
I'll go first.
Well, you need mine. You need mine.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
yes, that's Aura. Aura's skin is doing things. I don't know what's happening there.
I'll go.
Right there. I don't know what's happening with Aura's skin. Everyone else is showing up as like their Minecraft character. Aura looks so different now. Ahoy the pretty moth. How's Project Lomp? I have to go mining again. I think the Atelier are using their redstone for shit. But like I need the redstone too. I need the redstone for, you know, for their city. Oh my god, Aura is Jake from State Farm right now. Bro, I'm such a little matchmaker. Are you guys gonna hold on to these until the wedding?
I think so.
Okay.
I
can also plop them in like a safe little box here, if need be.
I mean, we have the inventory space. So
okay.
Mm-hmm.
You
Should
can
I
go
go
upstairs now. Yeah.
Did you put our initials on it too, or not?
I put my initial on yours, not both of
Okay.
them.
At the end or at the start? Sorry,
Oh, hello.
At the
Hello.
end.
I'm having a client meeting at the moment.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Like dash and the name. Okay.
What's up, Duber?
Okay.
You want to take pictures?
Oh yeah, I can take a picture.
Just at the
Let me
anvil?
let them know.
Is that just at the anvil?
Yeah, it's just the anvil upstairs.
Okay.
You guys are all set. I have to go take picture with Duber.
Wait.
Duber. Give me my Duber.
Oh, I thought it was like a specific message that appeared on the ring. You know how like some stuff have like.
Hold on, I had to bring someone with me. I'm
The
sorry.
utility or the lore.
Oh no! It changes later.
I had to bring someone with me as well.
Okay.
Super starting timer. Ah. Oh. E. Oh. E. E.
There are two Dubers.
Yes, get in here.
Okay.
Get in here.
Oh. E.
Yee.
Cameras are a delightful invention.
I've never seen one before today, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Duber.
I'm Duber.
You are Duber.
Indeed.
You're the best Duber I know.
Yeah.
Wait, can I just get like a mental image of this together? Hold on. Thank you. Please,
Oh.
please
Can
just
you-
face forward. I need to get a
wait,
mental
wait,
image really
could
fast.
Duber, after Sumire gets their mental image, can you sit in front of the Duber in the same position? It's like the.
Good night, Paul. Get some good EP.
It's like Papa Duber and Baby Duber.
Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Wait, Duber, can you sit next to the plushie? Thank you, Doobs. How big is map? I believe it's like 7,000 blocks or something.
Goddesses, please, can the rain stop? We're trying to get a cute picture of Duber and Duber plush.
I got a nice picture.
Oh.
Thank you, Duber.
Okay. Duber's gonna go take more pictures of people. if you
Goodbye,
wanted to.
Duber.
Goodbye.
You are Duber, remember that.
I'm a
Eh.
Duber. Okay.
This was so worth the money.
Let's
I
go
was
to
so worth
Celine.
my money. Crunch, hold on. Stand next to the Duber.
Oops.
Also, she never came to fight me, that coward.
Oh, I didn't tell her. I went to hell myself.
Damn it,
I might have died,
Crunch!
but it was fine. I did it. Also, she found a new horse. Just a normal one. She doesn't need the fire horse anymore.
Damn you, Crunch. My battle was gonna be legendary.
She told me to cook myself.
But how?
She seems to dislike me.
Yeah, it's okay. Listen, my cranky ex may not like you, but I like you. Well, you're not
Wow.
taking my lamp jobs.
I would
never do it again.
I would never do such a thing ever. Never.
Mm.
Oh, Miss Aura.
Yes.
Do you happen to? Do you happen to know if you
Nice.
have any solar beam scrolls at your
Never do it again, Crunch. Never again, Crunch. Okay, but basically our map goes... We mostly all stick here, except for people who do go out and venture a lot. But I keep getting wrapped into roleplay scenarios, so I haven't really had a lot of traveling. I believe it's like 7,000 blocks each way.
Wonderful.
I do think that a full meeting would be needed. But I am unversed with scheduling these things. Lyle was also good with the idea, but seemed to be unable to help too much.
Yeah, he's been a bit busy ever since him and Eleni got together.
Oh, they got together? How
Well,
everyone's getting together.
They are.
What is happening?
I'm telling you, it's a weird disease going on, but I'm getting a lot of business.
I guess
I have become very popular. Bless the goddess!
It's I swear.
Did I?
woke up today and everyone's been asking me who I'm taking to the ball, and I never even considered it.
My goddess, the lamp.
I don't think that will go well. They don't seem to like me very much.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yeah,
never mind
Crunch.
then. All I know is.
You wanna?
All I know.
Am I hearing you wanna ask my ex to go to the dance with you?
I specifically said that I don't think it would be a good idea.
I like you. This can easily change.
Oh.
Okay, hey guys, hey, I'm just gonna scooch in here real quick. Let's just go that
Oh,
way.
did I give you
Samir.
your gold? Did I give you your gold and ruby ring?
No.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Hi.
Hey, they're the same height. No. Listen, a friend is not. I made two. Fuck. A friend does not encroach on a friend's.
No.
There you go.
It's randomly pressed or not. So. How much do I owe you for everything?
I'm really bad at pricing myself.
Yeah.
Listen, all the rings I've done so far have been like IOUs.
Yeah, but the other one is something you made. Like, it's not a wedding ring, so.
I mean, you're not wrong. 3 gold?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. I haven't had to like charge anyone yet because everyone has had favors from me.
That was at like 12, so it works.
Cast
like,
Beach,
fine.
welcome home.
That's fine.
Yeah.
If
I just spent a lot of gold
if
today. But
Crunch
that's fine.
tries to ask Thea to the ball, you'll let me know, right?
Yeah, I would. Do you want to see what I wrote on mine?
Oh, yeah.
You remember how I said I can't use magic?
Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
you're
need
a
to hide
big
that in my purse.
softy inside.
Yeah, I am.
You're a big
really am.
softy.
Yeah.
I really like the way your cosmetic rings came out. They look really pretty.
Oh yeah.
Those turned out. Those
I'm
are my
excited.
best ones. Don't tell Fudashi.
No, I won't.
Okay.
I won't.
I like the color combination a lot. It's so pretty.
No, that's great. Well, that's the same I have on my suit for. So I'm excited with that. Also, did you have time to? No, you did the sales commission already, right?
Yes, I already went.
Okay, that's perfect.
I'm trying to get more money right now so I can commission one of me and my date later.
How much? Oh yeah, for 2 people it's kind of like $15.
Yeah, it's 10 actually, but I gave him like a $5 tip. Also, Cast Beach, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Ghost Co. Welcome home. Welcome. I have enough right now. I'm good. I have 17 gold on me.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. You're
Yeah,
fine.
I'm fine. I went to the airship.
Oh yeah, I need to go back there a few times. Anyway. Okay. Take care,
Goodbye.
Sumire. Thank
Have fun
you
with your
again.
wedding.
Thank you.
Bro, everyone's getting married in Minecraft. Okay, so the emerald one does speed. That guy gushes. He's like, I know. Dude, he's a big softie. I love Enobo. I just met him. He's such a sweetie. Ugh. Oh, you should go to my airship. It's like low-key better. If you give me the coins, I'll go look at it. I don't know if that's breaking a rule or something, but... Okay, so I assume... Where's my book? When is Samir getting married? If Magnolia pops a question, Samir will get married. Listen, I went through the effort already of like, you know, asking her on the date. She's gotta fucking get it together. Okay. So I assume if I get mithril or netherite. Oh, sorry. I was searching something up and I have to press a V for my push to talk, but it's fine. If I get mithril, I assume if I get mithril, I can make a really strong ring, because mithril's rare as fuck. But I need a netherite pickaxe. Wait a minute. Hold on. I think I have a thing for this, actually. Math. I was searching up, you know, like amethyst shit. It's fun. I wanted to get beefy. I wanted to get swole as Sumire, right? But unfortunately, there's a current issue where we're raising where we're leveling up stuff pretty slowly. If you're in Summit, you get netherite stuff easily. Good night, Zane. Fuck. No. No. I don't know how. Fuck, man. /OC. But whenever I try to type as that. Like that. Thank you. Thank you. I've been wondering. Okay, I was wondering for so long how people were fucking typing like that. I feel so fucking embarrassed. I read the patch notes and then I tried to do it, but whenever I did /OOC and then I start typing, for some reason I get hide or show. And I don't know what it's supposed to do, and I just never bother typing anymore afterwards. I just gave up. What happened to my wither heads? Where did my wither heads go? Oh, there. I'm really lucky no one's stolen from me. I know there was a bit of like a stealing issue at one point. So I'm really happy my stuff never got yoinked. Oh, Wallow set, she says. Who has Chill Hop? Who the fuck is Chill Hop? Blonde face. Oh, Icarus! Oh! This makes sense now. I'm sorry, I don't, like, he left me a note, and I was like, who the fuck is Chill Hop Senpai? Because I only know people by their in-character names, and I'm just like, what? Who? Who the fuck are you? And I felt so bad. You know where my wither heads are now? Yeah, what the fuck are you gonna do with them? Huh? Nerd. Nothing. That's what I thought. Put that there. I got a lot of really nice weapons. I'm still sad that for whatever reason, when I hold anything that's not like a when I hold anything that's not like a torch or like, you know, like dead ass torch, I can't see it. I don't know what the fuck happened, but it's been this way ever since the beginning of the server. I double checked my model and everything to make sure nothing fucked up on Blockbench that was causing it, but nothing happened on Blockbench. And I've been like so sad because I'm getting all these cool weapons. No one can see them though. I know Slushy still hasn't learned socketing. I'm so sad about it actually. Oh, my chests are all full of some. Ah, my chests are all full. Do you think Duber has netherite on him? Duber might. I might ask. There's so much shit I have. Ghosty does not know how out of character in character. I have no idea how. Bro, I've been feeling slightly envious of the other factions. I feel like the other factions have done so much like roleplay stuff together. They have like so much story going on their sides. With like their leaders and everything. Meanwhile, I feel like on our side of things, we haven't really done anything. Aside from like, go on meetings. Go to meetings. And like, a part of me is slightly envious about that. I think I talked a little bit about it yesterday as well, but I kind of just see everyone going out with like their leader, going on like cool adventures with their leader. And like we haven't really done anything on our side. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay, no, that's fine. Okay. We do 2 people willing if you want to know. Okay, okay. Mayhaps. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I just kind of wish we could have gone on more journeys. I feel like the only times I ever really see like the leader person is for meetings. That's kind of. It was funny. I'm not trying to shit on him, but I found it really funny. It was really funny at one point because, you know, yesterday was like the big wedding and stuff, right? I kept being like, hey, And how long is this meeting gonna be? Or can Moth excuse themselves a little early? I'm a part of a wedding. I'm a part of the wedding party, and I don't want to be rude and not show up to my job, you know? Because I was the ring bearer. Our leader completely forgot about the wedding. Just completely slipped his mind. He's like, oh shit, I forgot that was happening today. And I'm like, I was giggling so much internally because of it. It's just silly to me. Looks at clock. Oh darn. Exactly. Like, I want to say this, like, I want to make myself perfectly clear. They seem like a very nice being, right? They seem like a very lovely individual. We just have not had much time to, like, interact with them. At least not me. Like, I'll pass by Selene every so often. You know, trying to have a reason to, like, maybe interact with him. Because he's our leader. And I just haven't had a chance to. And I'm just like, oh, maybe next time. I think the one time I've had to talk to him properly was literally yesterday when I brought up the runic key stuff. When I brought up the rune of rupture. I think that's the most I've talked to him. Okay, let me go find... Is Dulber around? Dulber. Also, hi, Slew! Oh, there's so much purple everywhere.
Duper take.
Oh, Duber, I had a question.
Yeah.
Do you happen to have any netherite in your shop right now?
Yeah.
Is there any chance I can buy some?
How many you need?
Is it ingots or scrap?
Both.
Do you know what you need to make a netherite pickaxe?
You need one ingot and an upgrade template?
Do you happen to have both of those?
Yeah.
Can I have both?
Yeah.
How much, Duber?
Oh.
Oh! I love the little noises he makes, I swear. Is he back? Oh, did he go to his pocket dimension? God damn, everyone in their pocket dimension. On God, I thought he was doing one of those like, oh, I don't feel so good. Pops.
Oh.
Hello again. How much, Duber?
Yep, 20 silver.
Okay. 20! That's a steal! Holy shit! Thank you, Duber.
Yeah.
Yippee! Just skips back to my shop. Yay! Addy. Smithing. Do I already have a smithing table? Where? I thought I had a smithing table already. Smithing. Oh, I did have one, but I used it for a different... Ah! Oh.
Coming down into your
Oh.
basement hole.
Okay, hello. Hi.
I just want to witness my employee falling in love and being cute, and they won't let me. They won't let me witness their adorableness with their new boyfriend.
Listen, this is when you get an invisibility potion and you sneak around.
Oh, that's so much easier said than done, though. I just want to hear her say this pickup line that Mushi and Mary have convinced her to say.
Have you considered hiding behind a tree?
Well, they're on the middle of the street, so it's a bit hard to hide anywhere.
Oh, not even in a store?
They are where they are. It would be very difficult to get into a store to listen.
That's unfortunate.
I know.
I'm trying to come up with an idea for
about it
you.
anyway.
That's fair. I'd say I can go snoop while putting down lamps, but I don't think they'll talk around me.
I think the second she sees anyone, she's going to stop, so.
Probably. Sorry, I'm bopping. I like this song a lot. I saw very well run, baby. Hola, Exen, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenido. What was I gonna do? Oh, right. I remember I had a... My glasses are on the way! Sorry. I have never been so excited for my life in my life. Holy shit. My glasses are on the way! Yay! Yay! Oh, I'm so happy. I'll finally be able to see again without a big ass scratch in my eyeball. Or, well, my lenses. I don't have a scratch in my eyeball. I need to make that, you know, clear, but... Can I see the outside world? Like, of my server? Yeah, I already had one. I made my pickaxe already. Ah. Behold the outside world. A lot of buildings. This is only one of the sections as well. We have like 3 little faction areas. There's a lot. Yeah, we have a little train. The conductor is a really cute fox. Socketing. Is it like a socketing table? Socketing. Ah. A base smithing. Oh. Do I need like a certain template? I don't play Minecraft at all, but this is... Yeah, no, it's been so much fun playing this, honestly. It's been so fun. I've loved this server so much. How'd I get... Yeah. Just the best gem you can make. And that's when I need this, right? Alright, chat. Here we go. Here we go, chat. We're learning a new mod again. Wait, I already have some, right? That. Do you still have all the apothic gear you use? Yes. Yes, I do. Planks, shears, and gem dust. Shears. Planks is in my pocket. Hiya. What? And then what else? Gem dust. Oh boy! There you go. And then if we do... Ah, fuck. I messed up. If we do quack 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 quack. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I have all of that still. I have not gotten rid of it. I'm like, this looks important. I was like, this looks really fucking important. I don't think I should throw it. This. The blue gems. Blue gems. Blue gems. Blue gems. Like these? Can I just put like... Blue gems, blue gems, blue gems. Are Oh, okay, hold on. I understand. Okay. That's spirit. Ender. I want this one, because I want to upgrade this one. For Ender. Flawed. Because I've cracked. I know I have one for blood. I'm in my room playing Minecraft. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. Air velocity. Lightning. I remember I got one that does stuff for blood magic. Ah, I see. I found it. Ha 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 ha. This is very heavily modded Minecraft. Yes, we have 300 something mods on here. All your void gems. Hopefully you can get a flawless with those. My void gems. Oh, is it just fucking gotcha? Is this gotcha? Oh boy. Okay. Yes, and it is a custom mod pack, unfortunately, so I cannot give that out. It's kind of like Sweet game. Oh! Like that. I see. I'm waiting for confirmation. 2 cracked ones make a chipped. 2 chipped make a flawed. Oh, so like my normal spells. Hold on, let me take this out. This one is... These are just void. Hold on. Okay, these are normal void, it says. Does that work? Because I have the 2 cracked, the 2 chipped. Okay, now I have 2 flawed. So if I do that, and then do that. Oh, did I already have them? Are these already flawless? Did I already have flawless on me? Or is it supposed to say flawless? Sorry, I'm learning how to use a mod pack right now. Okay, I see. I do that. Oh! Missing gem. What gem are you missing? And so if I do
Jingle
this...
Gorf, welcome home.
Jingle Gorf, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Ghost School. Welcome home. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Chip, cracked, flawless, no modifier, flawless, perfect. There's perfect! Oh my god. Ugh. Wait, how do I modify it then? You told me I can modify it, but I don't think I was explaining how to modify it. Chat teaches streamer how to use modpack. Okay, I need to sort my shit first. Give me 1 second. Move this here for now. I need all of you out of my pocket. Get the fuck out of my pocket. Here we go. Switch, blast gem. Okay, but is there a way to make an item have a socket? I feel so fucking confused. I feel so dumb right now, I swear to God. I feel so silly. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Socketing sigil? I almost wrote the wrong thing. Socketing. Oh! I do have one of those. I saw one. I know I have 2. Hold on, I'm trying to kick out whatever the fuck I don't need right now. Okay. Let me grab all this shit again. Okay. So this wants to go... Okay, when socketed in staves or spell books, it's 16% under spell power. If it is in armor, magic damage taken is reduced by 6. Okay, I'm gonna go check with Duber. I want to see if he has any wands. I'm gonna go bother Duber really fast. Maybe Duber has like some staves. Oh. Duber! 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 I went the wrong way. Hi.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh.
I see. I wanted to see if you have any staves you're selling. Oh.
The bird didn't think you were running in front of me.
Oh.
Oh god, it's right there.
Please help.
Get away.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, get away. I don't want to hit anybody with my sword.
I'm also trying not to hit anybody.
Threat. Wow.
I keep getting hit, so I can't revive.
I believe I fall and I can't get up.
Nice. Okay.
I can't revive, so I keep getting hit.
Are you dead?
I'm dead. Please help. Oh, thank you.
There we go.
Dead.
Duber, sorry. Duber didn't think you were in front of Duber.
Oh, thank you.
Strong.
Duber is small but mighty.
Ew.
The flag. Wow.
Well.
No, P's fine. It was someone else.
Oh.
Where are these flies coming from, man?
I have no idea. Sorry about that though. Oh.
It's okay. My name is Z. Just Z. It's nice to meet you.
Oh, hi, I'm Sumire. I'm the little moth who runs the jewelry shop that's become very popular right now. In this era of love.
Speaking of love, you met P before, have you?
Yes, I love P. Hello, P. How are you?
I'm good at jewelry shop.
Yes. I make lots of jewelry. Especially engagement rings and wedding rings, I know.
I got a vision.
If you want to riz someone, I can make you a really pretty ring for them.
Ooh, I don't know about that sort of stuff. Back where I'm from, we kind of just plant ourselves in the same flower bed. I'm not sure about...
Oh, that's cute!
Riz.
That is really cute.
I believe in P's aura. I believe in P's riz.
What about my aura?
I just met you. I kind of can't say anything. Yeah, I think P's just really fucking small. The way you said engagement rings, it sounded like you were going, I guide others to a treasure I cannot possess. Oh! Here, you can have those. You can have those.
You eat bones?
I got several bones. I got a lot of monster flesh, actually.
Ah, I see.
Did you happen to pick up any soul shards from me?
I have an ethereal spirit. Does that count, man?
A shard?
I mean, I do like
soul
these.
shard?
Yes.
I have one of those.
Oh, you can have it. My weapon makes these, and I'm also my inventory is now full of meat.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you just use your right muscle to throw it at the ground, and you get additional loot from the monster you killed.
If you guys happen to see Duber when he awakens once again, can you let him know I'm looking for him for business?
Absolutely.
Big business.
Oh sure.
Thank you. Sure. I'm trying to buy a magic staff off of him, but I don't know if he has any. Oh, never mind. He's back.
Duber, we were just talking about... Oh, hold on, wait.
He stares into the void.
Ah!
Whoa.
Oh, Neri!
Where? Why me?
Hello.
Oh,
Sorry.
Neri. It's okay.
Hello.
Duber, she was wanting to talk to you.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I'm Duber.
Oh,
Do you happen to have any magic staffs, Duber? I'm sorry to bother you, Duber, but I'm currently trying to go on what they call a training arc.
Oh.
I've learned
Duber
much.
can make. Duber don't have any other special stuff, but Duber can make.
What staffs can Duber make?
Ugh. I have a restless spawn egg. I don't want this. Who wants this? Duber, do you want this egg?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, Go ahead, take it. Be gone from me. It bores me.
Oh.
I'm trying to see their specific
I
ones.
don't think it's here.
Huh? What is that?
It was a ghost or something.
It breathed at me.
Ew.
I want that.
I don't like it. I don't like it, man.
Does
I don't like
Duber happen to have any mithril on Duber?
No.
Oh.
Where do
I
you
was looking
find
for that
mithril?
Void Walker staff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mm.
But
Where-
Sumire remembers a place they saw some. And I now have
Oh.
another. I'm off on a journey. Goodbye! I remember where I saw some last. Back when I did not have a netherite pickaxe. I did not mark it, but you see, silly person. I'm kidding. Yeah, no, I actually have it. Like, I don't have it marked down, but I have the long-ass pathway. I have the long-ass map. It's somewhere over here. I'll be there in no time, it's fine. Now that I have my infinite ham. Hello, goodbye. Hold on, let me mark this down really fast. Hole with mithril. Hopefully no one took it. Oh god, Wallow, you took us on such a journey yesterday. Holy shit. Yeah, we can also we can basically just fly there. This time we don't have anyone with us, so we can very easily just kind of walk on our own. I also just sprint faster than I fly as well, so I can fly over like the big terrain stuff. But, you know. Like, I don't fly as fast as I run, but, you know, we'll get there pretty fast. Sumire, away! Hehehehehe. Yeah, my neck. My neck. My back. That's it. My neck and my back. I didn't realize it's been 5 hours already. Holy shit. Ooh. No, honestly, I didn't realize it's been like 5 hours now. Holy shit. I never notice. My bum and my quack. Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da. Should I have maybe told Magnolia that I'm going back over here? Probably. Is this betrayal? No, betrayal's the other thing. Bro, I gave me and Wallow doomed Yuri. I kinda gave us some doomed Yuri. Depending how the next few days go. Just slightly doomed Yuri. Why'd you doom the Yuri? Oh, because she's Vesprit and I'm Selene. Except she seems to be kind of going through an existential crisis right now. Oh, just a casual wither skeleton. Okay. We're from like 2 different factions, except she's kind of going through like a bit of an identity crisis. Would be funny if you on your expedition with Selene, you bumped into Magnolia. See, I thought we were gonna go on a journey together to go find the thing. But like, I never got messaged. No one ever like DM'd me about it again. I'm just kind of like, well, fuck. I literally have a key for what you're looking for, but fuck you, I guess. In the nicest way possible. Yeah, nothing ever came from it. I don't know, maybe on my solo journey I'll find it and like drag people with me. What is this, by the way? Oh, that's Jadestone. Hello, Fire Lord Zuko. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. And I was thinking, finally, a meaningful meeting. I swear, all our meetings have kind of been useless. Again, like I mentioned the other day, our meetings have literally been... Oh yeah, this could have been a fucking email. Oh, did they kill the dragon? I guess they killed the dragon. Yeah, no, every fucking time we have a meeting, I'm just kind of like, this could have been an email. This could have been a pigeon. But
Captain Mario 15,
Captain Mario,
welcome
thank you for
home.
the follow. Welcome to the Ghost School. Welcome home. Welcome, welcome. Reading one of my stories. Oh, a webtoon! Oh, I love webtoons. I haven't kept up with a bunch of them in a while, but I do miss reading webtoons a lot. Fortune. Ah! Hello. ¿Cómo estás, Succubus? Bienvenido. Speed. I can put that on for now and go faster. I'll put this on just to go like a wee bit faster. Yeah, look, we're moving so much faster now. Not like a massive amount, but like a decent amount. Bro, all the all the dragons nearby have been taken. Swami. Oh, I think I heard of it. It looked really cute, and I want to read it. I remember hearing about that. Bestiary. I don't really care about those. Is it good? Give me a reason to come back to Webtoon, please. It's been a bit. Your shit is fucking amazing. Bet. Okay, a lot of my webtoons kind of ended. So I've been kind of, for like a while, I've just been kind of like on and off with webtoons. Like I used to read a webtoon called Hooky. Like a webtoon called Hooky. I used to read, I'm trying to think of the other ones. Like I used to read like a lot of like little rom-coms and stuff. But a lot of them ended or went like not so good. And now I'm just like, bro, I miss reading webtoons. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's not my normal model, but it's a really nice one. I like it a lot. What the fuck? Is this a house? There's no way someone made this shit, right? See, I don't want to break in case it is actually someone's home. Oh no, okay, there are gold chests. Oh! Oh, you fucking scared the shit out of me! Hello! Dude, he scared the shit out of me. I was expecting to see him. Oh, this. Mithril. Refined jade. Alright, cool. Another one of my favorite stories I finished a long time ago called Love Me to Death. Ooh. See, I used to read like a lot of different webtoons. Like I read like a lot of the mainstream ones, like Let's Play. There was one called Edith, Hooky, Marionetta, the Empress. I forgot the name of it. The Empress something. But a lot of them just stopped updating or kind of went downhill. Like my genuine opinion, because I read Lore Olympus once upon a time. That shit went downhill. And I got so disappointed. But yeah, like a lot of my webtoons just kind of went, eh. And I stopped being really interested in a lot of them. I'm gonna leave him there. He can stay there. Smell by apple. I should get back into it. Yeah. Put this. And in theory, there shouldn't be anything that spawns. That is a lot of health, but I'm doing a lot of damage to it, surprisingly. Called your bluff. Yeah, it hasn't started an instance, so I'm assuming it's fair game for me to grab. Because I have not gotten a single instance pop-up yet. You see it, I see it, we're gonna assume we can grab it. Da -da 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 -da. This is a very pretty building, though. It is giving jack shit, though. Hello? Where'd my torches go? Ah. Bye-bye. Huh. It's so pretty out here, though. Uh-oh. There you go. Wind burst. Ooh, more. More. 67.5 crit damage. Oh, that's crit damage, not crit chance. It's fine. We'll take it. We'll take it anyways. It's fine. Knockback. I kind of like the armor one. Is there any way for us to have more than like 2 rings on? Do any of you guys know? I want the gong. My brain's like, I want the giant gong. Apothic gems which increase armor. You right, you right. More! Yes! More! I want to make a perfect one. You can come with me. There's so much here. Cloud in a bottle. Is Cloud in a bottle that good? How good is Cloud in a bottle? Oh, it's the jump. Oh, is that what the... Is that what Duber and Crunch have? Oh, there's lag. Great. Oh, right, I can't do that. Ow. Ugh. Move your shitty ass block out of my way, thank you. Goodbye. Nom 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 nom. Evocation. Core armor. Ooh, knockback. I'll take it because I'd like to have some knockback resistance, maybe. These are all normal books. This is a massive fucking maze. But yeah, why no instance started is beyond me. I hate when it does that! I hate the fucking clouds! Because I just can't see anything. If you want pinnacle or higher, you must, more or less only get perfect. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Can someone remind me when we get back home from this journey to take on the wither? Yeah, I have clouds off. For some reason, this is it without clouds. For some fucking reason. I don't know why. Yeah, it's like shader clouds or some shit. I don't know. I hate the clouds though. It's so annoying. Ooh, what is that? Is there a dragon here? Yeah, as I figured, there's nothing here. Man. Yeah, all the dragons up above are all probably dead. Like 100%, without a doubt. Neoguard. Hmm. Okay, bye. Bum, 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 bum. It wasn't working. I right-clicked it, nothing happened. It might be slightly broken. I don't know what the fuck Walla went through to get as far as she did. I have no hopes, I have no dreams. Me little peen. Core armor. Oh, 4 max health. Fuck yeah. Okay. So on my staff, I'll put in the the lotus thingy. In my armor, I might do this one for the max armor. I mean, for the max health. That might be what I do. We'll see what happens. How many slots? How many slots what? Like the gems I have? Start holding a shield and put in your shield. It's gonna be so annoying. If there's a crown prince gem, that's a must for a helmet. No. Yeah, no. Me. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, is it royal? Royal. Oh, gem of the royal family. 7 point. Oh. Ooh. I don't think we've seen any of those yet. Okay, see, we finally understand. I'm finally understanding most of the gem things. We're getting there. We're getting there. We are gonna hopefully get there. We can only hope. I'm gonna care for that one. We're ready there, I think. Oh yeah, we're ready there. I got distracted. I was going the opposite way already. Can you search lamp? Oh shit. Lamp! Lamp, 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 lamp. Lamp. Thank you. That is all. Can you search spawner? Okay, give me 1 second. Thank you for the lurking, Gore. This is it. Monster spawner, trial spawner, elite guardian, spawner scrub, gate pearl. It's just this. But I'm assuming we can probably make it because we have spawner scrap or something. No, I think they might have locked it because I know normally you can make a spawner or some shit. Yeah, I remember that was a thing. I remember you could make spawners and shit. They did turn it off though. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Otherwise, people would be like grinding that shit and people would be way too overpowered. Ooh. I'm not seeing the thing pop up again. Am I supposed to go somewhere specific? Yeah, I'm not getting anything for the instance. I hope I'm just allowed to loot this then. Yeah, there's nothing popping up. More rubies! I'm gonna just assume if it doesn't pop up, it's free game. Already was up here. Eh. Fucking jump. Thank you. Oh, more mending! Yes, I can repay the people back at the thingy. For their kindness upon me. I can hopefully repay them for their kindness this way. Can I really just walk in here like this? Okay. Oh, this would be really good for someone who does summoning stuff. I might hand that to a Selen member. I'm gonna take all these Gem of the Warlord just so I can get the max health stuff. Now that I know decently what the fuck I'm doing with that stuff. Hee hee. Hee hee. I'm yoinking everything. Want a client-side mod that prevents you from placing a light source when you have a weapon in main hand? I think I'm okay. It's like a few more days of the server. I think I'll be fine. Thank you, though. Oh, belt. I'll keep that in case Stuber doesn't have a better one. Da, 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 da. But thank you, Zappy. Tier. Protection. little burb. I don't know why my brain thinks that looks like Mordecai from like a regular show. My brain's like, oh my god, it's Mordecai. I'll bring the leather. I feel like someone's always asking me for leather here and there. Bye, Okami. Got some good eepies. Good night. And Rod. Fuck yeah. I can make my house pretty. Oh, it's a blue owl. Oh. I can maybe give this to Piev. I can refine it or something. Hmm. You have the ability to glitch any game they play. Oh boy. Oh, this seems really good. Also, I still stand by it, but immunity to glowing seems like the shittiest thing ever. I am scared something is inevitable. Oh, I should probably grab all this copper for Crunch. That might be a nice thing for Crunch, actually. Oh. Darkest before the dawn, so I keep hanging on. Because this also turns into yeah. I don't touch copper that much, but I know a bit or two about copper. Mostly because I have a very tiny copper friend. Why do I keep finding tridents? Stop giving me tridents. Soul burn, feral claws do damage. I mean, I can keep all this TNT, I guess. Do I really need TNT? I can bring it up in the next meeting, you know? Just, oh, Sumire, what do you have there? Me, explosives. I bring explosives, dear sir. Explosives. I'll either get yelled at or I'll be praised. One of the two. Depending how this ball goes, one of the two. Oh, brat of the castle, what is your wisdom? Just say no. I don't know, you'll piss off a lot of people if you only say no. What do you want to eat? No. What do you want? No. Why are you being a bitch? No. Hello? There's monkeys! I will leave now, goodbye. I'm good. I don't want to interact with the local fauna. It seems the skies are crowded today. The skies are slightly crowded at the current moment in time. Sumire, no happy. Yeah, I've been able to fly for a while now, actually. I thought that was an actual track. I was like, fuck! I'm not ready on my own. I have no bed. Hello, dead body. I'm here to harvest your bones. Sorgy. But my people will be very happy with this. Yeah, I've been able to fly for a little bit. It's a combination of this helium flamingo and these flippers. The flamingo is what lets me glide and stuff like this, but the flippers are what makes me fly faster. When you look at me flying, I'm swimming, if anything. It's funny because I'm technically not flying, I'm swimming in the air. But, you know, technicalities. Potato, potato. Tomato, tomato. There's a little village there. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Here, let me get some rest here. Let me let the chunks load. Steals pennies. Fuck you! Give me my pennies back! I need as much as I can get. I'm poor. I'm a broke ass bitch. Please. Please! Give it back! Ah! I don't have money! I don't have money! I don't have bitches! And now I don't have pennies! Bro, what the fuck am I supposed to have now? You can't tell me confidence, because I don't got that shit either. The pennies are being robbed! The pennies were robbed! We got nothing now. Is that a tree or an enemy? That's a tree, okay. Bro, I panicked. I was like, is that an enemy I have to fight? Or is that... It's a tree. We're fine. But hi, Reddy. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. You went to a car dealership. You love... I'd hope so. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point of going to the car dealership? Proud of you, though. I hope you didn't pay for it, though. Oh shit, I forgot. In America, they're not producing pennies anymore, right? I saw that yesterday when I went to Denny's. Yeah, no, I completely forgot about that when I went to, until I went to Denny's yesterday, and there was a big sign that's like, oh yeah, we don't make pennies anymore in America, so please have exact change only. Yeah, I don't give a shit about the Sunbird. The Sunbird sucks. Sunbird sucks ass. I already fought him a bunch of times. Oh. Anyways. I actually did leave with an IRL car, did it? Nice. What kind of car? I don't know. Why am I asking what kind of car? I don't know shit about cars. I'm not even kidding. I know jack shit about cars. When I was younger, my people, like my family would be like, what kind of car do you want one day, sweetie? And I'll be like, one that runs. I don't fucking know. I was just like, I don't know, one that runs? Anyways, I was stupid. I was a dumb little child when I was dumb when I was a child. But I'm happy you upgraded your car. Congratulations. Please don't be anything dangerous down here. Please, I beg of you. Yeah. Yeah. Was it here? Oh, it's further down, I think. No, not here. Where the fuck am I? I was here literally a few days ago. Where? Okay. I am looking for mithril. Where the fuck is the mithril? That's diamonds. I don't care. They finally decided the pennies cost to make was more expensive than they're worth, so they stopped making them. I don't fucking care. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. No one I know has ever fucking carried pennies at all. Pennies tend to be that thing no one wants to fucking carry. When I worked at a restaurant, most of the time people went, oh, keep the change, I don't want it. If it was pennies. I don't know why suddenly everyone's like, I already Amber, where's the pennies? Like, bitch, you never once gave a shit about a penny. Why now? Oh! Oh, baby, a mithril. Sound the alarms! Fucking shoot the fireworks! We did it! We found one! It's enough for one staff of mine. I'm happy. This was good. This was good for us. It better have been worth it because we walked so far. I believed. Thank you. Thank you for believing. Here, I'll take this too, I guess. Oh, I should take this redstone, honestly. People have me making a bunch of lamps right now. I'll just take it. Rangers are small trucks and expeditions are big SUVs. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. A part of me is too scared to drive. For a bit of lore for my new people here. Slushy doesn't have a license. Slushy was slightly traumatized from the one time they got into a car accident when they were learning. And now Slushy wants nothing to do with a car. I am not kidding when I say I have traumatized myself from cars. Like, it wasn't even... Professor Doomsday the Odd, excuse me. Like, the car accident wasn't even my fault. It was some person who, like, didn't realize the turn, like, the light was mine. And as I was making a turn, they just kind of kept going and they crashed into me. This was years ago. I'm okay now. I just don't want to drive. Whenever I, like, get ready to drive, though, I just kind of, like, internally panic. I'm okay otherwise. But, yeah, so... Slushy just doesn't want to drive anymore. It's fine. I don't need it. My partner can drive. To the dismay of my partner, he can drive. Yeah, I hate driving cars. Like, where I used to live before, because I used to live in California. I live somewhere else completely now. We had, like, decent transportation where I was. So I really never saw the purpose of getting a car, right? Where I live now, I'm just kind of like, okay, yeah, I could probably use a car now, but I don't wanna do it. I'm too scared. See, the way my mom puts it, because my mom was never worried about me when I was driving. She's like, listen, I'm scared of everyone else. She's like, you're fine. I think you're a great driver. Everyone else scares me, though. And I'm like, yeah, thanks, Mom. As an American, I can say this because I'm American before anyone says anything. I think Americans suck at driving. If I had it my way, I'd take the cars away from a lot of Americans. The Americans. What if we walk into like a dragon's nest? Oh boy. Like half the time I'll be like I'll be like passenger princess or some shit, right? I will be so scared. Because my partner is a really good driver. I have never felt more safe in a car than with that man. Especially compared to my family. And my family is a mess. There's some of the American, well, one of them is the American I want to take the car from. But, oh god, dude, people scare me. People scare me, dude. I don't like being in a car with like 90% of people. I'm trying to see if I can spot Mithril on like OBS and shit, because it's like a slightly different color. My older sister drives. Oh my god, my brothers. Bro, my brother drives. Ooh, my brother. Ooh. Ooh, my older brother. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, that man. Ooh, ooh. I swear with that man, I feel like he thinks the speed limit's a suggestion. And I'm like, no! Drive the fucking speed limit! What are you doing? Oh god, that motherfucker. I can't with him. My younger sister, yeah, by all means. I'm like, oh, you're good. You're a good driver. I like being in the car with you. Him? I'm just gonna like hold my tongue or he's gonna yell at me for criticizing his driving. But, oh shit. Pixel art VTuber model, nice. Bye! Thank you for stopping by. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh. I need to stop this before— what the fuck? Caged invader. Ah! Ooh. Get in there, get in there, get in there, get in there, get in there. Get fucked! Stay in there! Stay in there! Stay in there! I don't want it! Can you please fucking die? Bro, I think he's tweaking out. Oh, I'm not hitting all of those shots right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Concerned ghost. Concerned ghost noises. I think that bitch is like a way higher level than me. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm gonna mosey on over the other way. Goodbye! Okay, before anyone calls me a little bitch, I am over here. My house is all the way over here. I kinda don't want to die right now. My body would be here and I don't want to come back. But yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one who has a sibling who drives like a fucking maniac. Oh, this is the hole where I found the mithril, right? No. Where the fuck am I? I know I found a mithril piece. I remember there was a second mithril piece I had seen. Hi, Time Wank. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Hello. It's good to see you. We are chilling. Can I maybe sense it? No, it's down here. Where's the piece of mithril I was looking at a while back? Did someone take it already? I am still randomly appearing out of nowhere, as you can tell. That's fine. It's good to see you, though. I hope you're doing well. Like, genuinely, I hope you're doing very well for yourself. Should I just suck it up and walk away with 1 mithril? I swear to you, I remember seeing mithril here. Where'd my mithril go? Did someone take my mithril? There's no way someone came out all the way over here and found my 1 piece of mithril, right? Well, anyways, we only needed the 1 mithril for the staff I'm trying to make. A part of me wants to walk away then. I don't know. Mithril weave, what does that do? Oh. Gales. Oh. That's not too bad. It's kind of useless for me, but that's not all that bad. Pandora's box. Oh, that's kind of cool. Well, honestly, on my end, I think I'm fine now. I don't think I really need it. Hold on. Where am I? I think I'm good then. Technically, mission successful? Technically. Yes. There's gonna be a little bit of lag here and there for a moment, because I just teleported from God knows where to here. Please don't tell me it's scrap. Please tell me it's a genuine piece of mithril. Right? Motherfuck.
Zoodnock just resubbed for 17 months. Fried Chimkin.
Fried Chimkin to you too. Fried fucking Chimkin to you too, buddy. Hi, son. How are you? Sorry. I just found out I need to mine a lot more mithril than I thought. It's fine. How are you though, Zud? Thank you for the resubby for 17 months. Thank you, thank you. Ignore me going mentally insane. I am what we call okay. Totally not tweaking the fuck out internally. No, sir. I'm so happy. I am so happy. I'm gonna cry. Anyways. You're fine. How much does this mithril cost and can I contribute? Unfortunately, mithril is not really priced at anything, but we are doing a slushathon if you're interested. They said, crying inside. And that's how we promo an event going on, chat. Hiya. It's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm so fine. Nothing. Ugh. Oh. That's fine. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
Are you gonna be sharing these pictures anywhere?
Oh, Duber trying to make a book for it.
Oh, Duber's still taking pictures.
Duber is the best photographer.
I bet.
Hello, I'm Duber.
Hello, Duber. I have a question to make you.
Yeah.
What is
Do
happening
you
on the other
perhaps
side of the wall?
partake in rituals of a certain kind?
Maybe.
You could just ask for the bag. If you want the bag.
I already have a bag.
Okay.
Oh my god. Zod, thank you for gifting Mithril a subby. Thank you.
Oh, what a shame. I had it so present in my mind.
That's so fucking goofy, asshole.
You wanna join Duber?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, well, let's say you really like someone, right? And you're worried that maybe you aren't like you don't deserve them or anything like how do you approach that?
I'm gonna stop you there. Because
Okay.
listen, King, you're a king.
Okay.
Listen.
Oh.
Get yourself out of that head, because you are worth it. All right, King.
Okay.
You're gonna say right now. Say I am worth it.
Yeah. You gotta say this.
Ooh, that's kind of a tall.
Okay, raise that chin up. You're a damn king.
Okay. I am worth it.
There you go.
Yay!
Wait.
See, that was a two
Okay. I'm worth it. I'm worth it. Okay.
Yay!
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So that's
buddy.
the first
Okay.
step. Okay. Now the second step is, well.
I have no idea what's happening. I just walked by and I heard someone talking bad about themselves.
I mean, Lady Solane, of course, she of the morning.
Okay. So we're playing that game. Anyways, so like, what do you like about said person? You know, let's start there.
Well, I love how they make me feel
Thanks,
protected,
son. I
and,
appreciate
I like
it.
how,
Thank
they can
you.
they have a lot of feats under their name, right? They've done so much to make the world the way that it is, and so I'm very thankful to them in that regard.
Oh, this person sounds like a very fantastic.
They sound amazing. I'd love to meet them.
Yeah, that's like amazing.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure all of you are quite accomplished individuals yourselves. So
no, clearly not. This person sounds amazing.
Yeah, clearly, this person's a lot better than us. That's for sure.
Oh no! I mean, yeah. I mean, she of the morning is better than all of us, I suppose, and that's why she's a god. I mean, anyways, yeah.
So do you talk to them
thanks.
frequently?
Do I talk to? Of course, every day.
Oh,
look at you,
Nice.
sly dog.
I don't know what you mean by dog, but the only dogs that I know are the ones that call themselves dogs in my stories. I mean, in stories that I've read before. So,
Why would someone call themselves a dog?
They might be a furry.
What's a furry?
No, it's a figure. No, it's a
fan
figure
fiction
speech.
earlier?
Sly dog means
I
like the confident, like confident fella. It's just the
yeah.
figure speech.
Oh,
from my hometown.
like the term
Yeah,
"What's up, dog"?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like, those are my dogs.
Yeah, or like BTE, a big dog energy.
Yeah.
You know what?
Like,
You got that
Oh.
dog in you. You got that dog in you, Ote.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever told you that?
I got that dog in me.
Yeah, you got that dog in you.
I would. What is up, dog? You.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks.
These are
what?
all compliments, by the way.
These are all
Oh,
compliments.
okay. And I should say, what is up, dog, with you?
Oh, thank you.
Specifically, if there's a person that you like, you should 100% greet them with "What's up, dog."
What's up, dog? Is there some sort of like gesture or a certain expression that you got to accompany that with, or?
You jump in the air and do a 360 every time you say it.
Oh, that's pretty athletic.
Yeah, it's called
Hey,
Flare.
you seem it's
exactly,
called like
it's called
W Riz.
Flare.
Have you heard of that? Have you heard of that? It's a new term I learned recently.
W. Don't. Ignore that.
W Riz.
No.
Yeah,
I just learned what this Riz
A lot of
is.
W Riz.
No,
Oh,
don't-
I learned it from Foo's daughter actually. It's actually a
Yes,
good
yes. I told people I asked someone to the ball and I was told I had W Riz.
Oh, look at you!
Oh,
look at you.
Oh,
Look at you.
congratulations.
I think it was a positive thing.
Oh.
Yeah. W Riz is a
W
positive
Riz,
thing.
yeah, it's a good
There's
thing.
a better term for it, but yeah, W Riz is positive.
I don't think there's a better term.
So because you're married and because Sumi has a date and because and Drags has been you said around town and Vader because you just look really
Let's not
cool.
say that.
Would you
Let's
say
not
that
say
you
that
have
lot. Let's not say that.
a lot of race?
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
No. Say it with gusto.
Hey,
We're trying to
The
raise
mainframe
confidence
gamer
here.
just traded with 5
Right.
viewers.
Duber, do you have a lot of race?
Hi, mainframe.
Oh, Duber's got the most Riz.
I'm
Oh, yeah.
Look at him go.
Oh,
Look at him. Look at him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Duber's
Oh.
got W Duber Riz.
Yes,
Exactly.
there you go. There
I'm
you go.
Hi, mainframe. Thank you for the raid.
Amen.
Hello, raiders. My name is Slushieghost. I am a ghost overlord
gonna be
alpha
a hit.
VTuber
Oh,
thing.
is Appa
Trying to
dying?
expand my lovely ghost one ghost at a
Are
time.
you?
Welcome, welcome. How is Overwatch? I hope you guys had fun. Hi, welcome in. I am currently in a
don't move an inch. I
Minecraft
think
roleplay
you're,
SMP where I am playing the
you're being
moth
documented.
Samir, who is very stupid and lamp obsessed.
Anyways,
But I hope your stream went well.
yeah,
Hi.
so I guess the best question to ask right now with events coming up.
I'm currently in the middle of a roleplay situation.
Masquerade?
Oh, Appa did
Lump,
ask me
lump.
to go to the ball, so we're gonna go and have.
Oh.
That's a W race moment. I think isn't it just?
I,
you know, we're just
I
having...
was taught that at a W Riz moment, you should dap someone up.
Oh, ow! Thanks for the dab.
Yeah,
Was
yeah.
that an okay dab?
I think so.
Okay.
Sorry,
go.
I have a little bit of oomph in my dap. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm learning. Anyways, thanks. I guess we.
Overwatch is wonderful, but went a little late. I must say,
thanks.
no worries. Get some good
You
rest.
too.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for the raid. Thank you.
I
Thank
bow to
you.
you. I guess because you're a king
No,
as well.
no,
I guess.
you don't need to bow. You don't need to bow.
you
Just,
don't need to bow.
you
It's
know,
all
you just
about
go up to
respect
someone, be
here.
like,
It's all
be
about
like, you're a
respect here,
king.
don't worry.
Oh. Okay. I mean,
we
the
uplift
Selenite
people
order
here.
never really taught me this. Oh, we uplift. Huh? Thanks.
Yeah.
I mean,
Welcome
okay,
in,
I think I'm
Nixlian.
getting it.
Welcome,
I'm getting it.
welcome.
Thank you.
You are 100%.
I hope you're doing well.
I
Welcome in
already
from the
feel your
raid.
charts
Welcome
spiking up.
to Minecraft Roleplay SMP. I am currently
Is your wrist
Moth.
spiking up in
Mine's already
for the
maxed
ball
I am
too?
Moth.
We don't talk about.
Thank you for the lurky.
Don't worry about me, okay? We're more worried about you right now, okay? And right now, so wait, question: Is Appa the lady? Is Appa the lady? Since you're
I'm no,
going there?
I was talking about Selene.
Yep, Selene.
It's okay.
I don't know.
It's okay. We're all buddies here. You can tell us. You can tell us.
It's just Lady Selene. You know, the only one for me in life that
Okay.
that I
Whatever you
see
say,
every
you
time.
slide
Praise be
dog.
Lamp.
Praise be Selene. You know,
Yeah,
like
praise
a
be
flower
Lamp.
that turns to the sun every morning, huh?
Praise be Lamp.
Praise be Lamp. I think you should go talk with her. I think you should go talk.
Okay.
Go talk with her. Go talk.
Okay.
You should ask her. You should ask her what's the matter, baby.
What's up, dog? Do I? Okay.
Yep.
Sorry.
You got this. You got this. In fact, wait. You know what? Test it real quick with us. Do it real quick.
Test it. Okay. What's up, dog?
No, come on.
More gusto. More gusto.
What?
Oh, Duber seems disappointed.
What's up, dog?
There you go. But you gotta do the jump and spin.
There you go. You remember?
What's up, dog? Wait.
Oh.
Whoa. Sorry.
That was good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Impressive vertical.
Oh, thanks. I've been told I have an impressive airtime when people have thrown me against lockers. Okay. I'll.
You're ready. You're so ready.
No, you got this.
We'll be rooting for you.
Okay. Thanks. I'll
get
do
it.
my best.
Go get her, buddy.
Go do it.
Okay.
Go do it.
Okay.
Let's
You think this is gonna go well?
Yeah, I think it is.
I've been told to say, what's up, dog?
Did you just call me a dog?
Do the 360!
Do the jump, dude! Sorry, let me try this again. Sorry.
Oh! The train! Here, can you hold on right there for a second?
He almost got taken up by the damn train.
What's going on?
I lived.
Oh.
What are you guys teaching Ote?
Are you okay? What happened?
Nothing, really. Oh my god. Oh, crazy.
I live.
Wait.
I'm glad.
Wait,
Oh my
wait,
gosh.
no.
I'm glad you're okay.
Oh.
Apollo, are you hurting people?
I don't think she was very impressed, but I think you did great.
Thanks, Sumi.
You guys have
this is why you're my
5
favorite
seconds to
moth.
run before
Oh, thank you.
I kill all of you.
Hi, thanks for the pictures again.
We
told him he was a kid.
Use your words. Remember what you're doing.
You're gonna be at the ball tomorrow? Yeah.
Oh,
Or I guess Wednesday. Sorry, I'm getting my days mixed up. Well, I'm very happy to have met you because of the pictures and everything. I hope that picture it turned out really well because I'm so not used to taking pictures. You see.
Oh.
Is Duber taking someone to the ball?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh no.
Apollo and Drags and Duber are going together.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that's I think what they said is a W race.
No, that's friend. They're going as friends. Ote.
Oh, can't you raise up a friend?
Oh,
I believe that is what you call.
Oh, Duber, you said you needed silver. Do you still need silver?
Whoa. Yeah.
Okay.
I had on the shift every because everyone wants to fucking do it. Oh my god, you need bro punch someone. I swear to God. Just punch.
We're just going because Duber heard there was cookie.
Oh, they're having cookies.
Do you want a cookie right now? This is thank you so much.
Wait,
for
Duber,
your photo.
can you bust it down really fast?
Yeah.
Oh. Please don't.
Get it. Yay.
Oh.
I mean, okay. If you were to give advice for dancing, I guess what was one piece of advice that really shaped your dancing journey? If you don't mind me asking, Duber.
Duber, break it down for you.
Okay.
Oh. Take notes. Take notes.
Okay. I'm writing it down right now. I'm writing it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Look at the airtime on his legs.
I'm writing it down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, careful with the skeleton.
Oh.
I was told by
Anyways,
those
continue
over there
busting
that
it
I should
down.
Come over here and tell you guys 6-7.
8, 9?
No, that's not.
There
what
are
they
shampoos that are like 67 in one variety.
No,
but my holy
that's
bathwater
not,
is like yeah, exactly. So.
I want to.
That's not what they.
I don't know why I have the primal urge to stab them now.
It's who?
The one who came up to say 6-7.
You
I'm
mean
having
the group
a-
of idiots over there?
I'm having the
Like, give me one
primal
second.
urge to stab them.
Oh!
Should I send out a wither bomb?
You should.
What happened?
They're just being idiots.
Oh!
Oh, careful.
Oh!
Oh, not again!
Oh my gosh,
Oh
it's a massacre.
my god!
What is happening?
My lamp, no!
Your lamp?
First you get hit last night, now they're getting hit.
Hey, look at me.
You gotta add 6, 7 at the end of that.
Oh, no, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you
8,
dare.
9,
Okay.
10.
That, no. No.
Okay.
Look at me. Look at me. How many fingers am I holding? How many fingers am I holding? Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, all the fingers look like they're one whole finger.
You want to stay with Cheru then?
Excuse me,
Are you
person with the
okay?
massive armor.
Yeah, I'm okay. It's normal for me.
Stop.
Oh!
I think we
I got
should
you.
all go to the tavern and
Thank
have a dance the old time.
How are you, Crunch?
Why not?
Yeah,
really
you
do
should
got that dog in
leave.
you.
Huh?
I believe I'm good.
Okay, just
That
me.
is good. Have you taken pictures
Let's
today?
go this way to
Okay.
make sure you're okay.
I am not
Okay.
taking any pictures.
All right,
I
oh
have
my,
actually-
Crunch, come with me.
Thanks. I'll do my... Yeah, you got
Crunch, oh my. Okay, I went exploring, right? Because I finally had time away from the shop, right? Oh my
Yes.
god, I found a building. Do you want to know what's in the building? You're gonna love this. Hold on.
Frog lights? Could it be the copper lamps? The copper lamps that I so desire
No.
and crave? Oh.
But I have something that you might actually really like as well. Anyways.
I would probably also like it anyway, yes. I do love this. Oh yes. Oh,
I
yes,
saw an
this
entire
is
room of
beautiful.
copper and I went, oh, Crunch.
This is beautiful.
And now
it's
we
on
are
the
here.
Surface. It's not underground.
Yes, it is on the surface.
That's quite impressive.
Unfortunately, it was not an instance.
Ah, I see. Unfortunately.
I have come
That is
across
all right.
certain buildings that will not allow me to instance.
Yes, there are a few of those.
Yes, but I found you your copper.
I greatly appreciate it. You know what? Since I'm here, I did want to ask. What rings do you have?
Oh, okay. Well, I just came back. I have rings that are poison immunity. I have rings that are levitation immunity. For some reason, glowing immunity. Who'd ever want that?
I don't know how often people get blown.
I have
seem like it's a-
mining speed. I have 50% knockback resistance. I have summoning damage, if that's something you do. As well as 56.25 crit damage.
That's probably sounds pretty good, I suppose.
I have on attack heal 4 HP. 10
that
armor.
Might be quite nice.
Hold on, let me grab the ones you're seeming impressed with really fast. I have 67.5 crit damage. Quite a few.
Quite a few. Do you have any that are just damage up in general that are not bombed?
Hold on. I have a lot of these. Like, you gotta give me a moment.
Yes, indeed.
Just damage. Just damage. Damage. I too really love that bell.
It's a very good bell.
Are you looking for rings or do necklaces count too?
Well, I've come across this cross necklace that I think might be quite nice. This is what I've been currently using. Though that being said, I would be interested in seeing other necklaces as well.
Give me 1 second. I have so many of these. Hold on.
That is okay.
And you just want damage, right?
Damage in general would be good, but really anything that is particularly good, that you would say. HP up was good. I also like fire spells and holy spells, but mostly fire spells.
Okay. Oh boy, hold on. He added all this stuff afterwards. Damn you, Crunch! Immunity to hunger. Okay, I will now hand you a few. Feel free to peruse them. I can also make custom ones, but if you want a really strong one, you're gonna probably need to bring me netherite or mithril.
Oh, well, I do have netherite.
Oh, that must be so nice, Crunch.
Do you not have it?
I had one, and then I used it to make this pickaxe.
I have 10 netherite.
Oh, I'm so happy for you, Crunch.
And also 50 of the upgrade material thingamajiggies.
Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, did you finally figure out how to do the gem slot stuff?
I have no idea how to do it.
I figured it out. I can help.
You figured it out.
I figured it out, Magnolia!
Yippee.
Yippee! Why are you stalking me outside my window?
I just came back from a grand adventure.
Ah, I mean, you can come in if you want. I'm currently just helping Crunch find a new ring or necklace thing.
I see.
But if anyone here has any cracked gems they want to get rid of, hi, I'm your moth.
Oh, you can get this.
Ooh.
And also this.
Oh. Oh, actually, I think I can make one Crunch might be happy with. You said you use fire magic, right, Crunch?
I do indeed.
Hey. I'll be downstairs if you need me. Crunch, don't run away with my rings!
Okay.
I'll keep an eye on.
You gotta make it very, emphasize the point. Don't run away with my rings.
For the masquerade.
Everyone seems to be working.
Yes,
Everyone's
yes.
invited. Now everyone now has dating someone.
I still need to finish my mask. I started on it and then got a call for adventure. It was too enticing.
I forgot about the mask.
Of course she would.
I'm unsure how a mask would look on me.
Yeah.
I have the Cyclops. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Bro, I have so much stuff I don't know what it does.
I'm not really sure what to do. I don't think I'd have any that would fit. The closest thing I have to a mask is stuff on the wall.
What
but
is
I don't think
happening
that'll
on
fit
my
your head.
window?
Oh.
I've been seeing a lot of activity outside.
There must have been a monster or something.
Probably.
Probably.
Oh, I have another
What
one for you to
kind of,
look at, Crunch.
What kind of piece of jewelry is this?
Oh, that's not a piece of jewelry. That's just a big crystal thingy. I hear it explodes.
Oh, good.
I hear it can only be placed on top of certain, like, blocks.
Very specific blocks. I'm not sure which ones, though.
So this netherite barbed band.
Yes. Are you interested in that one? Hi, Puncher! I'm
I
winning!
must be honest, the barbed ones have not been doing me much good.
Oh, have they not? Is there a reason why?
No, I perish.
You perish?
Quite easily.
What do you mean you perish?
I fall to the floor. It hurts.
How are you dying?
Anyway.
I hit them and then I hit myself because it's what the thorns.
Anyway, I do apologize. Sorry for interrupting.
You're okay,
I
you're
will
okay.
reach out to you soon about those gems. That is
Yes,
very good to
let me know.
Yes, anyway, y'all have a good night.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Goodbye.
Hopefully I see you before the ball. That's my date.
Well, oh, nice.
Nice.
I think I will take this onyx bane ring.
Okay.
I will give these ones back.
I'm glad it could be of some help. I have a lot of
Indeed.
these.
Oh, I see.
And
what
I'm
would you
making
like
more.
What would you like as monetary compensation?
If you come across some redstone.
I see. Then I will give you redstone if I find redstone.
I need to make more lamps for the outer world.
Yes, it would be helpful.
Yes.
The other side of the street is also much darker.
Or glowstone as well. I'll take whatever you got.
I see. Well, glowstone is a little easier to come.
Yes. I've had to
Alright.
rid the world of redstone.
I see.
So
Well,
much
take care.
redstone. Of course. Goodbye. Be safe. Please stop
Goodbye.
dying.
I will never die
And
ever
look both
again.
ways before you cross the train tracks.
Will do. I'll never be hit by the
1,
train
2,
again.
3, 4, 5. Yeah. He took one with him.
Sumire.
Hello. How can I help you?
I was curious. I'm rather in need of fortifying my holy magic. Would you happen to have come across any accessories in your time recently?
Oh, let me check. It might take me a moment. There's a lot.
Please take all your time.
Holy. If you see anything that says holy magic, let me know. I'm dyslexic and I can't read. I'll keep that in mind for now. I don't think I have any actual jewelry that's holy, but if he has more of this, I can make it for him. Wait, no. Okay, here's the thing. I don't have anything for holy magic jewelry-wise, but if you happen to have more of this luminous opal, I know how to make perfect opal.
Interesting.
I just need a few of these.
I may take you up on this. Miss Rain had procured me a few flawless opals, and frankly, I'm in great need of those. So the fact that you're able to duplicate them would be very interesting.
Yes, I have some downstairs. I know how to get you to the perfect one because I have the table stuff and I'm learning that right now.
You are a very wise moth.
Yes, I am learning quite a lot about the shinies.
Well, that is acceptable then. I shall see about bringing you some in the near future.
I'm here literally most of the time.
I will bear that in mind. Thank you.
Of course. Good luck on your
Stay safe.
journeys. Goodbye. Dude, I've become very popular at this fucking store. Oh boy. I've become so popular at this damn store. I went from selling actual rings that do stuff to selling engagement rings and wedding rings for the sake of RP. And then I gained more knowledge on the damn mod pack, and now I've gone from the RP wedding rings to actual fucking rings and gems. I am busy, Moth. I am very busy, Moth. Dude, I get so happy seeing my skin. I worked so fucking hard on this skin. I'm so happy with it. I look so cute. Oh. I'm so cute. Yay. I've gotten fan art and it makes me happier. But yes, business is booming. Business is booming. I am pleased. I am pleased, Moth. Oh, I should probably make my staff. Imagine after this you do random Minecraft collabs. Just like, okay, see, I might bring Sumire back for a different roleplay thing at some point. Maybe. Maybe. Like personality and the name Sumire, I'll probably bring back. Moth design, maybe not. It all depends what I can do. Down I go. Bada 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 bada. I've learned a lot of these damn mod packs right now. Cause okay, so I know a lot of these mod packs to begin with. I know a lot about the iron spells and spell books. I know a lot about ice and fire. So I'm trying to dabble in like mod packs or like mods in the mod pack that I don't know. So one of those is like create. I'm not learning a lot about create, but you know. We're learning currently some apotheosis. Apotheosis. And then we're learning the irons, gems, and shit. Gems and jewelry and stuff. A lot. Create is hard. I have friends who dabble with create here and there. I don't understand. Half the time, I'm staring and I'm like, what? Because I don't get it. I really don't get it. Good for my friends. I just don't understand. Okay, can I make this for him? Oh, this is cracked. I need to go from chipped to cracked. Okay. Now we have flawed, cracked, and chipped. So cracked goes to chipped, and chipped goes to flawed. We need more of those. I'll have to find more. I'm gonna be between contracts after this week. I'm genuinely tempted to sit down and learn. No, honestly, it's so much fun. Like, when I'm not in servers like this, I do honestly sit down and play, like, modded Minecraft. I love modded Minecraft. How to get me to play any kind of Minecraft, like, 24/7? Modded Minecraft. Modded Minecraft. I just love mods. I still really want to host that community / friend horror Minecraft server in October. Because I have that as a plan still. I would literally just need help kind of like fundraising. Slightly. Which horror pack? It'd be an amalgamation of like horror mods I've played in the past. I know I still want to host my like zombie, my little zombie RP type server. See, the thing about that one is I don't know if I want to do it RP or I don't know if I want to do RP or like just try to fucking survive. Like 7 Days to Die style, kinda. Because I do know how to do that. I don't know. Okay, see, my current problem is I know a fuck ton of mod packs. I know how to host a server. My main issue right now is I don't have the funds to host a server. Otherwise, I would have hosted one by now. Because currently Ghost's job is this. Ghost do not have other job besides stream right now. So if Ghost hosts server, that is a lot of money for poor Ghost. But dude, I have so many ideas. I have so many. I have so many ideas. I just don't have funds. And I'm like, yeah, hosting one on my PC directly from my PC? God, no. No, never again. Never again. I need to put these plushies somewhere else. There's too many plushies. I did it once with friends. I can't imagine doing it with VTubers. Because I half the time I don't know a lot of people. See, I like to think I have the connections. I have the connections with people to have enough people for a server. Slash the reach to get a decent amount of people to join the server, like that aren't people I know. I have that covered. I know a lot about Minecraft mod packs and a lot about hosting servers and dealing with mods to know how to host the server. Buying a server, though, is a little hard. That part is slightly hard, though, because I don't have funds besides what I earn from Twitch. That's not to be guilt trippy. I need to preface this now. It is not to be guilt trippy. I just don't have funds to do a lot of things. Signal of Malice. Ooh. Oh, I see. I found a mod pack that basically turns Minecraft to 70. I've seen that one, and I've seen I forgot the exact name of it, but I've also seen one that basically brings like, fuck, I forgot the name of the game. The one with Joel. I just played it. I just played the one with Joel. The Last of Us. There you go. I know one that's like brings the Last of Us type clickers and stuff into the game, and also like the Walking Dead stuff into the game and mutated zombies. That's kind of what I want to do. Quick question: what's the best way to support? Gift subs or bits? Okay. I know you didn't ask about the one I'm gonna bring up first, but the best way probably is to like Ko-fi, because I gotta keep the majority of what gets donated. But if you wanna help support the channel and, you know, make sure a ghosty also gets something out of it, gift subs is a nice way. But I typically say, here's the thing about gift subs and bits. It's kind of the same price in the end. While gift subs, like right off the bat, they tell you that, oh yeah, half of this is gonna go to us, half of this is gonna go to streamer. Biddies, what they do with them is they add an extra charge. Like they already add the charge that they're gonna take from it from the price. Because if you've seen what bits are essentially like pennies. You're throwing pennies at your streamer, right? And I know I think I'm gonna spitball a price. It's probably wrong. This is me just showing an example. I think it's like, what is it, like 20k is like 20k is like 30 something bucks or something like that. I don't remember.
To the community.
It's something like that. Also, Darkfire, thank you for the subby. Thank you. I hope Mein Vulva, I hope you enjoy your sub and your emotes and your no ads. Holy shit, I am dying. Honestly, after so many days of Minecraft, I'm more surprised I didn't start dying sooner. Yeah, Ko-fi is typically like the best way to do it. IMO, like in my opinion, the most I get taken from me is like $1. Compared to like Twitch and stuff where they do take a lot more than $1.
Sci-Fry, welcome home.
Hi Sci-Fry, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the good school. Welcome home. Hello. Hi, I know you. Hello. I am learning mod pack. My brain a hurdy. I am learning mod pack currently. My head fucking hurdied. I hope you are doing well though. I get this. Sorry, I keep doing this thing where I go. It's the fucking Blues Clues noise. I don't know why I got that stuck in my head suddenly. But I've just begun going. It's so stupid. I don't know why. But thank you, Dark. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I think I already said that. Dude, I'm lagging so far behind right now. Oh, my brain. Oh my god. I think I told you guys this, but the same thing that happened to me during Hightail happened for Minecraft. Where, like, I had a dream about Minecraft. Okay, for the people who are new here, I was in a Hightail, like, charity server a week before this one started. Like, no, 2 weeks before this one started. My partner was talking to me when he thought I was, like, decently awake. And I was shushing him because this Hightail server had voice chat, but the voice chat was through a browser, and that browser sometimes would not mute, or like very often did not mute when you press the button mute. So my partner was talking to me, and me in my dream, I thought I was playing Hightail, and I was like, honey, shut the fuck up. I'm playing Hightail. It has open mic. Shut up. And he won't let me live that down now. Bro does not let me live that down anymore. Ugh. I want to fight him. Oh, Metreon, thank you for the donut. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, you're very sweet. Thank you. Oh god, we're getting a step closer. Oh god. Oh no. Oh boy. Okay. Sorry. I completely forgot we're still doing Slushathon. But thank you so much for the dono. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you. Have a head pat. It's not much, but it's honest work. Pat. Pats you with my mouse. I don't have hands right now. Someone's gonna call you a name that's not Sumire, and you'll be like, excuse me, that's not my name. I don't doubt it. Honestly, I don't even fucking doubt it. I'm not kidding when I say I have seen lamps. I saw lamps, right? And my brain instinctively went, lamp. My fucking brain just, lamp. I'm brain rotted. I need to stop. Bro, I need a break after this. I need a break after this shit. Ugh. The brain cells, they're dying. The moth brain rotted. My walls are thin here. Oh, I can hit him with the doot. Yeah, fucking gemmed. Okay. Luminous. I have one regular, I have cracked, chipped, flawed. I need more. Okay. Hopefully he does come to help me out here. I want him dead. Best 10 bucks I've ever spent. Listen, I can't do much, but one thing I will do is give chat head pats. It's the best I can. It's the most I can do, honestly. Just go putty. What is Obsidian Skull? Oh. What does this do? I don't care. Not important. I'll keep it because I'm pretty sure someone's gonna come and ask me something about the smart pack, and I'm gonna need it then. I feel it in my bones. I know already. I already know. Bro, I'm so ready. I already know. So shy it's audience. Stretchy. Oh my god, is this a mod pack? Can I drink? No. No. Fuck you. Kicks your ass. Genuinely, the amount of people I've had ask.
Mushrooms for sale.
He's so tiny! Doggy, why?
We want the best for
Oh, doggy. Oh, you're so cute and tiny. It's fine.
Mushrooms.
I'm gonna beat your
okay.
That's
your ass.
doggy. For my hightail people who don't know, that is literally doggy.
No, I don't think you did.
No, not Dougie Y. Dougie Weh.
We're gonna
Dougie Weh.
we're gonna bring him to be a very strong king, and he's gonna
Dougie Weh. He's so tiny. He's so tiny. I need you guys to know I went to the auction a few days ago and I bid so much money on Dougie. Bro, I put so much money down for Dougie's plushie. Ugh, I needed it. And now I have it. I want it. I got it. It's mine. I win. Oh, the Dougie made a duper can hit the Dougie. I know. Okay, so okay. I want to talk about this I talked about this process like day one, but me and Dougie went insane trying to figure out our characters. Like we knew what we wanted, but because none of us had ever used Blockbench. We had never touched Blockbench, like the 3D modeling stuff for Minecraft. Decently simple. For me, I kind of struggled with my wings. I don't know much about Dougie's process, but I know we both struggled on the coding because Duber/Dougie wanted to lower their camera down small, right? That one took us fucking forever, and someone else figured it out, not us. Me, I struggled so long to get the stupid, not that one. Not that one. To get this stupid wheel to work. And get my emote to emote and flap wing, and I went fucking insane. I wanted to die. Hi, Sketchy. Hello. How are you? I don't think I'm gonna farm more Mithril on stream. I don't want to force you guys to watch that, but you know. Well, worth it. The moth wings are beautiful. Thank you. It was genuinely so many days of going to bed at 5 a.m. because I was busy working on the skin and trying to figure out what the fuck was happening. It was so bad. How are we? I'm good. I'm having a good day so far, honestly. It's been a fun time on stream. Currently trying to learn a bit more about this mod pack I'm using. It has been a time. Wrist. Do I have a belt already? No. Belt. That is butt. No worries. Thank you for the lurky. Get some good rest. Is this head or? That's familiar. Oh. fuck, my flamingo wouldn't count anymore. I wouldn't be able to fly. Mwah! I wouldn't be able to fly anymore. Shit, no, flying's way more important to me.
UVT just raided with 7 viewers.
I'm gonna mess up how to say this, and I'm so sorry ahead of time, but I appreciate you genuinely. Iryu? Thank you so much for the raid! Hello, raiders! My name is Slushieghost. I am a ghost overlord elf witch VTuber thing. Trying to expand my lovely ghost call when you ghost at a time. Welcome, welcome. How was Retro Rewind? Was it fun? I played it during Steam Next Fest, but I haven't gone back to pick it up yet. But also, welcome in. We are currently in a Minecraft SMP called AdVenture Ascension. This is a very heavily D&D inspired Minecraft SMP, where I am currently playing the role of Sumire. I am a moth who is obsessed with lamps and shiny things now. And who's trying to figure out what the fuck is happening half the time. I'm addicted. I need to play that again. I have to pick that up. I have to pick it up. I keep telling myself that, but I have not done it. I'll probably pick it up soon. Oh. I've been trying to keep up with everyone. Oh, have you? Thank you. Yeah, no, it's been a really fun time so far playing this. I've had a blast. Flawed or whispering. Okay, so okay. I'm gonna just start fixing some of these. I do not need to fix some of these, but I'm gonna start doing it. There's so many. There are. There's so many of us. Genuinely. Oh god. I genuinely wonder how like the viewers for this shit have kept up. There's so many. There's too many of us. Oh, craft. Oh. Hold on. Okay, we do this. Missing inputs. Oh, do I need more? Okay.
UVT, welcome home.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the Gliss School. Welcome home. Buddy. Okay, I'm gonna break you down. Is this my pickaxe? Before I fuck this up. Oh no, I have netherite. I have netherite. Never mind. Yeah, I love Twice. Okay, here's my thing about Twice, or K-pop in general. I love songs. I don't know the people. I do love the music. I just never know who anyone is. I feel like such a dad when it comes to that. I'm here like bopping to the music, like yeah, and then people are like, "Oh, are you a fan of this person?" I'm like, all I know is Chewy. That's all I know, because I saw it in a Kelly Clarkson, I saw it in like a Kelly Clarkson, clip. Where her name is not Chuyu, it's Chewy. And my brain went, oh, she's adorable. And now here I am. She's the only member I know. But she's so cute. She's so cute. Okay. By the way, if you need to head out and do any post-stream care, please feel free to. Thank you so much for stopping by, though. I swear I'll listen to music and they're like, you like this artist? And I'll be like, they have a name? Exactly. Exactly. I feel that. Oh no, I ran out of gem dust. I might have to start sacrificing some. Okay, what do I not care about? I don't care about you. I don't care about you either. This I might care about because I believe a certain person might like. I also don't really give a shit about this one, the lightning gem. So we're gonna throw away the lightning gems. Listen, I'm gonna put myself first, and then I will go back and do everything. Boom. A gem case. I thought okay, so people were telling me about the gem case, and I never figured out how to make it. Oh, that's why, because I need an ender chest. Oh boy, that's why. And I didn't want to go mine obsidian. I'm sitting here counting down the days until Raft Part 2. I know, I will get on that shit so fast as soon as I'm done here. I promise. I shit you not. I've been here like, I'm so sorry to all my friends, dude. Ooh, I have people. I have Mayo trying to get me for something. I have Mayo's trying to get me for collabs. I know I have Raft with you guys. We have to go back and probably finish fast food sim with Punter and stuff. I'm busy. I'm so busy. I got a massive influx of like friends after, you know, the whole fucking SMP thing, like the hightail thing, and I know everyone and their mom wants to play with me right now. And I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And I'm trying. Okay. See, I love Raft. Raft is one of those things I just kind of like get too hyper fixated in. I know I'm not trying to say it like that. No. I'm not trying to say it like that. No. That's how I feel about when I get the... You can message me as long as you're okay with waiting a bit. I feel so bad when people message me and I just have not gotten back to them in a bit. I'm like, I love you. I promise. I'm just a little busy right now. And I'm like, It's fine. Like, I'm so down for people to message me. It's just more like, listen, if you can understand that I'm a busy ghost sometimes and I'm not gonna always be able to respond, that is fine. That is fine. Because I've known people who have genuinely gotten upset with me for not replying right away. So whenever I like make a new friend and I want to stay like friends with that friend, I have to literally go to them and be like, listen, I am a decently busy person. I need you to know that if you message me and I don't reply, it's not because I hate you. I just suddenly probably got really fucking busy. And I apologize. Doesn't mean I hate you. I just can't answer 24/7. And you know, for the most part, I'll get the, no, yeah, that makes fucking sense. And on the rare occasion, I'll get like, this isn't gonna work then. And I'm like, okay then, I'm so sorry. My bad. My bad, fam. Just say you hate me and think I'm a fat chud. I don't think you're... I know. No. No. Shush. Shush you. Did I make perfect already? Did I make perfect of these? I thought I made a perfect one of those. I've been so overstimulated with messages sometimes where I've told people that I love them, but I got one more. No, okay. Yeah, I love Vampire. Vampire's so good. But what's it called? That was me during the hightail thing. Because I was the Archmage, everyone was fucking DMing me. And they were like, Archmage, Archmage this, Archmage, Archmage that. And I'm like, I love you. I have 5 other people DMing me at the same time right now asking me different questions. I need a fucking moment to breathe. I need a moment to just, oh. We were supposed to have a council chat and we never made it. Oh, I might be able to get this for my boy. For my boy, my little buddy, my little pal. My buddy, my pal, my little home slice. I don't fucking know what I'm saying anymore. I'm tired. Okay, I don't need those. I can turn these into dust. Chat, now that I know how this mod pack works, I need you guys to not allow me to throw any gems out. Like if I go to like a dungeon and you see me not pick up a gem, I need you to scream at me that I'm gonna need it later. I will allow that this one time. Missing inputs. Oh. I have 2 flawless now. And then the 2 flawless, because I can make a perfect, right? The 2 flawless. Hey! Nice. This can chill in there. But yeah, if you see me like not pick up a gem, I need you to yell at me. I'm not kidding. Just look at me straight in the eye and go, Slushy! Pick up the gem! And I'll pick it up. I will pick it up. This is max health. I'll get the max health one. Yeah, it's fine. Da 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 da. I will not until you put the gem case. Oh my god. You're so fucking demanding. You specifically are so demanding.
Trapdoor.
Yes.
This block here, replace it with a thing that you put the coin into.
Yes.
Because I assume you would need some kind of mechanism here. I've moved the backpack.
Hey, out of curiosity.
Right.
Do you happen to have any obsidian for sale? Or that I can just have?
I have obsidian upstairs.
Can I please have like 7 if you have some? I'm trying to make an ender chest.
That is fair.
I'm learning a lot about the gem stuff right now, and I need a gem case for all my gems.
Oh, I beware that the gem case is not the same thing as the jewelry gems. Yes?
No, yes. I'm learning how to do it for myself, and maybe others if they need help.
You're doing apothec gems.
Yes.
Oh, I'm small.
I had 4 blocks of obsidian.
I'll take whatever you can give. How much do you want?
Emil, what would you say that obsidian would be worth? Silver, right?
Yes, I don't know. Yeah, 1 silver per.
Yeah, 1 silver per. Yeah.
Just have a gold. It's fine. I'll take the
Oh,
obsidian.
Shit.
I just need this, and I just don't want to go mining.
I will look this gift horse in the mouth. Let's go.
I just need it, and I really don't want to go mining for it. So I'm just
That's completely fair.
desperately looking for people who have obsidian. Do you know if Duber's in his shop?
Yeah, that he's never nowhere, but I
He's
can look him up.
never exactly anywhere.
He's somewhere but nowhere. Thank you. Dude, I have so much money I don't care anymore. Let's break into the tavern and see if anyone has anything.
Yo, this is a.
Oh.
This is a.
Hi.
Hi.
This is a headache in a house.
Did you get him drunk?
No, Sumire.
Oh.
Oh, hold on.
Take him to the bathroom, Apollo.
Oh.
Come here, son.
Follow Daddy.
I'm not getting thrown up on tonight.
Okay. We were just trying to be good fathers, okay? And
This isn't being a good father.
No, it is. It's father's son bonding moment. You know, we all go out drinking.
Is he
together.
drinking
You
his
can't-
feelings away?
No.
Because I learned what that is recently, and boy, did I not feel good in the morning.
Yeah, I do that often. We should grab a drink sometime. I feel
No,
like we
I
do
know,
on here.
totally. I just
Don't
don't
tell
think
Apollo.
Otay can handle that. Anyways,
Anyway.
out of curiosity, do you have any obsidian that you're willing to sell me?
How much?
4?
Oh wait, don't take that. Don't take that. Do not take that. Dude, I'm gonna need that back.
I tried running away as much as possible.
Thank you.
How much do
there
you
we go,
want?
I'm good. I'll charge you your silence for what happened here. Okay.
What happened?
Exactly. I like you.
Goodbye
There you
now.
go.
Thank
Goodbye.
you.
You're welcome.
I don't know what happened. What happened? I just woke up. I just suddenly woke up outside of the tavern. What happened? I don't know. I don't know anywhere. I know. Anyways. Oh no, I'm blind. How did I end up back home? Oh my. Anyways. Blackmail for obsidian. Anyways. What do I need for Eye of Ender again? Blaze. Please tell me I didn't get my blaze powder. Oh, my blaze is away. Oh! Ah, thank God. Okay. I wasn't silly. I was not a silly goober. Got this here. Da-da-da-da-da. 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 Okay. Almost another excursion required. I would... Ugh, no. No. Oh, you know what? I should go check. I don't have basalt. I don't want to go mining!
They're gone.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Yeah.
Yes,
Do you guys have any basalt? I really don't want to go mining. I just really don't want to go mining. I'm lazy. I'll have to go mining for mithril at some point.
Oh yes, hello.
Hi, she was here first. And we're here first.
Oh no, they're getting me right now. No.
Yeah, I got 5.
Oh, that
I got
is
5 blocks.
please.
basalt. I don't think that works.
Does that work?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Same deal. 1 silver per.
Have 13.
No, oh, that works.
Listen, I just really don't want to go mining.
That
What do you?
What's
you
up?
Need something?
Huh?
Like you said, you don't want to go mining. Is there something you need specifically?
I'm trying to get a gem case, but I need basalt and I need an obsidian, so I came to bother them twice now.
Oh, I see. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, I just don't want to go mining.
Wait, you deal with gems? This is why I came here. Actually, I wanted to ask you guys if you may have perhaps experienced this before. I can't socket. I can't put specific gems into items that have sockets.
Is it compatible with that specific item?
Yes, yes. Basically, I can put in. I put in a gem.
One gem, but you cannot put a second one of the same type.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Exactly.
Yes, that is an issue that has been observed before with staves specifically.
Really?
Yes, I believe
It's actually not on my stave. That's the problem. It's actually on my helmet and my boots. Not really mine. I'm borrowing them, but let's not talk about that.
What gems are you trying to socket? Just to ask.
Tyrannical on boots.
A tyrannical. Actually, it seems either by design or by a flaw. Perhaps
is
you
it a
cannot
unique
socket
gem?
two gems of the same type into a piece.
I believe that makes sense.
I thought so too. So I tried a different gem. It doesn't socket it as well.
Oh.
Interesting.
Do we have a cap on how much we can socket?
I
the
don't
gods
think so,
decided to
because I
have
have pieces. I have pieces with three. I have pieces with 3 sockets. I do have a theory I want to test soon.
I have a theory as well. There may be a limit to the power of the gems attached to a weapon based on its rarity. I believe epic tier might not be able to have full perfect gems.
I also thought that, but I have my stave with a perfect and a flawless.
Well,
and a
but
normal
you do not
one.
have 2 perfects.
I didn't know. I didn't
is-
try to put 2 perfects
Perhaps
in.
there is a level limit to the amount of power it would give.
I have
That
a
makes
different
sense.
theory. I'm gonna test it out
determine that.
soon. I think that it might be if you socket a gem into an item before it has 3 sockets, it is locked, and it is. No, I'm gonna try that right now. I'm gonna make an item with 1 socket, instantly slot it in. I'm gonna make another random item with 3 slots and try that too.
Interesting.
Before I
You're saying,
socket in, I'll just experiment.
Then perhaps would you try to withdraw all the gems and see if that allows you to put.
I tried that too. I experimented a lot. It's why I'm asking around. That's the only idea I had that I haven't tried yet. The idea that sockets in general are, if you socket something before you have 3, it is very problematic.
Oh, that would suck actually.
But I'll see. Thank you guys though for the input.
Yes, of course.
I'm sorry I don't have basil for
No,
you.
it's okay. They helped me already. Though I think this is
Okay,
smooth
good.
basalt, and I'm really hoping that this works. I may come back.
I do not believe it does, but if it does not, I will run to the solarium or the solar depot and get you some.
It's fine. I think I can make it there too. I need to see if they have
You
mithril.
can use the portal from the black market.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. I don't think the solarium is gonna have mithril, but maybe there's hope. Hello, Duber.
Hello.
How are you, Duber?
Duber's good. Duber's developing film.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, do you happen to have any gems you're not wanting to use?
Duber's using all of the gems.
Duber knows how to use gems. God damn it, Duber.
Duber has 200 HP.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, how did you do that? Was that
Gems.
Was that the brawler's gem that you put on?
Duber
May I inquire
has-
as to how you got that much health, Duber?
Duper has sub-brawler gems. Duper also has a couple other gems.
Mm-hmm.
All perfected.
Yeah, that's currently what I'm trying to do. I just learned how to do this gem stuff.
Yeah. Duper's using all the gems.
Thanks anyways, Duper.
Yeah.
This one. The Great Solar Depot. Ow! Fucking Duper. Of course he had to get into this shit. Myth. Myth. They said if it's in here, I can take it. They said if it's in here, I can take it. I'm just saying. Well, that's been for a while. Armor, artifact. Ooh, I assume people put a lot of stuff in here. Wait, was there mithril nuggets? Oh no, that's diamond termite shard. That's not mithril. It's diamond. I understand the confusion though. I'm gonna take 3 of these. Armor, lifesteal, nature.
Alright, some rings. Excuse me, I have some rings that I do not want to store here as they take up a lot of space.
Oh, okay.
Would you mind if I give them to you?
Feel free to plop them on me.
Very well. This one. And this one.
Blood spell, chipped. Thank you. Can I add a bunch of sockets into my wand? Out of curiosity? Yes, okay. What else gives me health here? Limit is 200. Okay. Anything with health? I actually 1,000 diamonds. The fuck? Duber does have a fuck ton of health, dude. I need to get to that level of Duberness. Blink. Oh, they do have flawless stuff already. Okay. You are my fire, desire, believe when I say I want it that way. Yeah. I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. I'm bopping, I'm sorry. Ah, Mithril! Oh shit, my fucking everything. Dime porque I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. Tu fuego, tu único deseo. Get 3 perfect brawler jumps into your shield and boom, 120 XP. Oh. Ender rune. Oh, that's not the best one. Okay. I'm gonna try to make a rune one at some point. Chat, you want to go to the mines with me? You guys want to go to the mines with me? I want to find some mithril, that's why. Okay. Mining time! Mining time. Me when it's fucking mining time. Oh boy. You in there, you in there, you in there, you. I'm keeping that because it's mining speed. Okay, we're gonna take you out, put you in. Put that there too. I need to fight that stupid wizard. I told myself earlier we're gonna fight the damn wither so I can get to a certain level. Has not done shit. I'm about to go back to Doober. Hey, Doobs. You got any, do you have any, soul sand? What? Do you have any, soul sand? Oh. I sense the interaction now. Doober's on to us, I feel it in my bones. Doober is on to us, I swear to God. Meanwhile, Doober. Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we have one of the flawed gem of royal family, so that's good. We have something. I kind of want to get the luck ones, just so I don't have to, like, drink potions of luck anymore. Do you think Duper will suspect us if we go in and ask him for the thing? No, right? Probably not. I mean, look at me. I'm just a little moth. We're going up, up, up. It's our moment. When you get around 100 luck, it breaks loot chests. They start stacking. Wait, what do you mean it starts stacking? Stacks of iron. Okay, I don't think they're gonna let us go that. I'm pretty sure they probably put a limit on that. Maybe. I always lag by the tavern. It's something about all the redstone they used over there. I swear to God. Hello? Bing bong. I hear like a tok tok. Hello? Maybe he's in his house. I imagine he's in his house, maybe. Hello? Hello? Where is he? I heard the duck duck. Duck duck. Ah.
I don't know what kind of spells I have.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Have you happened to see Duber?
I don't know. Have I seen Duber? Duber, that's where you answer. Sumire. Yes, I have seen Duber.
Oh, I'm trying to buy some soul sand.
Oh, look, I see him right there.
Oh, hi Duber.
Hello, do you happen to have any of these wool or these ink, by the way?
Like blue, pink, and yellow?
The cyan, yellow, magenta, and black.
No.
Oh. Okay.
I'm planning on going mining soon. If I find bones, I can try to see if I can bring it to you.
Okay.
Do you happen to sell any soul sand?
Duper don't have a Draxmite.
I don't actually. I've used the last bit for some stuff, unfortunately. I'm
I
sorry.
see. I've just been avoiding going to the nether all day. Man! Goodbye.
I can respect that.
All that for nothing. I want to come here. I need you to just imagine a moth pouting with like their arms crossed as they're going through the portal. Just a very pouty moth going. Because that is what I am. Pouty moth. You will go to hell and you will like it. No! I don't wanna. Anyways, I can go get basalt from here, I guess. I guess I can get my good basalt now. I'm gonna just get a lot of this so I never have to go again. Like I mentioned last time, to me the Nether typically is the most boring biome ever. I don't give a shit about the Nether. I'm sorry. To my Nether lovers in the chat, I'm so sorry. Soul Sand Valley, lovely. Soul Sand. Anyways. Moth is not like Nether. Nether is hot and not fun. And it reminds me of the great hunt for shitty ass hoglin skin. And me no like you. It upsets me very much. Here, I should take a break here before I fly over the giant pit of fucking lava. That's soul soil. Ah. I mean, moth things are very combustible, so it does make sense why you don't like the dark fire biome. You're not wrong. Yeah, I totally meant to do it for the roleplay. Yep. Totally. I have no hatred towards the Nether. Yep. Anyways. Get me the fuck out of Dodge. I like how whenever I like travel like that, my screen starts lagging for a good bit. I think I need some sand.
Yeah, we could still call it a date though. That would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can.
Yeah, you're welcome. I wish I could have done more, is all.
No, you did so much. Yeah, you did enough. We saw the sun rise together. That's beautiful enough.
Yeah, it was nice to see stuff with you and get to talk to you and know what's in that brain of yours.
You know. There's not a lot apart from sunshine. Anyways, I'll be off now. Thank you so much. Okay.
Bye bye.
All right.
Okay.
Bye bye, Appa. Say hi to Mimi and Grom for me. Okay. Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
I heard nothing. I am not existent. I am not existent. I heard nothing. Bro, I'm such a fucking chismoso in these games. I swear to God. I'm so fucking nosy in these games. Like, me hurts. Yeah, thank you for the date, me. Hold up. Beep, beep, beep. Huh? Maybe they do have reason to suspect me, you know? Maybe I am really fucking nosy. Grilled fish. What is that? Oh, it just okay. That's kind of cute. Citrine shard, large citrine bud. Well, ship. Okay. That was kind of cute. That was actually really cute. Like the little shooting star thing. Mm-hmm. Very, very cute. Put this in there. Eh. Ba, 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 ba. Ugh, I hate the normal furnace. Ugh. Out of all the mods here, we couldn't get fucking iron furnaces. I mean, I get it. It's not really roleplay material. I get it. I understand. I just hate waiting for shitty ass furnaces. But I get why. I get why they didn't put it in. I say that, but we also have a bunch of magic stuff. Wither? I have the soul sand. Oh, I need more. Ah. Oh, is there? I probably can't fucking use it. I'll be so honest with you. Knowing my luck with the spells I'm stuck with, I probably can't even use it. Holy fucking headaches, man. Oh, fuck. Ah! How many do you need? I love that we now have the out of character chat. Bro, someone's trying to be fucking chat over there. Oh my god, is it fucking Sino? Fucking Sino. This is not cobbled deep sleep. Where'd my basalt go? Oh, I'm just dumb. There you go. If you have another right sword, smite with fire, you can one-shot it. What the fuck? Yay, gem case. Yay, fucking finally. The sick item. Da, 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 da. "33 nether stars." Bro, now I feel so insecure summoning my one nether. My one wither. Ooh. Bro, Kami's gonna come back tomorrow and be like, finally! Sorry. So it's a giddy. Hi, bestie. Yeah, I'm still on. I mean, like, it hasn't been that long, I think. I don't think so, at least. I haven't clicked at the timer thing to look at it in a bit. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what time. ¿A qué hora son? Oh shit, our streak. I should probably do that soon. Hold on. Es por eso, ya no te veo. Pero de cualquier forma, estaba disponible ayer y nadie me mandó mensaje. I chilled in the fucking Discord forever and no one sent me a message. What do you want from me? No, lástima. Pues no es mi culpa entonces, ¿ah? You know what? I'm not sorry you broke your elbow. You'll have me back past Saturday. What was I doing? Oh, right, the search for Mithril. I have to go mining. Warframe? I don't know when Warframe's happening, I'll be so honest with you. Wasn't there gonna be a time you weren't available or something? Good morning, Paul. Good morning. Hi, good morning. Don't fall asleep again during, you know, stream. Oh yeah, I was doing a donathon, and one of the rewards, chat wanted was Warframe. Hi, phone. Welcome in. Mithril, 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 Mithril. Oh my god, it's so fucking okay. Paul, I'm gonna tell you a story, okay? I went hunting with friends for stuff like a while ago. And, you know, I found a singular piece of mithril. I marked it on my map. I went back today to pick up that one piece of mithril. I got mithril. I then proceed to, you know, go home, and I smelt it, thinking it's gonna be a normal fucking ingot. They're scraps. It's a damn scrap. I need 4, Paul. I need 4. To make 1 fucking bar of mithril. I have never seen such bullshit in my life, Paul. You can get up to Fortune 10 with Fortune 4 enchant. You can... Ah! You scared the fuck out of me. I heard a spider sound and I hated it. Bitch, get the fuck out of my face. Anyways. Give me my money. Yeah. It's, yeah, like netherite. Exactly. And I was not happy. I am so sad. I am so sad. The myth is real. It is real, Busty. Oh my god, Paul! Paul, I have a question for you. Because I'm trying to do this with all the smalls and a bunch of other people. So, there's currently like that little artist commission RP person on the server, right? Salsa. I don't know if I'm limited to only the 1 commission, but hypothetically, if he lets me get more, would you like to get a commission piece together? Yeah, I know he wants in-game gold. I already paid him for 1 with Crunch or with Silo. And I'm trying to get with a bunch of people. I want to get like maybe a few pieces with everyone. I see someone was busy under my home. Ah, the hammer. That hammer thing really did wonders for them, huh? Yeah, I bet. Yes. Okay, bet. They're currently doing 1 for me and Crunch. And then I am doing 1 with Magnolia soon as well, because she's my date for the ball. Yeah, I know he's about to get really fucking busy. Yeah. I did ping him. I'm like, yo, I want to support you. You want to... I'm like, I'm down to pay actual money. If you want. Oh my god, there's so much. Who came under my house? Yeah, you're gross. Die. I'm still really slow at swapping my spells. He said no to me and a few people for money. Damn it! Ugh. Me wanting to support people financially. That makes sense though. Me about to pop into so many people's V-gens when this is over. Hehehehe. You can tell whoever was in the cave under my house was really looking for mithril. They went ham. Yeah, no, he's so cool for that. I wanna find so many of the people doing like commissions. I know, I think her name is like Lena or something, like Angelina. The Oracle, she's also doing more stuff. Here's the thing, I could probably draw some on my own. I could probably do some doodles on my own. They're just not gonna be the best. AKA, I'm just not confident in my art. I've seen the Oracle maybe like once or twice. I miss doing art. What happened? Why you no do art no more? Are you busy? Because that's my reason. I got too busy. How far down is Mithril? Chat, does anyone know how far down Mithril is? Out of curiosity. Took it as an elective and Oh, I see. I see. Oh. What? I am always down to see art. Send them my way. I always like looking at art. Peekaboo. Motherfuckers. There has to be mithril around here somewhere, right? Oh, my staff can detect it actually. Fuck, there's nothing nearby. Cause yesterday it said like, oh, there's something valuable nearby, and that's when I found the mithril piece. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Not ore detector, but apparently, what's it called? Having, what's it called? Astral sense, it also tells you or something? Like, it doesn't tell you what's nearby, but it tells you something like really lucky or like legendary is nearby or something like that. Yeah, Astral Sense lets you know when there's mobs around and everything, and it just scans everything. And it'll give you like a little thing that's like, oh yeah, there's something pretty legendary nearby. And I'm like, oh. Okay. Why are you mad? What happened? Get the basol. I'm gonna take this redstone. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, gold. Give me that shit. I'm literally just mining on stream because otherwise I'm gonna just space out while I'm mining later and just be like, it happens. It happens so much more than you think. Why -38? I keep pressing the wrong button. I'm still not used to having a massive keyboard. Thank you, bestie. Da, da, da. Everyone out here has their spectral hammer. I can't use spectral hammer. And I'm so salty about it. Because I am a warlock. I cannot use spectral hammer. Hi, Vog. I found a model artist that I really like, but they just announced a... That's been happening to me so much right now. Like, I don't have plans on leaving my mama anytime soon, but I do like just staring at artists, right? And I'm like, oh, potential person. Maybe, if I'm ever going for a different type of vibe. Oh yeah, I'm not taking comms anymore. I'm like, I'm like, god damn it. Cause you know, I have a specific outfit in mind where I kind of want to step away from like the cutesy look a little bit, but I can't do it because they're not taking comms anymore. Oh my god. You're trying to upgrade your model? Ooh. What you looking for? Since some of my favorites? Okay. Better eyes. Wait, why do you want better eyes? What's wrong with your eyes?
Hatsune Miku, welcome home.
Hatsune Miku! What are you doing in my Twitch channel? No, you're fine, Paul. Don't worry about it. Hatsune Miku! Sorry, I love doing that. I'm double checking. Hold on. Myth. Real. Irons, spells, and spell books. Level. Where the fuck is it? I went on a goose chase to find the locations. Ugh. Why level? Oh, thank you! It is I, 100% real Hatsune Miku, and I have a crippling gambling addiction to my gotcha men. Me too! Me too, buddy. Me too. Oh, those are so cute! You draw hands really fucking well. I am very envious of your hands, because I can't draw hands for shit. But thank you, I appreciate the compliment, Hatsune. I'm just gonna call you Miku. You're thinking Miku, Miku, ooh. Five! Yeah!
Hello, motherfucker.
I got 5! Yeah! Yeah! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I lost myself there for a second. I apologize. You know, I kinda, I kinda, fucking diamonds. Get out of my way, I don't need you. I have mithril. You know, sorry. I lost myself there for a second. That was a real guttural reaction. Oh boy. Oh boy. Anyways, back to mining. God, I'm so happy. I'm so happy I was smart enough to fucking go into the enchanting table and enchant and get fortune. Oh, I'm so happy. Yes. Anyways, back to mining. back to mining. Yeah, back to our regularly scheduled comf. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to show emotion like that. Anyways. Aw, it's diamonds. Fucking diamonds. Comf. Six! Bro, I'm foaming at my mouth right now. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. I have never foamed and I have never had my mouth foam in my life. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my god. Yippee! Anyways. Oh, so many emotions today, guys. So many emotions tonight. Oh. Anyways. Okay, here's the thing. I play so much modded Minecraft that I just don't give a shit about diamonds anymore. Like, that's just kind of the unfortunate thing about modded Minecraft. Especially in, like, mods like these. Diamond is fucking useless. Like, my current armor is somewhat diamond, but it's like Shadow Walker armor, right? So it's giving me like plus 10 ender spell power and all that shit, and it gives me more mana. So like that's the armor I want. I don't care about diamond right now. Oh. What is that? Oh, redstone. Oh. So literally I'm foaming at the mouth when it's anything else but diamond. Work done, back with moth, come to here, rabid moth foaming at mouth. Dude, I got what I needed. I got so much mithril. Never mind, that's sick. Oh, is it showing? Oh, it's showing how much I have in total. Okay, it's fine. It's still 6. It's still 6. I don't care. This is fine. It's, oh wait, no, did I put it away? No, okay, it is, like, I have 8. It's fine. Y38, 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 Y38. Yeah. Thank you for stopping by. Enjoy your brekkie. Don't be like me. I haven't fallen asleep on stream in a while. It's happened, but not in a while. But it is possible. Oh no, we're not trying to make. I'm trying to maybe I'll make a mithril ring. Maybe. I'm debating on that one still. I more so want it for this staff. There is a staff called Voidwalker staff, right? It's 3d4 dice. It has plus 10 ender spell power. A vast majority of my spells are ender spells. And it has mana regeneration, cooldown reduction, and spell power. So that's why I want it. You have to get this abyssal crystal shard, which is made from a mithril. Which is the main reason we're doing this. We'll probably make the mithril ring after if we have enough. If we have enough. See, I was debating whether or not to like end stream and like mine off stream. But I'm really happy I didn't now. I don't know, sometimes I like talking to people. It's just a spawner room, I don't really care, honestly. Like, I'm really happy I didn't decide to, like, just end streaming mine on my own. I don't know, sometimes mining can get boring, and I'm like, ugh, I wish I had people to talk to. How convenient that I'm a Twitch streamer and I have people I can talk to. Y38. Okay. See, okay, my genuine hope, take this with a grain of salt. I don't know if they're gonna release it. I hope that they decide to release the mod pack, because I think it's a really fucking cool mod pack. Like, genuinely, I think this is a very fun mod pack, and a part of me really hopes that they decide to release it to the public. Because, you know, some of the mods are private mods, but, like, I like, even if they don't wanna, like, release the private mods. I'm hoping that they just kind of make a I'm hoping that they just make like a, oh yeah, these are the publicly available mods. You guys can use these, you know, type thing. That's my hope. I know I've had a lot of people like hoping that it gets released to the public. So hopefully one day, or when this is over, either like, you know, save the world and like release it to the fans and everything. Or something similar, or like just give them the mod packs. That's my hope. I hope they do that. I know usually when we do the Slushcraft stuff, like with the Slushcraft stuff, I typically back up my world and I like post it for the community, so people can explore what happened in the Slushcraft in their own worlds, you know? Typically that's what I do. I didn't think it'd be viable with how involved the starting setup is, but honestly just, yeah, I feel like at least giving people like the list of mods would be nice. Like, just give people the mods, like the mod list. I'm sure they'll have fun with it. Looking forward into booping into the Slushcraft. Yeah, feel free to join. If you want to start dropping your stuff in the whitelist thing, and then just ping me when it's been a week, and I'll let you in. Excuse me. Oh my god, the train's passing over us! Ayaya! Ayaya! Yeah, I have a Minecraft server for the chat. And friends if they want to join. There is no reason for me to be here. There is no chest. Goodbye. I was wondering why my entire screen was shaking. I now know why. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you, thank you. Also, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the ayaya. I promise I'm not usually this scatterbrained. I'm just hyperfixating on, like, the game and, like, making sure I'm not missing any mithril. Okay. Amethyst powder. I broke something in the Aldemont server. Oh. Of course you did. I was like, what server? I understand now. Redstone. My brick from 2017. I play on can handle? Can handle? What's can handle? What? I can't tell if my brain's going to mush slowly but surely, or if I actually did not understand that. Oh, more diamonds! Yay! More diamonds! Oh my god! Hooray! See, my brain's kind of like, okay, there's a chance I can become very overpowered, and I kind of want to go for it. Like, the first day I pulled up out of nowhere with my dragon's breath and scared the fuck out of so many people, I was so happy. I was genuinely so happy about it. So many people were like, "Oh, you can do that?" I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, I'm a moth. And they're like, oh, I don't think moths should be breathing fire. And I'm like, hee. I want to do that. I know I still scare people with the acupuncture thing. Oh, gold. Da 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 da. No. That was a brain mush moment. Really? It's not that bad. It's not that late. What time is it? I don't know. Wee. I don't think it's too late, right? I don't know anymore. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, there's a man up there. There's a little man lad up there. Oh, my neck cracked. Oh. You know, maybe I should just be grateful for the mithril I found. Using only whatever. The fucking mod. That should be possible on the RP server is... How'd I do that? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me, tell me, tell me. Don't be like the meme. Mithril is 1 block away. But I'm tired of this, Grandpa. I'm tired of this shit, Grandpa. That's too damn bad. Okay. I do want to make a nice mithril ring. I don't know what you... How do you want me to call you? Do you want to be 77? 7? I'd? I have an experiment and I'd like to see your answer. What's up? Bro, I'm on 47. I'm lower. The thing said go below. Like, it starts spawning at 38. So stay there or go below. Well, bitch, I think I'm below. I thought that was a person. And feel like me. But this powder's on the past now. Ba ba bum, ba da bum 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 bum. Yeah, I thought it was a person. Like, who the fuck is down here with me? Is it the person making the damn tunnels everywhere? But no, it's just a mob. Someone's after your mithril. I'm asking streamers what the person will take, whether pineapple. Oh, okay. Or aliens are real. My personal take. I guess a spicy one would be not everyone is meant to be a streamer. Everyone can try, and I do think everyone should try if they really want to go for it. But I don't think everyone can be a streamer. If that's what you mean by personal take, at least. Ah! Mithro! Like, okay. Giving you my opinion as to why I'm saying that. I have met a lot of people who are very sensitive to any type of commentary about themselves. Whether it's their voice, their personality, or like what they're doing. And I'm just gonna say it. Unfortunately, for this type of thing, you do need to have thick skin. Or like a decent, like, I know, trust me, I know it sucks to get told random shit like that. I understand, I've been here for years. But like, ugh, you know, if you're gonna get like down in the dumps over someone telling you like, oh, I don't like your voice, or like your voice doesn't suit your model. No, I don't think, that's just my opinion. Like, it does suck to get told something like that, but like, don't let that be the reason you stop doing it. And that is Slushie's hot take / just take. Personal take. Nodders. I hope that's what you were looking for, if that makes sense. I didn't know if you wanted my own take or you wanted me to answer if pineapple should be on pizza. Which I think it should be. I think people who don't like pineapple on pizza tend to be the ones, a majority, not all of them, but a majority tend to be people who have not tasted the damn thing ever, or are just jumping on the fucking hate train of pineapple pizza. And those people are whack. Like what's it called? If you have tried pineapple on pizza before, I believe your opinion is valid. Not everyone's gonna like everything. You know, not everyone's gonna like something you like. And that's just the plain and simple. But if it's people who have like literally never tasted pineapple on pizza going, oh, pineapple on pizza's still gross, I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. You've never even had it. I don't know. If you use Crystal Heart, the effects will be multiplied. Oh! Okay. I see. Okay. I will keep this in mind. How much mythos do I have? I have 11. If you would like to DM it to me, yes. Hi, is it, sorry, I got this confused a lot. Is it Cade? Or Kaide? Voice criticism seems so painful. I already hate the sound of my voice. If I'm like, if I had the choice of voices, I'd probably not have this one either. Yeah, here's the thing. It really does suck, and I'm not saying it does not suck. It is a shitty feeling to go through, but like, I have known people in the past who will get told, "Oh yeah, I don't like the sound of your voice," and then they just disappear off the internet for like an entire month, or not let it affect their entire day. But like they've let it ruin their mood on stream, and like, you know, keep backtracking to it at every chance they got. Like I can't believe someone said that. Like, why would they say that? I don't know. As a person who's gotten a lot of criticism for their voice, I don't know. You kind of... It's one of the things you have to learn to kind of like get up, dust yourself off, and move on. In my personal opinion. I'm not saying it can't hurt, but like a vast majority of these people are saying these things because they... Oh, Mithril! Are saying these things because they want a reaction from you. Like, it's just it tends to be a bunch of trolls who just want a reaction from you. And unfortunately, if you do show that it upsets you, it just kind of keeps happening. I actually followed you because I really like your voice. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I've gotten like comment like, oh, you sound like a man. And honestly, as a person who's non-binary, I didn't really give a shit. I was like, oh, thank you! See, my favorite thing to do is when a troll tries to come in here and like insult me, I just go, oh my god, thank you! Because then they're just fucking confused. And I think it's really funny. So when someone came in here calling me a man, this happened a while ago, like a long time ago now. They were like, you sound like a man. I'm like, oh, thank you. I'm non-binary. That means so much to me. And then they called me a creep and they walked away. I don't know. I thought it was funny. Hee 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 hee. Because it's happened to me in Valorant as well. They're like, you're a woman? You sound like a man. I'm like, I'm actually non-binary. This is really nice of you to say. And then they'll either throw the slur or they'll call me something else and be like, ugh, whatever. And walk away. Because they didn't get a reaction. And that is a lesson I will teach you today, my children. Listen, listen. Do not give assholes what they want. It may hurt. I know, I understand. It may hurt sometimes. And it will hurt sometimes. But do not give fucking idiots the satisfaction of hurting your feelings. Or of seeing that they have hurt your feelings. It never goes well. You pick yourself up, you dust yourself off, and you go, fuck you. And that is Slushy's tips for surviving on the internet. Oh, more diamonds. Oh, what the fuck is that? Excuse me, you are the best moth on the SMB. Ah, thank you, thank you. I am best moth. I am best moth NA. But yeah, I'm really happy a lot of people like my voice. Like I used to actually be really insecure about it. Cause you know, puberty happens, a lot of females' voices went up, mine went down. And I was like teased about it for a while or some shit like that. And like, you know, like decently insecure about it. Nowadays from like me streaming and like having a lot of people be like, your voice is so pretty. I'm like, thank you. But yeah, no, I don't understand people who try to make other people unhappy. It's like, bro, I'm sorry you're not happy with yourself. I'm so sorry your mom didn't love you enough that you have to be an asshole to people on the internet now. It's not my fault, though. Oh, you ever meet someone that's way too paranoid? Absolutely. Like streaming wise, I remember I met a person who was super duper paranoid that I was like trying to steal their viewers from them. Or like was actively trying to like make sure I couldn't do anything about a certain thing. I don't know. It was weird. There's people like that. Oh, lag. I got 2. But yeah, like I've met people who are way too paranoid, thinking that I'm gonna take their viewers, or that I'm gonna do this, or that I'm gonna stab them in the back, and I'm like, ugh, buddy, why? I don't care. I'm like, I play League of Legends on stream. Do you think I care about my viewership? Sure, I think it's nice when there's like a decently nice number at the end of my streams, but like, I play literally whatever the fuck I want to play. If I gave a shit, I'd be like, I must calculate the algorithm today. No. Like, I don't understand. Like, if I genuinely gave a shit about, like, how, like, taking viewers or something, I'd put more effort into my own content. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Like, I'll play whatever fucking game I want to play, no matter how obscure it is. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna play what I want to play. Hell, I've been playing Minecraft for 2 weeks straight now. Well, that's redstone, okay. Like, even if I get to the point where I'm like really close to hitting partner or something, I don't think— oh no, that's silver. I was so excited. I'm sorry. I was so excited for a month that was mithril. My disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined. It's runic deep slate. I'll take it. Why not? Ah! Anyways. Like, the way you can tell someone genuinely cares about their viewership, if they're like, I will now check the fucking algorithm to see what is doing well. Me. I'm gonna play Sonic Racing. It's Sonic Racing. Oh, I found more. I'm turning the other way. It's Sonic Racing. Oh, speaking of Sonic Racing, I kind of want to play Sonic Racing again, so, there may be a Sonic Racing stream in the near future. Smiley face. So if you uninstalled it, reinstall it, bitch. We're playing Sonic Racing soon, TM. I met someone that was so paranoid that they thought, a bad thing that happened to them was my fault. Why? Well, why though? The Cinder mindset. Oh god. I remember that shit happening like it was fucking yesterday. Holy. I never saw so many people more divided in their lives. There you go. I'm surprised I did not die. They were so confused convinced of this that they made videos. Really? That's so fucking dude, I can't. I'll play some unpopular game, and I used to have this dude that come in and tell me I won't grow. No, exactly. Like, I don't understand, dude. Just play what you want to play. Like, genuine advice to people, like, wanting to stream. When you're a small streamer, does not really fucking matter. Play what you want to play. I know people who will, like, actually check the goddamn algorithm every week, or every time they're planning on playing a game, they will literally double check to make sure it's doing well on Twitch. Otherwise, they're not gonna play the game. And I'm like, I mean, I guess if you want to live that life, good for you. That's understandable. You know, do what's best for you. But I can't do that. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm like, sorry, I can't commit to doing that constantly. You saw nothing. You heard nothing, you saw nothing. An item from the socket of one of the legendary end monsters, despite the years have passed, still alive and searching for its... Remembers the last target attacked by the player for 10 seconds. Oh! I don't know if I want that. But yeah, no, like, I can't imagine living that life. Like, I'm glad it works out for them. For me, I'm like, I just want to play a game I want to play. I have too much ADHD. Okay, I think we have enough mithril for now. I'm gonna head back. I'll do Fire Emblem sometimes, and I get some good... Why I bother? Dude, fucking ban him. Ban him. Ban him. Just get rid of him. It's not worth it. I've met so many people who are like... Oh, I've unfortunately seen a lot... Like, I'm not saying this is you, Dark, by the way. I'm just stating an example. I've unfortunately seen so many streamers who are, like, literally getting harassed by viewers, but they don't want to ban the person because, you know, they're like, they're my only viewer right now, and I'm like, I get that, but it's not worth it. You're not happy. Like, trust me, I understand. I get it. We've all been there, but I don't know, like, your happiness is worth it more. I am all. It is unfortunately something that a lot of, like, small streamers fall into, or, like, beginning streamers fall into, because they want to hold on to whoever they can get. My thing with that is, if you're getting, like, I guess, bullied by, like, chat like that, whoever's actually watching for the sake of watching is not gonna have a good time watching. Do not put yourself through that over one fucking chatter. It is not worth it. That is Slushy's PSA. Just getting eeping in the goddamn mimic jump scare. Guess I'm gonna be awake for the next 3 hours. Oh god. Go to eep if you gotta go to eep. If you must eep, go eep. Do that. We got so many diamonds from that. Holy shit. Yes, ban 'em all. Get rid of them. They're not worth. If they don't love you at your Fire Emblem, they don't deserve you at your League of Legends. Meanwhile, me telling my chat the opposite. If you love me at my normal variety streams, you don't. No, if you don't love me at my League of Legends, you don't deserve me at my normal variety streams. I thought I heard someone. Oh well. I refuse to play League alone. I'm down. Hi, it's me. Hi, it's me, Slushy. I'm down. I kind of wanna. I've been wanting to play more. What's the other one? Shit, I'm blanking on the name right now. My friend plays it. My friend Ark plays it, but I'm Deadlock. I want to play more Deadlock. Before I started the SMP, I was getting slightly into Deadlock. And then the SMP started, and I stopped being able to play Deadlock. I'm 90% sure. I'm 90% sure. Like, my friends are, like, way above me now. League, not Deadlock. Oh, yeah, I know about Fish. I play with her sometimes. Well, I played with her a few times. I don't really see her on League at all. I don't really think she gives a shit about League. Ty likes League? Sorry. Oh, but how good is he? Has anyone seen how good he is at League? I'm gonna feel like I'm falling short of him. I'm doing good. I'm gonna feel like ass if I don't play well. I've been doing my stuff. I've gotten really into Slay the Spire. I currently only play Slay the Spire with my partner though. With my partner and like my friends. Like my close friends. I'd love to play a League with Ty. I hope I'm saying his name right. See, right now I just kind of want to like, not saying I don't like my like current friends. I love my current friends. Like, I think they're amazing people and I love them dearly. But what's it called? What's it called? I do want to like branch out more to other friends as well. I don't know. I know a lot of people. So we're not friends. We are! Shush! I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. You're still in the we literally just met and I want to hang out with you. TM. Pero como se dice? I don't know. I feel like if I don't talk to people like decently soon before the like after the SMP happens, I'm just never gonna be able to talk to them again. My brain says that. So like after an SMP, I do want to like hang out with people from the SMP for a bit. If that makes sense. was I gonna do? Oh yeah, smell my mithril. Apple. Apple. I like apple. Apple good. You win, yeah.
Madam_Arcane_0_0 welcome home.
Thank you for the follow, Madam Arcade. It's lovely to see you. Welcome in. Also, I need some water. I have not had water in a while. Hold on. I was screaming at poor Crunch, Sallow, yesterday about not drinking water and tea. Yet here I am, almost 9 hours in, not drinking water. I'm never gonna hang out with people after the SMP. While multiple have talked on their stream. Wait, have they? Wait, have they? Actually? Oh, yay! Oh, Wallow's forced to love me because I love Wallow. Wallow's my friend. Wallow's a friend I've had for a while. I love Wallow. I kiss Wallow repetitively. See, okay, here's my thing about like Sumire and Magnolia, right? Originally, also thank you for the nuggie. Originally, my brain was kind of like, okay, I don't want to be too attached to my friends. It's an SMP. I want to meet people. Okay. So in my brain, I had told myself, okay, unless there's a genuine reason for me to like end up with who I end up with, I'm like, I'm not allowed to be gay with Wallow. Ends up gay with Wallow. Somehow ends up with Wallow anyways. Which I think is very silly. Cause you know, like I want to meet new people and I don't want to force her to like hang out with me either. But then I'm like, fuck it. I'm gonna go be with Wallow. We're gonna date. Yay, we're gonna go on a date. Yay. Now here we are. Also, thank you for the pat. Oh, Mary! Wait, did Mary actually? I love Mary! And Hyrie. See, I know Lux and Wallow. I've known Lux and Wallow for a while, so I'm like, okay, lit. I'm like, I'm glad they love me. They're forced to love me because I said so. I didn't know about the others. Oh, thank you. Oh. Cries a little inside. Freezing. No affinity. Expulsion. I read that as explosion. Oh, but that's really sweet. Not to put my other friends' like feelings aside, but I'm really fucking happy. I'm really happy about that actually. I don't know. I get so worried people aren't gonna like me. I don't know. I have weird feelings about myself, and I'm like, oh, I hope people like hanging out with me. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun meeting Sarah or Surga, as people have told me they call them. Also, yeah, I want to see something. What's up? What happened? Hi, Dougie. My voice is dying. Bro, my voice is starting to die. I've done a lot of screaming today. I feel like I scream a lot when I'm on the SMP. Normally, I'm not that much of a screamer. Come over. Are you at your house? Drink more. I did. I have been taking swigs now. But yeah, like I don't know. I don't know. Like a big thing I worry about a lot in like these SMPs is like, God, I hope people like me. I hope people enjoy my presence. Which I was very surprised. A lot of people seem to have liked me in the Hightail SMP. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Duper show you.
What is Duber showing? I found that throw, by the way.
Oh.
Oh, that's cute.
You can click on it to enhance it to make it a little bigger.
Oh. Yo, this is fucking cute. Oh, and you can type a little note. You've been busy. I like how you took a picture with people at the strip club. You're so tiny. Hey. Oh, you were able to see Aura. For me, Aura's fucking Jake from State Farm.
Oh.
Oh, that's so cute. Did you happen to post those in Discordia? Yeah. Yeah. I made a staff. You can't see it, but I made a staff.
Oh.
I don't know why. I haven't been able to have my items showing up on my hand.
Oh.
Yeah.
Weird.
I know. But my torches and my lamps are visible, so that's good. That is all I need.
Okay.
Goodbye, Dober.
Goodbye.
I will spend Ami points on water for you. Oh god, dude. Oh my god. I do. I'm drinking water. I'm drinking, I promise. Not drinking, but I'm drinking water. Uh-oh. Lag? No. No. Fucking stays in character. Yeah. Mwah. Thank you, Dickums. Goshi Moshi. Good morning. Ohayo. Okay, I have a bunch of these. Cracked. Should I really? Blah, 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 blah. See, a part of me wants to keep these to help people, but the other part of me is like, I gotta put me first. I gotta put me first. You know? Oh, I can put my... Should I keep this one? I mean, it's just a normal one. Should I put my gem on here? Is there a chance I get a better one? Ugh. Wait, is there a way to re-roll like what rarity it is? I like the part where Duber said yeah instead of breaking it down. Yes? Okay, hold on. It's not those. I think I've seen it. This one? Is it that? Plink plonk. Ghost brain hurts. Ghost brain hurty. Ghost brain has been doing this shit a lot today. Ghost brain wishes to perish. Oh, should I enchant this? I should probably enchant it. Let's go enchant this. Walk and talk with me, chat. I'm gonna go enchant this. You tell me what I need. I'm heading the wrong way. This way. I'm glad Duber's spot just became like a massive hub. I'm just gonna borrow your portals. Now we're playing with portals. Hiya! Reforging table and sigil of rebirth, correct rarity item. Ha! I didn't finish my house now. Oh. Oh, I need more of those.
Daniela, do you know where we can get blank green stones?
Maybe?
Me who's sitting on like a landmine of those fuckers.
In particular?
Yeah,
oh, deep slate. Wait, deep slate on what? No, 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 no! Look! I'm so stupid! Oh!
I'm trying
We
to
can
turn.
just
We're trying to
make
turn
them.
P into a god. We can make them.
Yeah, you just.
I have deep sleep. That's why I'm laughing. Sorry. See, sometimes I'm like, am I being too fucking weird? I used to be heavily comfy streamer, and then I started being like slightly more chaotic streamer because I started getting comfy with stream. And now I go, and I'm like, is that too weird? Is that drawing the line? Probably not. I don't care anymore. I don't know. But it's like sometimes I'll just be hit with like this wave of fucking self-realization where I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm just like, what am I doing? I don't know. I know I'm here. Deep sleep. Yeah. Yeah, bitch. Deep sleep. Oh. Amethyst. No, is amethyst? No, it's gem dust. Oh, I gotta smelt it. Fucking bitch. Anyways. Oh, you're a VTuber chaos and is kind of needed. I don't know. I don't know. Like, here's my thing. I'll be honest. I'm not gonna be as hyperactive and like energetic as like other streamers. I do have my moments where I like absolutely fucking lose it and be like a cannonball of like chaos. But like, there's also times where I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'm here. Hi, I'm here. Hello. Ah. Like I like how to like I don't like putting it this way anymore because there's like such a stigma against like calling yourself this. But literally people have called me comfy chaos for a reason. Because I am comfy and I am chaotic. Especially when I'm drawing. Because I'm focusing on drawing or I will not finish. And then we do this. That. Oh, I've learned so much about this stupid fucking mod pack. I'm not gonna be hyperactive as other streamers. Also, switch from Doomed Yuri! Pog Doomed Yuri! Correct rarity item. God-forged pearls for max level. God-forged pearls. God-forged pearls? Wait, what's the normal one called? I think I do have some pearls. I need to fight the stupid wither. Doggy, you wanna help me fight the wither? If you wanna. I keep telling myself I'm gonna do it, and then I don't do it. I need to get to the summit. I need to fucking finish the summit. God forged pearl. Luminous crystals for blue. Luminous. Oh. These? No. Oh! Oh, it's these! Oh! Oh, okay, okay. Oh, I was wondering what the fuck that one was for. I see now. I see. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All the pieces just snapped in my brain right now. Holy shit. Okay. I don't think I have a luminous crystal. But I do have a lot of the purple ones. A lot of these. So we're gonna make it epic. Wait, right? And we're back to me being confused. Oh, reforging table. Oh, stupid. Anyways. You, and you. No, this is gem cutting. Where the fuck is anything? Hold on. Oh! I know they said I could use this. And I don't plan on making one myself, so, here we go. Never mind, they don't have it. I thought they had one. I love when there's so much lag out here. I literally think it's just the casino. Okay, I can make this. My brain! My brain! It's fine. Oh shit, it's 12:50. It's 1 a.m! Oh fuck! I was giving Sallow shit. It's fine. That's fine. I have nowhere to go tomorrow. That's okay. Smooth stone. Enchanting table? That needs obsidian? No! I was given obsidian. Fuck you! I was given obsidian. They gave me obsidian. Fuck you. You think I'm gonna go mining? Ha! She gave me a whole stack of it. An entire fucking stack of obsidian. I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move one of these down there. I'm moving 2 of these. Executive decision. These are moving. I don't want to keep walking up and down. Alright, y'all. Some of you gotta move. Who the fuck is moving? Oh, I can just place them here, actually. Yeah. Yeah, the wither fight. The wither fight is moving back another 3 months. It's fine. I'll get to it at some point. No, I wanna get this. This is what I need. It's the only reason I give a shit about the wither. Thank you, though. I have everything I need for the wither. I just need to actually fight the fucking wither. But I keep getting distracted by everything. Wait, can we not? It's been going up slowly but surely. Like, I just got to Ascent from Frontier. I just wanted this. Oh. Man. Chat, we're not doing the wither fight anymore. I'm lazy. We're not doing the wither fight anymore. I no longer give a shit. It's not worth it. Man. No shit to the server. I need this is perfectly clear. No shit to the server. But I need to find myself like a hardcore SMP at some point. I need to find me like a hardcore SMP at some point in my life, maybe. I think I'm like I think I'm too action pilled or some shit. I don't know. But my brain's always like more. There you go. Grab you. When I tear it down, burn it down. Hardcore SMP. Oh my god, I would die to fucking powdered snow, wouldn't I? That would be so embarrassing, actually. Never mind. I take it back. I don't care anymore. I take it back. I'll stay in these. I'll stay in these. I promise. I'm sorry for complaining. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. I promise. I love these. These are my favorite. For context, in any Minecraft server I'm in, I have died to like powdered snow at least fucking once. At least once. Who try to silence thunder by the waves. Every day I'll stand and die so soon. Please don't tell me I need that one. That's not the one I need, right? Arcane Sands. Yeah, this is Arcane Sands. Can I not? I need that one. Puta madre. ¿Qué chingado quieren que haga con esto? ¿Qué voy a hacer? ¿Dónde voy a ganar más pinche netherite? ¿Dónde lo voy a ganar? Wait a minute. Duber. Stop! Stop repeating what I say! Stop it! Stop! You guys are children! Stop! Hey, buddy! You got any netherite on you? I don't want to go mining, please. I don't want to go mining. Have some mercy. Have some mercy.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, you want to see something?
Sure. Hello.
Hello.
Oh.
What's this? What's this for problem?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
Do you have netherite ingots still?
Maybe.
Can I have one?
Wow,
Maybe
these
have
photos are
40.
great.
May this moth have just one?
One's
Yay!
Hey, where'd he go?
Oh, he went to his pocket dimension. Hello.
Oh, amazing. What the hell?
Oh,
His pocket
thank
dimension?
you. How much? 20 a gold?
20 silver.
Slushy must be in bed, cost in 7 hours. Buenas noches, duerme bien.
Enhancer on it.
Okay, Duber, get ready for bed
Thank you,
soon.
Duber.
Oh, good night.
It is almost like 5 a.m., but I'm
Bro.
gonna finish something,
Have a good
and
night,
then I'll
dude.
head to bed. Yeah.
Yeah, have a good night,
Take care.
dude.
Yeah.
Bye, Doobs.
I don't suppose you haven't have any boots with like a speed enhancement on them.
With what?
Like you know how you get like things and bonuses on like boots and such?
Yes.
Do you have any with speed? I have about 36%, but they lost in an attack.
I don't think so, actually.
Dang.
Sorry.
Alright, thank you. No, it's okay. I'm just a little bummed about it.
Ugh. I mean, maybe I have a gem. I mean, I can offer them a ring, maybe. I think I have some speed rings. Hi, Mia! How are you? What are you hearing? A conversation? I don't think the conversation was... Stop summoning the Wither! I like how that happened as Crunch awoke. Da-da-da-da. Dios, besas a tu madre con esa boca. A veces, cuando la miro, de vez en cuando, no tanto. Can I just say how funny? Okay. I find it so funny when people come into my stream, they hear me speaking Spanish, and they're like, "Oh wow, you do speak Spanish," and I'm like, I have the tags in my stream. What do you mean? I'm like, I have the tags in my stream though. Why would I lie about that? Hello? Plink plonk. Fuck! No! Fuck! No! Pigeon to all. Does anyone have nether brick? The block. Oh boy. I don't want to bother Dougie anymore. Dougie's gonna go to bed. I'm gonna bother him. Want you get some netherrock? Wait. Thank you. I forgot. We have the thingy. Oh my god. 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 I'm so fucking stupid. I always start lagging a fuck ton by that damn casino. I swear to fucking god. Or the tavern. I know why I bug the fuck out by the tavern, but still. Also, thank you for shooting me. I will now stay awake even longer.
I am not flirting with beef. I said that out loud. Fuck.
Oh.
Well, it's true. I am not. BB is very short and very...
How do I get these maps out of my inventory?
I don't know what's happening. Ow. I guess I'm streaming for another 3 hours. The more people shoot me, the more I'm gonna keep streaming. I'm kidding. If I get really tired, I will end. Maybe. I don't know. See, a part of me feels like... So yesterday, I was extremely overstimulated from the stupid fucking wedding. It was a beautiful wedding, don't get me wrong. I just swear at a fucking... I just swear at everything. I swear like a sailor. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to get used to it if you're new. But, like, I got so heavily overstimulated after the wedding thing yesterday. It's always just there. You notice how nice it moves here, and then I get near there, and it's just Atlantic City. I guess I'm streaming for 10 hours now. 24 hours stream, here we go. Also, thank you for the hyonk hyonk. Okay, stop shooting me! Stop it! Ya basta, ya cállate. Ya cállate, pinche hocico. Ya cállate, ya cállense. Todos. Yeah, shush. Anyways, as I was saying, I will raise the price of that, so fucking help me. Do not test me. God, do not test me. Anyways. You streaming is no longer a threat. Great. I've lost any sense of power I had. Hello, motherfucking you too. But what's it called? Let me tell my fucking story without you shooting me in the ears every 5 seconds. Holy shit. Annoying asses. Okay, but what was I saying? Wait, what's the fucking difference? Lucky Voidwalker, Staff of the Bull. Abyssal Voidwalker, Staff of the Frozen Steps. Oh! Why is it that I like the basic one more? The basic one seems a lot better to me than the other ones. I assume the higher up it goes, the more void slots. I love this one though. Should I just do this one and then reroll? But what was I saying beforehand? Higher ones have higher percent chance for the gem slots, but what if I don't like the enchant or like the thing that's on it? I kind of just want to go the lucky one, honestly. I don't know, that might just be me. Is that a bad idea? Is it like a really bad idea? It seems similar? Okay. And now can I do... Where's my thing? Where'd it go? Ready? Grab you. Can I do this and this? Does this not count as a stave or spell book? Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have to do it on this? How did I just get that? Oh. Oh, so I want to put this on this instead, right? Yes. Maybe. Yeah, no sé. Because it says staves or spell books. I think this counts as something else. I don't think this counts as a stave according to game. Because it wasn't giving this anything. Because this is supposed to give 25 ender spell power. This did not increase ender spell power. Hold shift. I'm holding shift. Bogo binted! Bogo binted. Binted go boat. Yeah, I'm holding shift. Nothing is happening. It just says that, but it's not. It's not showing anything. Hold on. I'm gonna enhance my book, and we'll see how this goes. Hold on. My book. Can someone take a screenshot of this? I'm kind of scared that if I'm slightly scared that if I do this, it's going to get rid of all my spells. And just in case it does, I would like to ask God for help. Oh, I can probably just screenshot myself. Never mind. Okay. Items and accessory slots may not... Yeah, no, that's fair. That is completely fair. I understand. I understand. Forced reset, gang? Not yet. Hold on, do I have my other one still? Will it show my other one? I want to do a quick test. I think I have my other wand here somewhere. This. Never mind, because I don't have the thing. Ah, okay. Good night, little Duber. Good night. He is gone now. I need a sneeze. Sorry. Stats above might not change, and other base stats and changing. Yeah, I know, but I assume, you know, doing what was I gonna say? Brain cells are trying to function. Hold on. I would assume still that it would show me some type of sign that it was actually in the stuff. Otherwise, me thinks that's just a bad mod. IMO. IMO. I'm fixing my sit. I'm sorry if you can hear it. Oh, I still have an Amazon page full of Pop-Tarts. God, I have to buy Pop-Tarts. I have to buy so many fucking Pop-Tarts. There's chocolate chip cookie dough! Sorry, while I'm waiting for the thing to smell, I'm like, the thing to smelt. I am looking at the Pop-Tarts. For people who don't know why the fuck I'm looking at Pop-Tarts, in our Slushathon or my Donathon, chat funded, well, chat got to the reward where I have to eat a fuck ton of Pop-Tarts. And now I must eat a bunch of Pop-Tarts. Ugh, my neck. Oh, wait. Hold on. You go insane. Okay. Was I gonna do this? Yes. Why am I lagging? They put so much shit here, I swear to God. How did I do this again? Oh, the brain cells are churning. Oh, gem dust. Oh, so let's go. Do that, do that. Okay, do this. Okay, I'm figuring it out. We're figuring shit out. Okay. Da. We do that. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, I put more review. Where's my book? Where the fuck is my book? Oh. I'm committing. I'm gonna commit. We're gonna commit. We're gonna fuck it, Weeble. Oh, it doesn't actually say shit. Anyways, I'm going feral. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's been a long night. I'm going feral inside right now. Oh, I didn't do that! No! I was scrolling! I was trying to fucking read! Bro, my eyes started twitching. Oh, bro, my eyes started twitching. Oh my god, my eyes started twitching. Ooh, my entire eyeball has started twitching the fuck out. Ooh. I did get to keep my spells, that is true. Oh, thank you. That's good to hear, actually. I was about to do what they call crashing the fuck out. Missing inputs. Okay. I'm missing. How the fuck am I missing inputs? I have so many. Here, I'm gonna just go give this to Crunch. On to Crunch. I have Prezi for you. I have Prezi for Crunch. Where is Crunch? I do not know. I swear to God, there's always so much lag when I come outside. Why is that specific part just lag central for me? Why? I didn't know. Why just there? Does anyone else go through that? Also, thank you. I'm glad. I'll see how it works afterwards, but that's good to know. Thank you so much. And now I wait for Crunch to respond to my pigeon. When will Crunch answer my... Am I being left on red? I think I'm being left on red. Anyways, I'm gonna go see if I can enchant my staff. Why is it always there? Jesus, that casino is chugging a fuck ton. Let's go find let's go enchant our
Give me
thing.
just a second more. I can unlock the rest. It's just a few more. I just appear to have not enough experience.
What the fuck is soul doing?
No problem. Hello, Sumire.
Oh. This is actually really convenient. I didn't know you were here.
Is it? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I sent you a pigeon, actually.
Oh, you did? I apologize. I have a present for you. I see. I apologize. I did not see it.
You mentioned that you use fire spells.
Yes.
Hold on.
Oh, hello, Mr. Luminous.
Oh, your royal lampness.
I hear you going around telling people, Crunch, that I'm lonely.
Crunch?
I didn't say lonely.
I feel like I should step away.
I don't know. Those were the words that Milk uttered. Yeah, I heard that you were lonely, Gao Gao.
Well, I didn't say. I specifically did not say that. I just. Well, he would. You see, all I said was that Milk. You see, Milk approached me and he said that he hadn't found anyone to bring to the ball, and I said, well, you know,
I'm minding my business. Out of sight, out of mind.
Sorry, you can always ask Mr. Luminous. You see, and you know, I think that he would be a good pick. And even if he says no, I'm sure that he'll appreciate the offer.
Oh.
I thought we had an understanding, Crunch.
I didn't know it was a secret. I didn't know this was a secret. I didn't know. I wasn't told. I wasn't told not to tell. I wasn't told.
Your royal lampness. Are you lonely?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I didn't say lonely. I didn't say lonely. I didn't say it. I did not say that. I just thought.
Do we need to get you friends, your royal lampness?
No, I am completely fine.
Crunch, what did you do?
Nothing. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. I'm sure everything is fine.
Anyways. Oh wow,
Anyway,
this enchanting table looks really nice right now.
Oh my gosh.
My apologies.
You're
I always
good.
forget that ability.
I was gonna ask, Crunch, do you know how to use that?
No.
Do you need me to teach you?
Yes.
Okay. If you want to follow me back to my shop, I can help you.
Oh yes. Now, give me one moment.
Yeah, you know where it's at. I'll see you there. I was wondering why the fuck I wasn't going through. I was like, what? Bro fucking goes, bro, you're fucking lonely. You should go ask them out. Some H. I can't believe he would do that. Oh, there's somebody create things. Maybe that's why I'm lagging. Maybe I just need a relog. Who fucking knows? Here we go, lag central! Yay! Yeah, I can't believe I was left on red by Crunch. I like happened to find him over there because I went to go, you know, enchant stuff. Can I break any of these down? Excuse me, sorry. I don't really care about this one. Armor shred, magic. I want to be strong. I don't really care about evocation either. I need to break some of these down. That's what's happening right now, by the way. I can't use half of these. Armor toughness. I don't need you. I gotta put myself first. Core armor. Ooh. I don't care about arrows. That's armor pierce. Maybe there's a way I can take Crunch's gems from Crunch. Maybe. In a nice way. We'll be nice to Crunch about it, obviously. Yeah. Yeah. Unless he pisses off Sumire, then everything's off the table. I can't control how that one feels, you know? That one feels what they want to feel. Oh. I got different DNA. But the bottom before falling at my feet. Come take a look at a hit, get a queen. All I'll ever know is life upon a throne. Okay. Oh, and now these are fucked because I can't do anything with those until. Ooh, I did an oopsie. I want to find more of the royal family stuff, but I feel like that's a rare thing to find. I get the feeling it's a very rare thing to find or something. Bye, Dark. Good night. Giggity. I think it's like very late for most people that watch me. At this rate, I'm about to stream, and then I'm gonna stream until like people start waking up, and then they're gonna be like, Slushy, you're up still. What the fuck are you doing? I'm like, heh. Teehee. Oh boy. I'm gonna get yelled at by so many people. It's 11:30 a.m. Yeah, that's why I said most of the people that watch me. You're probably fine. You're absolutely fine, but like most of the people that watch me are EST people. I'm gonna get yelled at. Oh, I do want to make a mithril ring. I have the funds for that now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Oh, it has to be blast furnace. Mithril. Do I have any more coal? Ugh. Cool, cool, cool. Put this. Ah, no. Put this here. There's netherite scrap dust? Oh, it's... I'm so dumb. I am so silly. I have 3. Oh, God. Bane ring. Mithril, and then rune inscription. If I do that, what's the quality? Hold on. Ender rune. I would need more mithril. Yay! I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna lose my marbles. My marbles already lost a long time ago. Ooh. When will Crunch return from the war? When the fuck will Crunch return from the war? Good morning! Welcome in! How are you, White Cloud? Get all that. Nice. Da-da-da-da-da. I'm good! It's actually like 1 a.m. I've just been playing Minecraft for a while. So much Minecraft. So much. Put this back here. No. What's my baggie? I don't have any ender runes, but I'm doing really good. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing very well. I'm sorry. I'm at the point of the night. I'm at the point of the night where my brain cells are dying. I apologize. I'm so sorry. My brain's fucking repeating itself. Oh boy. 4 a.m. where I live. Oh, go the fuck to bed. I know why I'm awake. Why the fuck are you awake? Oh boy. Hi, oh god, the European's awake. Hi, bored. I love you. How are you? This is a sign I've been up for too long. Oh god, the Europeans are awake. Oh boy. Oh, I'm in an SMP right now. It's a bunch of streamers together. Do that. If I do this and that I feel like I have one like this, right? Before I make it, I'm like 90% sure I have something similar. What am I looking for? But hi, Boyd. I love you. My friend Boyd actually made the little PNG you see on screen over there at the corner. She's really talented. You should like check her out and stuff. Hee hee hee. Because I fucking said so. Smiley face. Oh, there's like 300 something mods in here. We have Apotheosis, Create, Cataclysm. We have Irons, Spells and Spell Books, Irons, Jewels and Jewelry. A lot. So many things. Oh, and a bunch of D&D stuff. Yes, that's true. Can I confess something? What's up? Hero. Okay, I have to put that away because I can't actually do anything with it. I have a mending there. Why don't I have my other mending in there? That's silly. Bro, I'm too dummy thick to fit down the stairs. Me when Crunch hasn't come to learn how to do the thing I made him. Bro, where is he? He's been distracted by something, hasn't he? Hero. Minecraft is my favorite game ever, and I think it's the game. So 5 years ago, I started about a dream. Aww. That's sweet. No, like, honestly, I fucking love Minecraft. Minecraft is such a fun game to play. I'm obsessed with Minecraft, honestly. Where the fuck is Crunch? Yeah, I like this song a lot. Where the fuck is Crunch? You're gonna see lag specifically in this spot a lot. Someone built a fucking redstone contraption and it makes me lag every time I pass by. I can't do anything about it. It just causes me a fuck ton of lag and I don't think they're gonna do anything about it. Especially so close to the server ending. I've been waiting for you for so long.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to talk to Australia. I got very sidetracked. I'm making too many people upset. I'm making too many people upset today. These past 2 days, everyone's been mad at me, and I'm just doing my best. Okay.
I'm writing on the chalkboard. Strike number 2.
No.
Strike number 3, and watch what happens.
Of course. Okay. We can go back to your abode right away, right now.
I'm sorry to steal him from you, Gao Gao.
No worries, Gao Gao.
You're the best, Gao Gao. You see, Milk hasn't disappointed me yet.
Oh, I didn't know this existed. This is extraordinary.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. It's so good. I love it. But as I was saying, Milk hasn't disappointed me yet, Gao Gao.
Yes, well, Milk has disappointed me, Gao Gao.
I mean, it might be your fault for saying that the prominent, luminant man is lonely.
I didn't say lonely. I didn't say that.
I don't
and
know.
He said that someone else said it. How was I supposed to know that it wasn't common knowledge? We had
Sorry,
a very
I kind of go through. I kind of go through a massive headache, specifically here.
Oh no.
I don't know if you do too, but I get a massive headache here, where the world just kind of goes a lot slower. Why is it just me?
That is quite odd.
My safe space is my store.
Ah.
Yes.
Oh, now you are back again. I guess it is just you're too far away from your lamps.
I think it might be. I think it's just like a telekinetic connection with my lamps or something.
Right.
Come into my basement.
In complete. Say again.
Come into the basement.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so what are you saying?
This is a nice basement.
I do my best.
Do you happen to know what other things Mr. Luminous might enjoy? Like just, I don't know, anything.
I'll be honest, I haven't really gotten a chance to talk to him very much.
Yes.
I mean, maybe a dragon.
You know,
he seems like the type who'd prefer flying, maybe. I see him take the train so often. I think it's because he doesn't have any other form of transportation.
Oh, no, he's fast. Oh, no. Let me tell you, he's quite fast.
Yes, but imagine how bright his luminancy will shine on a dragon.
Yes, well, the only place where I know I could possibly maybe get a dragon is from Miss Ron, and I do not believe it would be very good for me to obtain a dragon from Miss Ron. And
no, that's about to start a war.
Yes, indeed, I am.
Yeah, no, let's avoid that. I'd like to survive this ball, please.
Yes.
Cream by Crusader _ welcome home.
I have managed to remain quite cordial to all leaders.
What the fuck is that name?
Would like to remain in that.
Thank you for the follow.
If you could tell, Mr. You know what? I might just send Mr. Isno a message through Discordia of something I could do to perhaps make amends. It would be good.
Make him a cake. I know that'd make Moth happy.
I found a blaze cake. Do you think he'll like that?
A what?
A blaze cake. I don't know what it is.
I think that might burn his mouth if it has anything to do with a blaze.
But I think it might just be extra spicy. And the brightness might remind him of
his goddess, yeah. Maybe. Right? Yeah, no, I'd say it's worth a shot.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen?
Right, yes. Well, death. Let me tell you, have you ever been chased by Mr. Luminance?
No.
I
have never seen him outside of our meetings. That's my first time seeing him outside of the meeting room.
Oh, let me tell you, it was terrifying.
Crunch, what did you do?
You already know. You saw the confrontation. You saw you were there. That was what happened.
Did he chase you after that?
He chased me after Milk. Said that I didn't say he was lonely. I just said that he would appreciate being asked by someone that's not a child. I didn't say that either.
That's a really weird part to toss in at the end there, but okay.
Yes, Thea asked him. That's so far the only person that has asked him to the ball.
Oh, I see she's, as they call it, hoeing around. I learned that word today. I was in the Solen library reading.
I see. You know, I think I've heard that word from at least one or two people, maybe.
Oh, I've heard Mary say it a few times about her wife.
Ah, that sounds about
It's quite a word. I think I picked up on the connotations. It's supposed to be slightly bad, maybe a little offensive depending on the person.
Right.
But I think other people take it as a compliment.
Perhaps. At any rate, I will also say that there's a slight chance that she might ask me if there is legitimately no one else.
Crunch.
She also hates me, which is cool.
Crunch. If you wish to stay on good terms with Moth, you will not go to this dance with her. Do you like the little flowers on your head?
Yes,
do you wish to keep them there?
Yes, I do. Yes, I mean, there's a reason why they're still there. Yes.
It'd be a shame if they suddenly went up in flames along with you.
Yes, it would. Yes.
Think this thoroughly. Think this through.
Yes. Right. Well, I will say, both of Thea's parents have been scolding her much for every time that she speaks negatively of you.
Wait, what happened?
Oh, well, she said they said, oh, well, you know, just because Sumire didn't work out, it doesn't mean that you can't meet anyone. And then Thea said something negative, I believe. I don't remember the specifics. But Mrs. Willow was quite upset and said that the next time that she ever says something bad about Sumire, she is going to be grounded.
Oh, I'm glad they're still on good terms with me.
Oh, of course.
It means I only have to fear one member of the family.
Well, Mrs. Futoshi was there too, and also was not saying no. You know.
Oh.
I think that you are okay.
Okay, that's good. I've been so scared to stop by the tavern recently.
Oh no, you are fine. The only one you probably need to specifically fear is Miss Thea. But I do think generally she doesn't hate you, but probably has her own inner problems.
I'm kind of scared of her seeing me on a date on Wednesday.
Oh right, who are you taking?
I'm taking Miss Magnolia.
That is lovely.
I'm scared she'll do something.
I think that she might just say things.
Oh, I see.
But if somehow I end up going, I can steer her away. I'm very good at distracting people.
You're not going on a date with my ex.
Okay.
Or you will be lit into a fiery blaze. Have you ever heard the voices of the end calling to you, Crunch? Do you want to know what that feels like?
Not really.
Then you're not going on a date with my ex.
Great. Well,
I'm glad we agree.
I am in a bit of a pickle as I think I lose in every option.
Listen, hear me out. Just get someone to go to the dance with her.
No one's available.
Damn.
No one's available, and we'll do it. I am a machine. I am platonic in all relationships. It is the best option.
Damn, she's hoeing around, but no one's receiving her hoeage.
She was going to go with a devil made from a chicken soul.
What? That's a thing?
Have you seen, like, Beebe's wife?
Oh, I have!
Yes, she got one.
Oh. I mean, that might be for the
So she could
best,
bring-
honestly.
Well, her parents forbade that option.
God damn it. Man.
So, and then she asked, of course, Mr. Luminance. Mr. Luminance was frightened and ran away after speaking to.
I would be too.
Mrs. Fudishi. Also, it didn't help that Miss Thea was attacking me with a giant sword at the same time.
Oh, are you okay? Do you need help?
I just imagine that if Miss Thea, if I'm her only final option.
Roy, I underscore milk just raided with 140
Hi, Milk, give me a
views.
moment.
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick.
Sorry,
Your
repeat
weakness
that
is
one more
pathetic.
time. I believe I got yelled at in the voices of my head, and I got scared, and I screamed really loudly.
I see. If I do not go with her, and I'm her last option, and both of her parents want her to ask me if there's no other option, then I believe that I will be in trouble if I then go with someone else.
Listen, hear me out. They can't stop true love. You go and find someone to go to the dance with you. Maybe ask his luminance. What are they gonna do?
Black Wolf 55
His
underscore
luminance is
welcome
lonely
home.
anyways. If you ask his luminance, he'll go with you, and then she can't say anything about it.
See, I'm quite worried because I believe that at this point he might be quite offended by the.
No,
by the
see, I read about this in a book in the Selene library. Back in the day, when you didn't know what to give people to apologize, you'd sacrifice your body.
What does
You
that
should
mean?
give Sir Luminance your body.
What does?
It means you're going to the dance with him, silly.
Right.
Hi, Gal Gal. Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. My name is Slushieghost. I'm a ghost overlord alpha tree tuber thing. Trying to spawn another ghost code. 1 ghost at a time. Hi. Listen, we polish you. We polish you all nicely. We tend to that little flower on your head. Oh, irresistible. What worked with the duck was they put on a little bow tie. If you put on a little bow tie, I think you'll be okay.
Who is the duck taking?
I don't know who the duck's taking, actually. But I mean, he's the most desirable bachelor right now. He caught that bouquet.
That is very true. That is very true.
You should go with the duck.
I don't know if I want to go with the duck.
What's wrong with the duck?
I don't know if I can have meaningful conversation with the duck.
You're a little robot, right? Don't you have, like, duck programming?
No. What?
I don't know. I can talk to the duck.
You can?
Yeah, I speak duck.
Well, I feel I can kind of understand it in my mind, but it's not... Well, you know, like... I don't know.
Listen, you have two options. You find someone, and the parents get mad at you, and they're only angry. They're not gonna kill you. Or you go with Thea, and you face my endery wrath.
I think that Thea would kill me anyway.
You gotta pick which one you want to die to, then, I suppose.
Oh, good. Oh, perfect. Also,
do you want to hear the voices of the damned screaming into your circuit board as you perish?
Might I add, you knowing Thea, you knowing her, let me ask, for the Mr. Luminous scenario, how mad do you think she would be if her last resort option doesn't go with her and instead goes with the one that very publicly rejected her out of fear?
I mean, listen, she took it very well when the Moon Lady told her no. She just accepted it. She went, yeah, I'm just not her spaghetti, and then moved on. I believe she can be mature at times. Sometimes.
She murdered that horse again.
Yeah, I think she just doesn't like horses. I'll be very honest with you. Shh! I'm trying to get him to not ask her out! Shut up! Because I kind of want to see what the fuck is gonna happen.
I think my best bet is to talk to Sir Esno.
You're gonna go with Cerez? No.
No.
Oh, you're trying to convince
about Mr. Luminous to try and make things better.
It's not gonna make things better with me, bot.
One thing at a time. Currently, I have attracted the ire of the leader of an entire nation. I would like to handle that first.
Listen. I believe Thea needs to be what we call humbled.
Cool Skulls, welcome home.
She's had this Nepo baby attitude the entire time I knew her.
Yes.
She needs to know just because she's Nepo baby, it doesn't mean she can have everything.
I would like to put you something.
Okay.
Well, see,
Lilo_loved, welcome home.
Sorry guys, I'll greet you properly in a moment. I'm so sorry. Thank you for being here.
For instance, when Mr. Luminance and Mrs. Fu were speaking about Miss Thea's proposal, they kept looking back at the group of people that were gathered, which made Miss Thea quite uncomfortable. And so I had a sign, and so I put down a sign and asked if I should do that. Miss Thea said yes. To put down a sign to ask for them to stop looking over here. So I put down, please stop looking over here. Signed, Thea. She did not like this. And so I changed the sign to please keep looking over here. Signed, not Thea.
Did she not like that either? Oh. I feel like you might have just done that to yourself, honestly.
How was I supposed to know that was bad?
I was gonna say common sense, but you are a little bot. What are you exactly?
A copper golem.
Okay. Are you like a sibling to the iron golems?
I think that we are a little.
Or like a distant relative?
Admit, I don't really remember a lot about what I was specifically created for, which is why I'm just going around doing this.
He reminds me a lot of Bastion from Overwatch.
It does appear I was made with combat capabilities, and the helmet I imagine was made for combat.
Crunch, how old are you?
I am currently unsure, but my current estimate is about 500 years.
Oh, wow. Okay. Can I call you a boomer?
What is a boomer?
I don't know. It's a word I learned. It's what you call old people.
Sure.
Yay! Last time I caught someone a boomer, they kind of like chased after me with trying to stab me.
Yes, I don't do that.
I'm glad this one went better. Bye, Stiggy!
I'll find a way to make it up to Mr. Illuminance and save
You
our
should give him a
budding friendship.
plushie!
Do you think he likes plushies?
I mean, I think everyone likes something a little cute. Do you see one you think he might like? I have plenty of these things.
Funny chicken.
Oh, actually, hold on.
Is there one?
I have one I think he might like.
Unrelated.
I gotta
Really?
find it though, hold on. It is one of a blaze. Help me look, help me look. I have too many chests everywhere. I might have, you know, forgotten to fix my chests.
Ah.
Yeah, I gave up. Oh! What happened to him? Okay, give me 1 second. Hold on. I can go grab one really fast. Hold on.
Oh, actually, really quick.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to part with this?
Oh yeah, you can have it. I have so many of those.
You do?
Yes.
I need these.
What for?
I need to create a ideally multiple, reinforced echo shards.
Oh, are you trying to make the armor?
Yes.
Here you go.
Joyous day.
Do you have any
What
use for the
joyous
hearts?
Day today this is.
Do you have any use for the hearts? I have so many of those too.
I don't know what they're for.
They make a staff?
Do they do anything else?
I don't know actually. I don't really know what they're for. I have so many though, and they're just taking up room.
It does appear that they are used to make a
I have
staff.
8.
What?
I've killed a lot of wardens in my day. Yes, I have 8.
When did you do this?
You remember when we went on that mission that Facade took us on?
Yes.
Yeah, and I have a lot of them.
Yes, I perished and then ran away. To
Oh.
somewhere else. There were no wardens.
Hi,
around.
Gao. I'm so sorry. I'll greet you all when I have a moment. I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, I stayed and I fought and I got quite a lot of hearts from it.
Well,
But whenever I take them out, I just hear bump 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 bump.
Yes, I agree. Anyway, what plushie were you looking for?
Come along, follow me. I'm taking you on a journey, as they say, Gao.
Don't say Gao to me right now.
I'm sorry. It's so contagious.
I agree, but I.
Sorry, I will now go through my massive headache. Give me 1 second. I don't know why. Right here specifically, I lag like fucking crazy. I don't understand. I'm sorry to the people watching. I'm so sorry. I'm pretty sure it has to do with all the redstone and like all the fucking machinery they have down there, but I lag like crazy.
It is closed.
It's never been closed.
Yes, they've been having more robberies.
Have they?
Yes.
When will justice be served?
Well, there is another gachapon in the downstairs of the.
Oh boy, here we go. Here we go! 2 frames per second, yay! Oh my god, holy shit. It's literally just here. They have so much fucking redstone or something that it's making me just tweak the fuck out every 5 seconds. I can't even get inside.
All right, it should be right down here.
And I can't do anything about it. I just have to kind of suffer. What the fuck was that? Oh my god, my mental lag. My headache is getting worse.
Oh boy.
Are we able to exchange these?
Hmm? Oh, I'm unsure.
Oh my god, it's literally just here, and I think it's only me. Oh boy, here we go.
Which one
Listen,
were you getting again?
We're trying to get the blaze. Okay, give me 1 second. I have to take a quick nap. Maybe that'll help.
Hopefully.
Jesus, it's always just right there. I don't know why. But hi, Raiders! Welcome in! Hello, my name is Slushieghost. I am your ghost overlord alpha VTuber thing. Trying to expand my lovely ghost code, 1 ghost at a time. Welcome, welcome. I am so sorry. I was stuck in RP. But thank you so much for the raid. Hello, hello. Hi, Milk. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I hope you had a good time. I don't know if people are here or not anymore, but hi. Thank you for being here. I'm so sorry. Hello. Oh my god,
Hello.
my headache is gone.
Oh, good.
Hi, welcome in. They put that in today, actually. It's supposed to be for throwing it back?
Throw what back?
Beholder underscore 985.
I sometimes see Dougie just, I kind of sometimes see Doober just kind of like, you know, shake his butt sometimes.
Oh, he does that.
So I've put together throwing it back is shaking your butt, maybe.
Oh, hello, Mr. Lyle.
Mr. Lyle, do you know what throwing it back means?
Yes, I found that out when I was instructed to do so at Appa's birthday party.
Oh, I got this. Welcome in. Thank you for sticking
They had
around.
a whole, crowd cheering. And
Oh, thank you for the nuggie. Thank you, thank you.
Taught me how to. I think the dance is called a twerk.
Oh.
I've never really danced.
Can you
before,
demonstrate?
so you just sort of shake your ass, from what I've been told, like so.
Oh. Well, what is the pole for then?
The pole, I believe, is a.
I will sleep when I'm dead.
Onto and do sick tricks.
Ah, like a handstand?
Yeah, you could do a handstand. I think, like, you could spin around it. I'm not very acrobatic myself. I think I have a lot of armor weighing me down.
Oh, it'll be a bunch of clatter.
Yes, well, more clatter if Crunch did it, considering he's entirely made of metal.
I feel like that might be more of a screech.
More like metal scraping on a metal pole.
Oh, Crunch.
Yes.
You should ask your question.
Right, Mr. Lyle.
Yes.
Let me go down my list real fast.
You know what Mr. likes.
Black Wolf, Cool Schools, Lila Loved, Beholder. Thank you for the follows. Thank you.
Yes,
welcome to the
know,
Ghost School. Welcome home. Welcome.
Really made him. Just the slightest bit upset. What would be a? I'm looking
Gotcha.
for a gift
You
or something.
upset the Archon? What did you do to upset it?
Oh
Chased
boy.
me down in the ocean.
What? He chased you down in the ocean? What did
Let
you
me tell
do?
you, it was terrifying.
I've never known the Archon to chase someone down.
Go on, Crunch. What did you do, Crunch?
I might have accidentally did
From a
something
box
that I
now.
did not.
Gotcha.
I might have accidentally implied he was lonely.
I found out working at Haunter Bunny. So what happened?
Well, I know that. I just didn't know it was a
I think we all know that. I just don't think we should tell him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's not like entirely lonely. We were adventuring together with a gas leak
I always
party,
see him
and we took
taking the
Archon
train
with us.
alone.
He likes the train. He really does.
Yeah, but he's always on it alone.
Did you see how? I think he just likes when things move. Did you see how excited he was at the elevators?
I did.
I think he just likes when he can sit or stand in a thing that moves on its own.
He's very. That's
very,
the term boomer.
Transportation-pilled.
He is a boomer?
He's a boomer.
Oh, as a fellow boomer, perhaps I might be able to make things.
I believe you should.
Oh, you're a boomer?
I would
promise you won't get
Sumire has
mad.
Classified me as such.
Baby.
How?
Crunch is apparently more than 500 years old, I believe.
Possibly. I have
Possibly.
not. That is my current estimation.
Sure, but we don't really know how long copper golems live. So 500.
In my terms, it is just a boomer.
I suppose, but I don't think he was part of a baby boom.
I don't know. Listen, I was taught words.
I see.
What if I was an only child? Would that be a boom? If I am one of one?
No, I don't. I think that would just be a baby, not a baby boom.
I was also taught 6, 7, and I keep screaming 8, 9. Yeah, I don't know what's
I've never
happening
heard
anymore.
of that before.
There is.
Would Mr. Luminance like it if I screamed 6, 7 at him?
I don't. You know what? Maybe he would. Maybe he would because he was been in a party with.
You should definitely tell him that.
Envy, Laurel, and Enzo, and we described it as a gas leak party.
10, 11, 12, 13. What does that mean?
The vibes were off. That's all I can say. There was a weird vibe in that party.
I got it!
You did? Oh,
give that to Sir Luminance.
Do you think that Mr. Luminance will like this?
Oh,
it's very bright, like Solen.
He would absolutely love that for sure.
And from above, it looks kind of like a sun.
It does.
Kind of. It's bright like a sun. It's yellow like the sun.
I did it. I got my gotcha pull.
Right. Perfect. Step 1. I believe from my estimation.
Crunch, I think I don't think you're a one.
Jethist, welcome
so
home.
much copper around.
Gethist, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Ghost School. Welcome home. Welcome.
I tried to make.
I hope you're doing well.
I was unable to figure it out.
Crunch. Okay, I'm gonna teach you an assortment of things I was taught today. Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna walk up to Mr. Luminous. You're gonna do a thing called dapping him up. It's apparently where you go, "What is up, dog?" and you do a spin.
No, that's not what it is.
But that's what the men outside told me.
So I would go up to Mr. Lyle and say, "What is up, my dog?"
I mean, that is part of it, but the key part of dapping someone up is the clasping of hands.
Clasping of hands.
There's a clasping of like you're holding hands.
Yes, like a handshake, but also a clap.
What is up, my dog? There.
What the fuck? Coco Sino. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome home.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, and then you tell him, from a fellow boomer to a fellow boomer, I have brought you this present to make amends.
I'm not
and
a
you
boomer,
hand
I'm
him...
only 31.
No, not you. We're pretending you're luminous.
The Archon.
Yes.
Yes.
And then you hand him the plushie. And as you leave, you can hit him with a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I know he really likes farming.
He, yes, he was very adamant that he does not eat he prepares only his own food.
Oh.
I did not know that our Archon was a aspiring farmer, but he seems to be quite proficient.
I mean, I suppose in between meetings he has to farm sometime.
I know what might be perfect for him.
Oh?
See, when Mrs. Mushi,
There's only 3 evolutions I consider female.
She did a cooking lesson for me. A baking lesson. I could organize a baking lesson for Mr. Luminous.
See.
Oh yes, but he could probably learn how to make more stuff than just bread, considering he makes all his own food.
Yes, and if he already likes baking, this is
okay.
Perfect.
I will allow it.
He might like that. He likes cooking. He likes making his own
yes,
food. This is his option. This is perfect.
We should go do this right now.
Well, I don't think he's awake.
Luminous is retired for the night.
I did not notice. I apologize.
It is okay.
It is quite late. I
am
should not even really be awake right now.
I should not either.
I might have possibly stayed awake until 6 a.m. yesterday.
I know you did.
Might almost.
I know you
6 a.m.
did.
In my mind.
Oh. I might have been awake for 12 hours in this
I
world.
still have half a mind to stop you for that.
Well. Well, I think that we are on to something. I think we are on to I think we're onto something. I think that if I get him a cooking lesson at the Uma Cafe, give him this, dap him up, call him a boomer. I think that
it'll definitely work.
I think these things will definitely work.
I have to throw so many things at him at once that it confuses him.
And then he'll have no choice but to like me again.
Exactly. This is so much better than the dragon egg idea I had.
Yes, I don't think that would have been well.
No, I remember the complications of that now. Never mind, I forgot about that.
Yes. She suggested giving him a dragon egg to get a dragon.
I searched for like 2 to 3 hours with Lainey for a dragon today, and we did find one. A surface dragon, surprisingly, that was untouched, but it was a stage 3 male, not a stage 5 female.
God damn it.
I see. Well, Miss Ron is running a dragon nursery, and has many dragons.
Speaking of dragons, I did find something very cool that I believe I'm going to use to decorate the guardhouse.
Oh yes. I've seen these around. These are amazing, aren't they?
That is massive.
We went to a castle called a Dragon Spire, and I stole 6 of these.
Oh, perfect. It's not stole, it's repurposed.
Oh, I also decided we're going to start decorating the jail cells since we have no prisoners ever. So I'm putting this guy in one of the jail cells.
That looks very
think
threatening.
That's a wise idea. My goal, I suppose.
And then Esno told me I should put this one in jail.
What?
I think that one should be in jail. I think it.
What's wrong with that one?
I don't know. He just said it belongs in jail.
Oh, okay.
Oh, anyway, what I was going to say is that Miss Ron is running.
Oh god, we're getting EP hours.
Of course, nurse dragons and also obtain their eggs.
Yes, I know that Luciana will mate their dragon with Appa's, but they need chorus fruit, and I don't know how to get chorus fruit. I know that there is a dungeon where you can find some, but I don't know where it is.
I think, why am I forgetting his name? Fishman. Manfish.
Fishman.
Fishman
is friends with Lady Suckin, and currently is helping with the magic.
Envy? Envy!
Yes, Envy has one, I think.
Yes, I did ask Envy where he found his chorus fruit, and he was very unhelpful. He said, I asked him where he found the chorus fruit, and he said, in a dungeon, and I said, where is the dungeon? And he goes, far away.
You
Well,
always know what
I
that
was in
means,
that dungeon with him, so I
hurricane.
know exactly what it is.
I see.
But it was, I believe it might have been a reward for the dungeon.
Yes,
So
he
I'm
has
not
said
sure
it
how
was also in normal chests there, not in
Oh, it
instanced
was really?
ones.
Well, if you go from the portal here in the atelier and you go to the southwest,
He's gonna
there
meet
is a
Sylvia.
it is in hell. Yes.
I see.
Why is
You
everything in
go-
hell?
Everything cool is in hell. It's
Ugh.
much cooler than I originally imagined. You go down and you find this black and white labyrinth. It is very difficult.
The runic labyrinth. Yes, I've been
Indeed. Yes, that is where he got it, I believe.
Ooh.
I believe that you might, since from what I understand, it is of a certain origin. I believe that it's possible, but I'm not entirely sure, that that desert dungeon might also have one, perhaps.
Interesting.
Since I have seen other things of similar nature in that dungeon. I've only been there once. So.
Do you think Duber has chorus fruit?
Oh, I'm sure Duber has chorus fruit.
Duber has like everything.
Duber has all
and
things.
in terms of like the merchants who have everything, there's two of them. There's Duber, who is Duber, and there's
He is
Facade, who
Duber.
is evil.
Well,
Facade
I
is
don't
a
know if I'd say
vendor?
evil. He's been quite
Crunch,
nice, generally.
Crunch,
I mean,
Crunch.
Crunch, did you not hear the maniacal laughter?
Well, I thought he was just having a good time.
Oh, Crunch.
He gave me this
Facade-
mirror.
He did. He gave me a lot of things, and he gave me also an ultimatum. And said
He
that
gave you
the
an
world is
ultimatum?
going to change very fast, and that I had to pick a side. And then I asked what side he was on, and he said he's on the side that's going to win.
Oh.
I think that only good
He
people
took
say
me
that.
through a portal to a
Oh,
dimension
yeah,
that was
totally.
below bedrock, and it was a dark, endless, corrupted void.
He locked
He
you
gave
in
me
there?
a piece of a block called black materia.
Oh.
Lyle, are you
What is
okay?
that?
I'm very scared.
Do we need to take you to the therapy couch?
Wait, PSA. If Professor Hoffman asks you to try some mystery meat, do not eat it. It is cursed. You will hear voices inside of your
Who
head.
the fuck is Professor
late.
Hoffman?
The guy with the goggles. Too late.
I already had that nightmare last night.
What?
Well,
Oh, did you not get it? Did you? Oh, you must not have eaten the meat. Don't eat the meat.
I
You need
feel
that.
so left out right now.
But yes, I
So-
did.
so-
I did get the. I did get
Professor Hoffman is giving people cursed meat that gives them visions in the middle of the night, offering them to join a sort of dark chorus that is trying to destroy all the gods.
That's not what they said.
Oh.
I mean, basically.
They said that the world was going to end and that only they can stop it.
Yes, you remember in the meeting with Solen where we talked about another faction forming that was not Atelier or Vesperin? That's what that is.
Yeah, I
And
kinda-
it's
I kinda
very
figured that
scary
one out.
And almost definitely evil.
Oh, definitely.
Can I mention that the professor? I saw him pass by earlier today, and he said, "I'm not here," and also said, his pupils were gone.
Ah, I see.
Ooh,
Yes.
I don't like that.
Yes. I did notice that. I did see that. I did notice. It's quite slightly
Concerning.
upsetting because that's, I believe, all of our scientists, our main scientists
Yeah.
in the atelier. But
Yes, I would not recommend that you engage with those voices.
Stay away from the voices, Crunch.
Well, they asked if I would like to get more information or decide, and I specifically wanted to inquire further, and they've told me.
Problem
they
is,
said a
I
few
think the
things.
more you inquire, the easier it becomes for that influence to corrupt you.
Does it?
Seemed like I mean, Facade took me to this dimension. Facade opened the portal inside the ancient city that went to the deeper dark. It seems like corrupting influence is his modus operandi.
I mean, would corruption really work on Crunch though?
I mean, possibly. I mean, he could be rewired.
Do I have wired?
I don't know. Do you?
Miss Ron did also mention that these that this meat also apparently made people have other stomach issues, which
Yes,
I did not
it made
have.
me quite sick. Appa,
Yes.
thankfully, took one bite of the meat and then spat it out. So Appa did not get the visions, and Appa is clean of those visions.
Oh.
Are you still getting those visions, Lyle?
I hope not, because I rejected the voices, so I hope that they aren't still inside my brain. But Facade did pull me aside and give me an ultimatum, and then I did hear a voice in my head giving me a warning.
Facade scares me.
Facade is very scary.
They said specifically, you already believe in sacrifice for the greater good. The difference is, we can show you where that sacrifice matters.
See, that's bad.
That
I
is
don't
bad.
trust that.
No,
They also said
that
I would
that
not
is bad.
serve them, that I would stand with them.
But you're already standing for yourself.
That's true.
You're standing right now.
Maybe I'll join them if this attempt with Mr. Luminous doesn't go well.
No.
I really don't think that's the alternative option. I really don't think that's.
Send a pigeon.
Well,
Send a pigeon.
I think maybe it's my. Well, you know, if something bad really is going to happen, I want to make sure that everyone survives and everyone is doing okay. So
Yes,
if
and if
this
something bad is
faction
going
is
to
really
happen,
doing,
you don't want to be on the side of the bad thing.
Yeah.
they aren't saying they're going to do it. They're saying that they're going to stop the bad thing.
Crunch, they opened the bad portal.
What if the portal was already going to open?
I mean,
It's still
they
accelerating
still
the
open now.
rate of corruption. There's skulk on the surface now. There are wardens on the surface.
There are
I
what?
haven't seen the wardens, but I have seen the skulk about. I talked to Mr. Lewins about that days ago.
Excuse me, there are what now?
And Mrs.
There
Rudishi.
are patches of skulk on the surface that are so bad that there are wardens appearing on the surface.
I haven't seen that part.
Oh.
It's been getting worse ever since the portals in the ancient cities began to open.
I have not gone out to the places with the wardens apparently. Okay.
Interesting.
They
quite
start
interesting.
small, but they get bigger.
Ah, well. But I mean, we'll have to see. I might ask the voices again, more questions tonight to see.
I would just be
to get
careful.
some more
Crunch, stay away from the voices.
But I mean, even if I don't join them, I think that gaining more intel would be important, right? That's why you went, right?
Well, I ate the mystery meat not knowing what it was because I was
Well,
just
yes, me neither.
somebody said
I was just
obliging somebody as a city guard
Right.
who requested
Right.
something of me.
Exactly.
Crunch.
I was just giving taste opinion,
Crunch.
and I don't have taste buds, so quite difficult.
Stay our lovable golem. Don't listen to the voices.
Please don't let a
Don't
dark
talk to the
influence corrupt
voices.
you, Crunch. I really don't want to have to break your copper skull open.
I now know black
I would also
hole.
not like
I
to
will
have my
murder
skull
you.
opened. I would not. I would never be corrupted.
Mm-hmm.
I'm incapable of it. I also don't know what that really would mean.
No, that's what I'm afraid of. I don't want you being like rebuilt into a war machine.
Yeah, that'd be horrifying.
Rex 420, welcome home.
Anthrax, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Ghost School. Welcome home. Stay away from the voices.
I will ask a couple. I will ask at least one more question this night if I get them, and then I will make my decision. They did say that inaction is still inaction and would be very unwise. So I guess I need to make a decision.
I'm so glad I did not eat this mystery meat.
Yes, yes.
Yes, don't eat it. Don't eat it. Bad.
Billy has made a lot of things very complicated, and now I have no idea who to trust, even within Solen, because I don't know who is given into these voices, and I don't know who hasn't. So, things are bad.
Oh boy. Hi, Anthrax. Hello.
I don't know if I can trust my own people, which is rough.
Hi. Emma.
Yes.
Hi.
I know
I can
eat.
trust
I know
Moth.
eat meat.
I trust Moth.
I am Moth.
Good. Do we know? Would you think that it might be a good idea to also?
I've seen Demon Slayer.
Do a city guard meeting as well.
Yes,
about
we should.
this?
We'll probably do one tomorrow.
Okay. I think that might be wise.
Oh, Mr. Lyle, may I speak to you in private, actually?
Sure. Sorry,
Sorry, Crunch. So about the meeting the other day, I still have that rune key.
Oh.
Do you happen to know if anyone found the thing?
Wait, what is the key exactly? I see this one.
I'm going on a date with the one who found it. I'm gonna see if I can get more information from that.
Yes, I don't know where we're supposed to use this.
I remember hearing that someone may have possibly found it, but
We did explore the runic labyrinth.
yes,
and
it's
we
supposed to go
found-
there.
Okay, I don't know where it was supposed to go, but we were there to retrieve a bow.
Oh.
We have two bows, and they are both parts that can be combined into whatever this god killer weapon is.
Oh wow.
And apparently I have to go back to the runic labyrinth to look for chorus fruit, so
I was
I'll
gonna say,
keep an
do
eye
you
out for
happen to have
locked doors.
the coordinates to this? I'd like to do some exploring myself, mayhaps.
I believe I do. It was pretty close to the citadel.
There's a citadel?
But I would have to... I think I would have to go into hell to know where it is.
Oh, understandable. Yeah, if you can get those to me, I'd really like to go exploring over there. I have some
Sure.
knowledge that Magnolia's rambled to me about as it is.
Also, just as a be aware, the runic labyrinth is very dangerous.
I will bring Selene.
Yes, probably bring somebody very strong like Luciano or Esno or Envy. One of
Understood.
those. Probably
Yes,
not
I-
Lady Suckin.
What's wrong with Lady Suckin?
She's fine. She's just not very strong.
Oh.
But she's lovely. But
She
she's
is
not very
quite
strong.
lovely. She's
Not as
making
strong
my
as,
dress
like,
for the
Esno.
ball.
Oh, she made my outfit for the ball. Would you like to see it?
Oh.
What the fuck was
What?
that? I'm sorry.
I
I'm
feel
sorry.
like-
What the fuck was that?
I feel like we may want to check. What is...
Yeah, what is happening?
We're out of character. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. Out of character.
Okay.
Oh, turn around. Rewind. Okay, let's go back places again, guys.
My fucking pants off at 6 in the morning and be like, oh, we're out of character.
Places. Ooh.
Whoa,
You can
the
ride
dog
it, by the way.
grew up.
There you go. I can't believe she's Santa. Are you
I
Santa?
am, actually.
What is Santa?
No way.
Yeah,
You
sorry,
found a new-
ignore that. You
new
didn't. You
rules.
saw nothing.
Ride
The
him.
character. They were showing off their dragons. I was showing off my bob.
And you remember the 12 Kizuki? Because you're...
Wait, I
Hey,
need to get my
thank you.
donkey while I'm here.
Thank you. You're fine ass.
Crunch. Wait, can
Was
I?
it from an instant?
Oh yes. Go,
my God.
Crunch.
Yes.
We go.
Okay.
Mush.
Oh, don't worry.
Just
I
very
know.
slow.
I know.
But
don't
it's
worry.
fun.
I have multiple of them in my
Look at his
bank.
little.
I've been collecting them.
joyous creature.
What a joyous creature. This is a strange dog.
This is a really good dog, though.
It is a really good and strange dog. Very good.
Best dog.
For the record, though, I have
They are
not
playing
been
so
that
nicely.
boss. I'm not I'm not a monstrosity. I'm just a little guy, you know.
Look at them playing so nicely.
Something
What was
just fucking exploded over there. I wonder if that was anything.
Oh, you
I
did
forgot
bring
that
your
I left
ass.
I forgot that I left my ass here earlier. I had to come collect it.
Interesting black.
You have him on a cart.
That's fine.
Yes.
I'm sure that's
My Don
normal.
Quixote.
Don Quixote.
Yes, look. It's my
How
Don
much string he
Quixote.
got?
Yo,
Where's the
that's
string?
fire.
This is my Don Quixote.
Holy shit! Your Don Quixote is Donkey Slote. What the fuck?
Hey, he goes fast when he wants to.
Dude, let's
Look.
replace this shit.
Hi, guys. We're out of character.
Look,
I was gonna go. I was
Maximum
gonna go get
Oh
speed.
wow!
Whoa.
Maximum diaper. Yes.
Why is your donkey so
And
slow?
the server and everything.
July,
It's been fun. It's been fun.
Can I attempt to
talking about?
I believe there's a way for me to.
Oh, I see.
Yes, flex your arm muscle.
Honestly,
There you are.
Oh,
now you
see.
can pull the cart.
All right.
Take me on a
perfect.
trip.
Don't don't actually.
Wee! Crunch! Crunch! You rammed me into a pole.
I didn't even know this was possible. I've never done this. Okay, it's on me.
Hold on. Wee! Mush! Mush! Go, Crunch! Run! Wee! Oh my god, you're so fast. Oh.
Oh.
Did you jump?
Yeah. It didn't like to be in the air, but what if?
Wait, I want to see if it flies with me. Hold on. Aww. I wanted to defy gravity.
It's okay. You know what? It is technically faster.
Whee!
Breathe.
Yeah, it went up for like a second, and I was so excited.
What is that? What is that?
Is that an armor stand?
Yeah.
It was standing there so menacingly. I
It
like how he
was.
stole Sir Lyle's cart.
Didn't need it. I'm listening to the voices already.
Oh boy. Oh, Crunch, no!
Okay, here we go.
Crunch, you left me behind! Crunch, you better not go evil or I'll acupuncture your ass. You're
What?
very blocky bum. It does not appear to like steps.
It does not. It does not like the steps. It does not like the steps one bit.
Away! Mush, my loyal steed!
Yes,
Mush!
the people who were killing it, a lot of them were not.
Let's find Lyle.
This pleases me. Where is Lyle?
He's like here.
Lyle!
Hello.
We're going fast.
I see.
We have a need for speed.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Those carts are very easy to make, by the way.
I
There's
know,
ones
I
that,
just keep forgetting to
there's
make them.
the animal carts, which have 2 seats, and there's the other carts that have storage.
Oh. This is a nice venture. Whee!
I'm watching the lights fly by. Oh, we just narrowly missed that train.
We ran through the train. There was a hole there.
Ooh, we almost went splat. Oh, I believe the cart is what we call too dummy thick to fit. Oh, never mind. You just hit weird.
Oh. Oops.
I can't believe a Metagross is taller than you, Slush. She's in a Sony. I'm 5'6". What the fuck is wrong? Oh, how the what? I thought that was Sir Lyle.
Yes, it was.
I was very concerned for Sir Lyle's safety.
Oh no, he's fine. He'll be fine forever. Okay.
Oh, can you believe this was once my home? I made that beautiful home once upon a time.
That was yours?
Yes! Until I got tired of walking back and forth, so I just decided to move into my shop.
I see.
I still want to finish it, but I'm running out of time. I love watching you fly. You snap off of it and then you just fly.
Okay, let's get this back to him.
Mm.
Oh wait, I need to be faster.
You are
Your
speed.
child is cooked, bro. Oh.
You are speed. Oh, there's water here! Oh god, I really don't come here that often and I'm supposed to be living here. Oh, you did it!
Okay.
Where is Sir Lyle?
You think he's in his home?
Do we just park this outside?
Why am I so slow?
Here, I got this.
I'm going so slow.
Sir Lyle! Sir Lyle! Of the guard! Where are you?
Keep yelling.
Sir Lyle! Where have thou gone? Oh, hi.
Hello.
I found him.
Where is he?
Screaming appears to have worked.
We returned this to you.
Thank you, thank you.
We shall not do the fucking off. Oh, but if you can send me those of what I asked at the most haste, that'd be great. When you can, of course.
Yes, I will do that.
Yes. Oh, hey, Miss Sumire.
Yes?
Remember when we were going to do this thing?
Oh, right. We should go back. I forgot that's how this all started.
Yes.
You see, Crunch, I have massive crippling ADHD.
Ah, oh, you too.
Yes, actually, quite. Yes.
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 See, who will get there first? If you go through the portal or if I just run there?
You're right, go. Oh, it's closed, never mind. Is it contagious? It's closed.
I see.
Yes. There appears to be lag. I completely forgot we were supposed to do the Firestone thing. Like, dead ass. Oh boy. And I now wait for him. Hello again, person I
Hello.
haven't seen.
Of course.
Come to the downstairs.
Yes, the basement.
I completely forgot we had to do this.
Yes. How do I do things?
Oh, okay. So, do you have your book? Like your spell book?
Oh. Yes.
Okay, grab that. Or do you have like a staff, or do you just cast it through your spell book?
Spell book.
Okay. Do you want to do this in character or out of character? I don't know if it'll make sense.
My throat hurts.
Okay, we'll do this out of character. Lit. This works for me as well. Let me
Okay.
grab some stuff really fast.
Actually, before,
Yeah?
I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick.
I was gonna tell you to take care of mine while I went to the restroom.
Oh.
Okay, we'll take turns. We'll take shifts. Go. I'll take first shift.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up your chat so I can read your chat if they're there. Or more like if anyone wants to talk to me. Hello, fellow chat. How do you do? Salutations, fellow chatters. How do you do? I hope you are well. Oh, I can hear myself twice. Blech. Today's topic of the day. What is your favorite Pop-Tart? Do you have a Pop-Tart of flavor? A good Pop-Tart you like? See, I asked this because I am going to have to eat a fuck ton of Pop-Tarts at the end of the month. I did a little a-thon with my chat, right? And we hit a goal where I have to do a Pop-Tart ranking stream. And I am looking on Amazon now through so many Pop-Tart flavors. There are many Pop-Tarts. There is strawberry milkshake flavor. It is crazy. Slushy located. Oh, thank you for the pat. Thank you. Not you, Solo chat. I meant my chat. Sorry, I'm just holding push to talk while I do both. Oh, a Pop-Tart is so good. Pop-Tarts are tasty. Apparently there's Pop-Tarts without frosting. You know, for the people that need it who can't have sugar and stuff like that, which I understand. We're not adding those to the ranking list though. Oh, brown sugar is good though. Brown sugar is really tasty. But I love Pop-Tarts. Well, I don't love Pop-Tarts, but I enjoy Pop-Tarts. So when it's a pop, I suppose when you put it in the toaster, it kind of pops out of the toaster. Yes, Pop-Tarts are quite good. Also, don't worry about it. It's okay. If you need to take a nap, feel free to go take a nap. Pop-Tarts are good though. Chats, what is your favorite Pop-Tart? I know Celo's chat answered, but mine hasn't, and I'm gonna fucking bother them until they do answer. But yeah, there's like banana pudding. There's like Girl Scout cookie Pop-Tarts. I have to buy a lot of Pop-Tarts. It's insane. I have to buy so many. Oh, I see we have a pair of brown sugar enjoyers in the chats. I appreciate you. They are good. I love them. Chocolate fudge sundae? You should freeze them before you eat them. Wait, are those better frozen? There's Pop-Tarts that are better frozen? What the fuck? I know there was like a Pop-Tart ice cream sandwich at one point. But like I was never able to get them, and I don't know if they still sell them. But yeah, they were like, I hope they bring them back for the summer, but it was like 2 Pop-Tarts with ice cream in between, and it looked really good. Oh, okay. I will say I think my favorite one is the s'mores Pop-Tart. They get chewy and cold. Oh, and like a gansito. Oh, a gansito, for those who don't know, it's a Mexican treat. They taste really good frozen. But it's basically like a little sponge cake with like whipped cream and then like strawberry jelly, and it's encased in like a little chocolatey shell. It's really good. You should try it. I want to check my Pop-Tart list on Amazon, but I also have to hold push to talk. Is it weird to say that you have a nice voice to doze off to? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I'm more surprised you've been able to sleep during the Minecraft thing, though. But yeah, Pop-Tarts are good. I have to order a fuck ton of Pop-Tarts, though. I'm not sure how much it's gonna cost.
I'm back.
Oh, lovely. I can go pee now. Okay, it's your turn.
Cool. Okay.
Chat,
Hi.
behave for Salu. Salu. Is it Salu or is it Salu?
It's Salu.
Okay, thank you. I've been saying it wrong and no one corrected me.
Oh no, it's okay.
Okay, chat, behave for them. Behave. I will kill you. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Also talk to them.
Hi. Hi, chats. What is up? What is up, peoples? What's going on? What are you guys doing? What are you guys up to? What are you guys doing? I'm assuming this is second monitor content. So what are you guys doing? Or are you watching intently? Like, no, this is like you're up to the screen like Slay the Spire and passing out. Yo! Before this, I was addicted to Slay the Spire. So extraordinarily valid. Salu, what is your favorite Pop-Tart flavor? Strawberry. Strawberry is my favorite Pop-Tart flavor. Do you guys actually put them in toasters? Because I remember when I was having a lot of Pop-Tarts in like high school, I was like, that's so much time for like so little reward. You know what I mean? Like it. I'm sure it's good. It's fine. You know what I mean? It's not like amazing or terrible, but it's just like, I don't know. Just give it to me normal. Just give it to me room temperature. It's fine. It's good. You know? 3 a.m. here? Yo, same. Some are better hot, some are better frozen, some are better out of the package. Frozen? I never had a frozen Pop-Tart. Only sometimes, but they come out being as hot as lava. Oh, that's crazy. Frozen Pop-Tarts are so good. Are they? Are they? I didn't know this. I was unaware of this.
Hello. I have returned.
I see. Welcome back.
Sorry, I stopped by for some steak jerky.
Oh. That's okay.
As on the way back, I realized I have not had food in like 11 hours.
Ah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. I should also get food, probably.
You should what?
Food, but I should probably eat. I should probably also eat food.
Yes,
after I'm
yes.
done streaming, which will not be at 6 a.m. this time.
It better not.
Yeah.
I say
yeah,
as I'm
what
up
do I
with
do
you.
this thing?
Okay, so I have the stuff in here already. How many levels do you have right now?
Like on the bottom bar?
Yes.
92.
Oh, lovely. You're gonna be fine. Okay, so pop it into this table with the hammer.
Where'd it go? Oh, I equipped it.
Mm. Also, hi, honey. I'm sorry. I'll go to bed soon, TM.
Ooh. There are three options.
Yes. Okay. So one of them gives you one shard, like one. What's it called? It's like an incision thingy for the shard. The other one gives you 2, and the other gives you 3. But you might want to just read what the stats are, because the stats are slightly different.
Oh.
And you only have 1 gem anyways, so you know.
Right. Well, I have other gems at home. I just haven't known what they're for, so pick them up.
Well, if you bring them here, I can help you. Hi,
I've
Slew.
been meaning to go to the magic shops about it, but there's always no one there every time I go.
Hi, I am always here. I am not allowed to go with 5 feet from my shop.
Well, no, you're fine now, right? You reset and you're chill.
Yeah.
What is it?
I'm more like everyone keeps dragging me into things.
Right.
Yes.
This is true. I am in same boat.
I bet.
I walk a couple feet. I talk to a person crossing by on the road. That becomes the next thing.
Yeah.
Hour,
no. Every time I see you're busy with someone, I'm like, damn. I wanted to see if they wanted to go on a quest today. I'm like, damn it.
Man, I wanted Crunch Quest.
Hey, everyone's gone on a Crunch Quest except for me. Yet I'm the one getting Crunch art. Ha 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 ha.
We went on a quest.
Well, I think we went on like a small quest.
Yes. You helped me build the bridge with the lamps.
Yes. And I defended you from creatures as you were trying to make bridge.
Yes.
I don't think you noticed.
No.
Yeah, I'm watching you build the bridge from afar. I'm like, I don't want to interrupt him. I'm gonna just kill the things I see approaching him.
Okay. So.
Do you need help picking?
Yeah.
Do you want me to look at your stream and see what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, hover over the first one.
Yeah, here you go. Oh.
Okay, go over the second one.
Second one.
Oh, can you press tab?
Tab clicked.
Can you go to the next one?
So the first one has 2 empty slots.
I think that might be most of the stuff. Yeah. If you want to go with the second one, that way we can just put more like a gem there next time. We can just stack on it. Me too, buddy. Me too. Your yawn's about to make me yawn.
Let's see.
I feel like for that mana regen, you might want it. Unless you, unless you have like, yeah, no, you're right. You can probably just go for the first one.
Yeah, I mean, like honestly, like I don't know, it still has the 20% cooldown reduction.
If anything, we can like, yeah. If anything, if you want the other one, we can just like reforge it again later.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Mayo.
Cool. Now what do I do with this?
Okay, so we have this one now, right?
Uh-huh.
You put it in, and then you put the gem in as well. I didn't have enough for a perfect gem, so I couldn't make you the perfect gem. So you have a standard gem right now.
I see.
It's not going to show it, but it does help your fire magic be a little bit stronger. It's not like a crazy amount, but you know.
Do you want to test?
Oh, I can't use it.
No, I know.
Oh, I mean, you can hit me if you want.
Okay. Where are my spells?
Listen, I'm awake with my friend right now. We both just been like fucking going insane over this.
What is happening? Oh my god.
Oh, that did a lot. Okay. Ow.
It won't let me see my spells.
Do you have your little butt? You might have to like pop it on, pop it back in. It was doing it for me too.
It's on. But pressing R, nothing is happening.
No, okay, like don't shift click it back in, drag it back in.
Okay.
It can be very finicky. This mod is oof.
Okay, that worked.
Yeah.
This is the spell I normally do. I want to
Hold on, let me heal really fast.
Oh yeah. This is the spell I normally use called Blaze Storm, and I really like it. But it's only a common. I want to get like a better rarity of it.
Oh, do you know how to level up the rarities?
No.
Do you want to leave it with me and I can do it? Actually, here, fork it over. I can do this right now. Hold on.
Wait. I want to see how much damage this one does.
Okay. Did you finally push in your ham? What? No, because I gave Sarah my I gave Sarah my ham, and now I have to restart my ham now.
Oh.
Oh, are you good?
Oh. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Oh, wait, what? I'm confused.
What happened?
Did it... I can't cast it anymore.
Have you been able to cast it this entire time?
Yeah.
Were you able to cast it today?
Yeah.
Oh boy, hold on.
That's so weird. That's so... Huh.
I know it's been happening with me ever since they started like doing the changing of level stuff. Did it maybe make it a level high? Oh, I think one of the things in there said it was gonna make everything like a skill higher.
Yeah, but I thought that it wouldn't.
Yeah, I didn't. We might have to talk to Fish God or a god.
Well, I should be able to cast it next level.
That is true. Well, we are having that level fixed later today. Actually, it's gonna be easier to get. Okay, so we're going to our cap is now level 12, and what's it called? Because it's still registering it as our before era, aka where it was harder to get past like certain levels because it was trying to nerf us. We're gonna have I think it's a day, or it's just gonna be permanent. It's gonna be easier to level up.
Oh, good.
Yes, because right now I'm like, yes, it's the next patch update. So when the next restart happens. Because like right now I'm Warlock 8, but it's been so hard to like grind to 9.
Yeah.
Because of the stuff that happened.
I'm currently at 6.
What level does it say you need to be?
7.
Okay.
So if I level up one more time, I get my spells back.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea I was gonna do that to you.
I didn't know either. I can still use this thing.
I mean, you hit me with like explosions. What happened?
Are you serious?
What did it do?
It hit the ceiling.
Oh, is it upstairs?
Yes.
No! Shut up with your 6, 7. Oh, what is that? What are these?
They're not working.
Uh-oh. Here, let's go outside. Let's make sure
think-
it's working outside, not like in a
Okay.
tiny confined space.
You know what? That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna fucking murder you. Get fucking punched. Shut the fuck up, Slu. Please don't get hit by the train.
Okay. So I have this thing.
Oh! That really hurt, actually. Owie.
I have this.
Oh my god. You're gonna kill me. let me regen. Give me a second.
And then I have. Okay, let's see what this does now.
Oh, there it is. Ow.
Oh, I see.
One
And then
missed.
I have this one.
I'm gonna die. Bro, he's about to fucking kill me. What? Ow! Was that an anvil?
Yes.
I just got fucking Looney Tuned.
This thing is like these things like some things like never work.
Maybe it's because you're like in a cave half the time, or in a place with a roof.
Yeah, or I like, or in really kind of like in the Nether.
Oh, is it getting stuck on the nether roof, maybe?
I think it might be,
Oh my
which is
god.
evil.
It is very evil. It is so sick and twisted.
I'll just use these things, and it's like it doesn't.
Also, are these your rings, or did you mean to give these to me?
No, we were walking through, and we were walking here, and I picked it up.
Oh, your fucking anvil broke my rings! This makes sense now! I mean, it got somebody, just not me.
It's so dumb. Why would it do that?
Alright, but you got your little thingy now. The original journey thing. The reason for this journey.
Yes. And now I have a new journey as a result.
Leveling up.
Level up.
I mean, hey, if it bothers you, I think we can actually reforge it.
I don't mind. I think it'll be good. Because in general, it's, it levels it up so that it does better. So it's just some headache now, but in the future, it'll be good.
Okay, if you want help with your spell leveling up, I can do that for you later, once you level up. Cause what level is the one that you liked?
It is now. It's level 4 +1.
Ah, yes, level 5. Okay. Maybe I don't want to level that up. Cause it is a common spell. I was just gonna raise like the rarity, which makes it like stronger and stuff. Oh wait, I might have some fire spells for you because I just went dungeoning not too long ago. Hold on. Do you have fire breath? Do you have fire breath?
Do I have what?
Fire breath?
Fire breath? No. Nice. I can't use it yet, but
I mean, you can have it. I don't use half of these. If I had known, I would have like saved a lot of these. I've been turning them into inks. Do you want to see the chest upstairs?
Sure.
Click.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you can use these things? These ones?
Wait, which ones?
The purple ones.
Yes, those are the only ones I can use. There's not that many of them, so I already have a majority of them.
I have a bunch of them.
Oh. I mean,
they're like
if you bring them to me, I'll turn them into ink.
Ooh.
I will share the loot with you.
A level 10 +1 magic missile is very funny.
Yeah. I love it. I just also need to raise my level up some, but the level thing is stopping me from doing so. It's fine.
Okay.
It is being fixed tomorrow. Yippee, yippee, yippee.
Okay, I think I need to go now before I stay up until a million years.
That is fair. Go to bed, little one.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.